Welcome back here. Welcome, so not back because it's a brand new day. So welcome to the Queen's Park Oval as it's day 2 in this encounter between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. What an eventful day we had yesterday with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force actually winning the toss and opting to bat. And they had not the greatest of starts. Django had to retire hurt. And then the star man, the skipper, Darren Bravo, he went court for 7. They were 19 for 1, but they progressed nicely to 163 for 4. Sorry, 124 for 3 before Joshua Da Silva. He went for 32. Jason Mohammed got to 55. Webster got to 46. And there was really little resistance from the rest of the batting. So the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they were bowled out for 203. Very, very disappointing batting performance by them. Particularly when you think at one stage they were 163 for 4. So it meant that they lost their last 6 wickets for just 48 runs. And the two main destroyers for the Barbados team was Sham Holder. He had 5 for 71 and Jerry McAllister 3 for 31. The funny thing about it, Akeem Jordan, who in my view was easily in the morning session the pick of the bowlers, didn't pick up a wicket, not for 45. The Barbadian openers in reply, they ended the day after 12 overs and just 40 without loss. McCaskey is on 21 and Mosley is on 19. Well, the sun is out here. It's just gone behind a cloud for the moment, but really no threat of rain, so we expect another full day's play in this encounter, and we shall see how the Barbados batting will progress. Can the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force make any inroads? So welcome again, wherever you may be viewing this broadcast here at the Queen's Park Oval. I'm Colin Murray alongside Joel Manning. Joel, a day really and truly in the end that, as I say good morning to you, that belong to Trinidad and sorry, belong to Barbados Pride.
You're getting ahead of yourself
yeah,
there, Colin.
I'm thinking of day 2.
You're probably thinking about day 2 there. Good morning, Colin. Good morning to our viewers. Yes, day 1 certainly of round 4 belonged to the Barbados Pride and more so Shem Holder.
Yeah.
He bowled extremely well. It's funny that in his 2 spells before tea, it was just tight and he was bowling, you know, what you would say is that good line and good length, but he was not successful.
That's right.
And it wasn't until after that tea session that he picked up all 5 wickets there. So, yeah, certainly the latter half of the day belonging to Shem Holder. And then the openers for the Barbados Pride, well, they capitalised on their advantage, going at just over 3 and over in the evening session. A session that I don't think that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force truly showed up for in terms of their bowling effort. But I can see the ball in the hand of Brian Charles, and he'll be hoping that he can definitely get things started for them. I believe he's probably around maybe 2nd or 3rd right now in the wickets column for the championship thus far. So he will have a big job to do, and so will the Red Force.
Yes, so he is in with his first delivery, and right away McCaskey is going to pick up a single as he's just on driving this to the right of the man at mid-on, and they go through for a comfortable single. Yes, Brian Charles has got 15 wickets so far in the tournament, and you have to think that he's been he's in fact the leading wicket taker for the Red Force, and he's got 15, and the man closest to him is Terence Hines, who's not playing in this game. He's injured. He's picked up 6 wickets, so it's a fair distance between Charles and the rest of the bowling attack. He's done in terms of wickets, and he's bowled the most amount of overs. Of course, he's has over 100 overs, 122 overs he's bowled so far in the series, more than half with the number of any other bowler. So it's mostly interesting. They started with spin, but the thing is they've only got one out and out quickie in Anderson Phillip. Tion Webster is in the team as well, but Tion is more of a medium fast. Yeah, and when you look through the team outside of Tion, and Anderson Phillip. Now, I suppose you can bravo if you want to consider bravo to pick up the ball and get it to move.
Oh, bravo.
It's not a bad delivery, and Mosley reaching it out for it. I remember against Cornwall, he was looking to go over extra cover and gave away his innings in the first knock he had. That's a good bit of fielding. That's Carrie Pear out there at backward point. So Brian Charles opting to come round the wicket rather than over the wicket to both the left and right hander. So the end of the first over, just the one run coming from it off the very first ball in which McCaskey faced. So he's on to 22, and one has to say, Joel, that's his danger. He's starting to get into that danger area, 22, 26, 29. And he just doesn't seem to be able to carry on.
That is certainly a danger area for Zachary McCaskey. Just having a quick look at that leaderboard in terms of the wickets that we talked about. Brian Charles, they're in third on that leaderboard, picking up 15 wickets in those 7 innings that he's bowled just for. He topped there over Sammy Pramal. He's a leading bowler in first-class cricket. He went past 512, I believe it was, in that match against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He's certainly been a standout for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. But as you mentioned, no other bowlers from Red Force on that top leaderboard chart. And it makes you wonder where will they find those wickets. And I had a think about it this morning, and I really do believe that Brian Charles and Imran Khan might hold the keys for them, especially when you look at what Shem did from around the wicket yesterday, also getting it to turn. I talked to the boys this morning. I told me it's not fast turn, but it's enough to kind of entice that fault shot. And I do believe that, for me, those are the 2 bowlers that might have the biggest say here on day 2 if the Red Force are to do something.
Well, Anderson Phillip is going to have his first ball. So Anderson Phillip just had 4 overs yesterday and conceded 21 runs, so 5 runs and over. And one would have to think that's a little bit expensive. He needs to tighten up. I think yesterday's line, his length, more than his line more than anything else wasn't all that good.
Yeah, occasionally he was quite wide yesterday, and you would have to say that he didn't have a stock ball yesterday. That steady ball that he would like to deliver, you would have to say yesterday. And I think that is where he maybe fell down yesterday in terms of approach and those 4 overs that he had in the sunset yesterday.
That's a good shot from McCaskey. So that's gone for 4. Well, was nothing more than a push. And I thought it was going out to, there's a man deep at square cover, right out on the boundary. And I thought for a moment it was going out to him. And that ball just sped across the outfield. It was just to the left of cover. And even that man deep at a square cover point just had absolutely no chance. What a good shot.
Timing was everything there from Zachary McCaskey. Didn't look to force that shot. And I mentioned that Anderson Phillip was just a touch wide yesterday. He was there again at the start of the morning. And Zachary McCaskey just getting into a wonderful position. High elbows and beautifully placed. That will certainly give him some confidence. He moves now on to that magic figure for him of 26.
That's better from Phillip, getting just on or around the off stump. They've strengthened the offside field with that particular shot from McCaskey. And they've put a man about halfway back to that more of a cover position. And then there's that short extra cover in a catching position there. And they mid-off. So 2 slips and a gully. So 7-2 field. Just 2 men on that onside. There's a wideish mid-on and then a man at fine leg. So you'd have to think Anderson Phillip would want to keep that ball on the off stump. Short. He seemed to have just got away with that because it may have cramped McCaskey. It was short, but didn't have the room in which to really pull that through mid-wicket. And it was short enough for that type of shot. I think he just got too much over the ball and was pushing it out in the end to Imran Khan, who's at mid-on.
It was definitely a well-directed bouncer on that particular occasion. You mentioned the fact that he was cramped for that room. It was just, as I would call that, body line type of delivery. Probably not getting as high maybe as Anderson Phillip would have liked, but it was certainly a good delivery there on his part.
Taking that ball this time up to McCaskey. Can't do very much with it. Is in defense. So it's been a good start from Barbados. 45 for none. You would think chasing 203, the Red Force would have wanted a couple early wickets. Would have wanted at least 1 or 2 yesterday. They didn't get that. So they will be aiming this morning to just push Barbados Pride back a little bit by getting a couple of early wickets. If they don't, then this game could certainly, as early as lunchtime, get away from them. So delivery just angled into McCaskey, and he was looking to whip it through the onside. Thought it came onto him quicker than he anticipated and struck the pad. So there's the match summary. 45 for none. Barbados in reply to 203.
Early wickets certainly will be the key. As you mentioned there, looking back at the partnerships that these two have had over the championship, just 2 partnerships over 50 runs for them. They've kind of fluctuated in terms of their impact at the first class level. So 69 and 5 in the innings versus Guyana, 40 and 27 versus Jamaica, and then Leewards it was 13 and 59. So they haven't really, I guess you would say, gotten off in any real respect in terms of a partnership for them, and I think that this presents a perfect opportunity for them. But on the flip side of it, something that the Red Force can look at in terms of they haven't really batted that well together thus far. You've had instances where Mosley has gotten out early and Zachary McCaskey has kind of played his role, got to that, as we call it, that 26. And then instances where McCaskey was one to fall and then Mosley went on to get 2 half centuries. So in terms of them as a pair, you know, getting to 50, getting to 100.
Well, that's gone through the extra cover region and it's gone down for 4. Again, just a push from Mosley. He timed it well, and the important thing, he got it just to the left of Webster, who is at that cover position, and he was able to pick up 4 good-looking runs for him.
Well timed there by Mosley on that occasion. What was good to see is that he didn't try again to force that shot. We talk about the fact that, especially with Cornwall in the last round, he tried to force it and ended up getting caught at what was a wideish mid-off position. Instead, he allowed that ball to come to him, used the wrist very beautifully as well, and picked that gap, prompting a bit of a change in the field now. Man, that cover just comes a bit straighter to kind of cut off that particular shot from Mosley.
Well, the thing is, they're still looking to pick up wickets because there is a forward short leg, which is good to see, because you don't want to just go ultra defensive. You need to pick up wickets. I suppose the confidence that they're confident in Charles being able maybe to just make that early breakthrough. That's another good shot, but a good bit of fielding there at mid-on. Looks to be Anderson Phillip, who is down there at that mid-on position. Thought had it gone past him, certainly would have gone to the boundary. Mosley remains on 23. Another good-looking shot from him. Then a little bit of a check drive, because you just had a feeling he was looking to go after that delivery and realizing he wasn't to the pitch. Just pushed it out to mid-off. So the end of the over from Brian Charles, the end of his second over this morning. He's now completed 5 overs, none for 16. And the Barbados Pride, they go up to 49 without loss.
In terms of the Red Force, today certainly will have to be a day of sticking to a plan and seeking to almost be a bit more patient in terms of how they go about the approach for today, because I do believe that when you look at the Barbados Pride side, yes, they're only going at 203 in terms of that first innings total set by the Red Force. However, when I look at the side, and I look at the experience of the side in terms of batting, it's not necessarily the greatest experience. So you have Zachary here playing now in his fourth first class match. Kevin Wickham to come, this is his third. You have Rashawn Worrell on debut. These are guys all that are going to come in within your top 5 of your batting lineup, top 6. And if you could really just be a bit more patient, look for that mistake, I reckon that is where you would find the success here for them and the ability to kind of restrict Barbados. We saw what happened against the Leewards in terms of them being 59 for 1 and then 78 all because of rash shot playing. Yes, they batted well in the first innings, but I look back then to the match against Jamaica and how they fell away there. Shane Dowrich was the key there again. So it's usually that experienced man. So it was Shane Dowrich, it was Shane Mosley that stood up and batted. But in terms of the others around them, Jonathan Drake's also not many first-class matches under him. So if you look at the experience factor, if they could just be a bit patient here today, I reckon they could be successful.
Yeah, I think what they've got to do is sort of dry up the runs, make run scoring difficult. A couple maiden overs, 3-4 maiden overs, and maybe just get into the minds of the Barbados Pride batsmen and just see how much patience they have, because that's the problem. A lot of the batsmen in the region just don't have the patience, to just bat out 2-3 overs, and wait for that bad ball, because it will come. But you find that players like Mosley, McCaskey, they're always on the hunt for runs. And it's easy pickings. That's the 50 is now up because it was short and just outside that line of the off stump. And McCaskey just guiding it nicely out to the deep square cover position, or more square point position, and they pick up a single. So the 50 is now up between these two. McCaskey is on to 27. No real alarms yesterday or today so far, Joel.
Yeah, certainly looked easy batting for the both of them, and getting to another 50 partnership certainly would make them feel happy as a pair, especially given that just a couple of days ago you had the prospect of Craig Brathwaite being introduced to the side. He was actually named in the squad to come here over to Trinidad, then was removed, and hence why Rashawn Worrell's into the side now. But third 50 partnership for them. It's time again for them to settle, add another 50, get that first 100 partnership of this first class tournament. And with that, it would tell you the type of runs that they could probably set themselves up for on a day like today, and a surface that hasn't really done that much as yet.
That's a good shot. Runs in it for him. It's probably, don't think it's going to get all the way to the boundary. Ball is slowing up. And Tion Webster giving chase, limits the scoring to 2. So a delivery just pitched up to Mosley, and he went into the drive. Didn't time it all that well, but still got it away from Webster and was able to pick up 2 runs. Yeah, I was going to come to Craig Brathwaite, because I figured that had he been here, not sure if both of these would have been in the team, or one would have just dropped down the order to bat at number 3.
Certainly would have been an interesting toss-up and a consideration there, especially given that they got a chance, and I'll get back to it after this. Yeah, they got that chance, but it wasn't many matches for them. Zachary McCaskey made his debut in round number 1. You certainly want to take that away from him if you're saying, we're looking at you as the future of Barbados cricket. So you give him that run. Shane Mosley has had a bit of a run, but at the same time, it's a short first class season. So it would have been kind of hard to tell one of them, well, you guys have done relatively okay thus far, but I'm going to need one of you to either sit down or to bat out of position here. So it kind of worked in their favour somewhat that Craig Brathwaite isn't here. Also give the chance to expose a youngster in Rashawn Worrell, who's done relatively well across the Barbados scene.
Is he going to be available for the next round, Brathwaite, or he's out for the series?
No, I believe that he's out for the series.
Well, in the end of the over from Anderson Phillips, so he has completed his 6th over, none for 28, and the Barbados Pride are 52 for none. Well, that's a pity, because but obviously he's been playing a lot of hard, tough cricket, and he's been one. Okay, he didn't have a relatively successful series against the South Africans, but certainly did well against Zimbabwe, and he's been playing a lot of cricket as well.
Yeah, you would have certainly liked to have seen.
Is he off to the county circuit? No, he's not. Yeah, okay. Thought he might have been off to the county circuit and was hooking up with one of the counties.
Yeah, just one of those situations where he's just not available for these particular tour. Rather, would have been available for this one, but not available for the next one. And then obviously in terms of how the travel goes in the Caribbean, inavailability of flights here and there.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. My friend, where's Marcus Daniel? Yeah, he got here from Tobago. I don't know how he got here because you struggle to get flights to get from Tobago to Trinidad and Trinidad to Tobago. But you know, these Tobagonians, they have a way. I don't know what it is, but they have a way to get on board a flight when they tell you it's full. You know, I don't know what it is, Joel, and don't ask me.
To be fair, at the distance, a swim is probably possible as well.
Well, we had a gentleman try it a couple of years ago, and I don't think he was successful. The boat was following him, and he just after a little while jumped into the boat, which proved a safe thing. Yeah, I don't. Tobago got some beautiful beach. Have you been to Tobago, Joel? This is a little uppishly from Moseley, from Brian Charles, but I thought he just checked the shot at the last moment. Have you been to Tobago?
I've been to Trinidad a few times.
I didn't ask you that.
No, I'm going to finish my story. you know, there's a build-up to everything.
You're dramatic.
When you're looking
I forget you're a drama man. Yes,
outsmart a batsman, you bowl a delivery just on the line of the pass, you give him one outside of the off stump.
Right, you get him a little confident. Okay.
Yeah, and you see where that Brian Charles is hoping to set up. Moseley here was setting you up for the delivery.
Okay, you did.
And as such,
so let's get back to the
you gave me the bouncer before it was needed. So I have been to Trinidad quite a few times, enjoy it here. Unfortunately, though, I have not been able to hop on the ferry and get across.
Oh, you should.
To Tobago as yet.
Tobago is really lovely. Ooh, that went straight through Moseley. He was backing away, looking to push it through the offside, somewhere squarish. Seemed to have just held its line, and so that let's have a look at that. Where did it pass?
Yeah, that one coming back in on the angle there from Brian Charles. Good skill shown by him on that particular occasion. Just the inner portion of the bat from Moseley. So he survives, and also survives that delivery that many of you didn't get a chance to see on the live stream. 53 without loss after 17. And now, Colin, this is where I'm about to tell you now that you see what happens when you're just patient. You get the answers that you're looking for. You jump the gun, Colin.
Okay, I could live with that.
And this principle now applies to the cricket as well. When you're patient, you get the answers that you're looking for. You just there and thereabouts. You hold it. You wait to see what is about to happen.
But sometimes you get impatient. You just can't wait for the answer. You know, it's like a batsman. He gets impatient. He sees 2-3 balls that he defends, and all of a sudden he wants to hit the next one for 6. So you have to excuse me. I just got very impatient.
And as such, you would have been back inside of the pavilion on this
I would have been.
occasion.
No, but you really should, Joel, if you get an opportunity and you can hop across. It's really beautiful. Well, that's short, and it's pulled away. That's far too short from Anderson Phillip on a pitch like this, where that ball is not going to hustle onto you. McCaskey had all the time in the world. It was short. He just got onto that back foot, and he pulled it. There is a man down at fine leg, but it went to his right, and he had absolutely no chance. And McCaskey goes into the 30s, so he's on to 32, his highest score so far in the tournament.
Yeah, his highest score in the tournament, and his highest score at the first class level as well. I like the fact that Anderson Phillip just switched it up there, though, went short, and I don't think Zachary McCaskey was looking for that short ball on that particular occasion. He wasn't in total control of it. But it flew away in what was a very vacant space down there at fine leg. He picks up, as you said, a boundary and heads to what is his highest first class score. Darren Bravo now in conversation with Anderson Phillip. And I was going to question, does he keep going full? Because I've not seen the ball swing from him yesterday. I've not seen it swing for him this morning either.
My thing with Anderson Phillip, and with that particular short ball just now, you know, if you're quick and you're going to bowl short, then he's got to smell it. If you understand, he's got to smell the leather on that ball. And that's my thing. If you're going to be bowling short at Anderson Phillips' pace on a pitch like this, then you got to bend your back and let it rear. And maybe he gets a top edge or something like that. But you're right. The other thing is, once the ball is full, it's not swinging. Yeah. That's a little better.
Yeah, once he goes up there, it's an easy swing there for the batters, and we've seen them throw their hands at delivery without risk, because I'm looking at those two slips and I've really not seen anything that would go to either of those two slips since yesterday evening or today from the hand of Anderson Phillip. And that's why yesterday he bowled one short delivery, Dan. I said I liked how he went to that short ball ploy, and I think that in looking at a plan, especially with the likes of Mosley and McCaskey, these guys are going to play that pull shot. If you head to maybe using that maybe as your backup plan on this particular occasion, maybe it might bring results.
He's warming to the task. You can see Anderson Phillip now. He's looking a little. His rhythm seems to be much better. So he's warming to the task. He's been out injured for a while. So sometimes as a fast bowler, you get injured. It takes you a little while to get your rhythm back when you get into a match. I think he was slated to play last weekend in a club game, but didn't play. It would have done him the world of good just to have that little outing before he came here. That's going to run away as well for 4 more. So McCaskey is getting them in boundaries. And then a delivery short, Joel, outside the line of the off stump. And he put it away behind the man. Now, there is a man right out on the boundary, but he couldn't get to it.
Yeah, when offered gifts, you accept. On that particular occasion, a gift from Anderson Phillip, short and wide. There's a man on the boundary at point, but he cannot cut that off. And, well, Zachy McCaskey, he now, as he would say, is racing along at this point.
8 runs so far in this over from the first 5 balls. And Anderson Phillip is going at about 5 runs and over. And that one may have just darted back at McCaskey, got in a very awkward looking position. Don't think he expected it to come back at him, and it seemed to have done that. No real swing, just the movement of the ball in terms of the action from Anderson Phillip. The end of the over, 8 runs coming from it, 2 boundaries. Barbados Pride, they continue to bat well here. They were 40 for none when they came into this second day. They are now 61 for none, and they trail by 142 runs.
Yeah, that 61 now represents the second highest opening partnership for this pair. 69 would have come against Guyana in the first innings over in Antigua. And like I said, they've looked good so far. I've actually not seen, I would say, any loose strokes across the innings, whether or not yesterday or today. That's good signs for the pair.
Anything for you, Charlo.
Brian Charles to continue.
Oh, Charlo, bravo. Oh, my. Charlo.
The concentration level for both players seem to be good today. They are looking to play everything on merit. Shane Mosley, a bit of a shotgun when he's ready. But he's been very patient thus far this morning. There again, we see him just getting onto the back foot. A quicker delivery from Charles came onto him, and he was in defense again.
When will it come? We know it's inevitable, but it will come. Oh!
Again, in defense is Mosley.
Yeah, that second round. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if the Bravo may just decide to drop the mid-off and mid-on deeper and let Charles give it a little bit more air. Because I don't know if Mosley can resist the temptation when that ball is tossed up.
Yeah,
but so far he has.
Yeah, probably just going a bit wider, as you would have mentioned, how he got dismissed against Cornwall. Just that temptation. The same way we said that Bravo is tempted going through the offside as well.
It's a good ball. You could see Mosley was caught in 2 minds whether to come forward or play back. He just stood in the crease and that ball again was just pushed through by Charles. So far so good this over. 5 dot balls. make that 6. So the end of a maiden over from Brian Charles. He's bowled 7 overs now, none for 17. And Anderson Phillip is going to come back into the attack. And I think this could very well be his last over before Bravo may make a change, because to be very honest, he's been ineffective so far. It's been a little bit too short, and when he does carry the ball up, not seeing any movement whatsoever. So you'll just have to maybe give him another over or 2, because he's been operating now for just about 25 minutes play so far this morning. And see Imran Khan. Bravo has gone off the field. I think Imran Khan is going to probably take charge of things. But no change in the field. The 2 slips are gully. And there's that square point out on the boundary and cover, short extra cover, mid-off. And just the 2 men on the onside, which is a wideish mid-on, and a man down at that fine leg position. So, Phillip, bit pacey. He is, in fact, working up a pace here. But that ball too wide of the off stump. And McCaskey looks very cool and composed, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly does.
Never looks flustered.
He certainly looks a picture of concentration. But you say that, and I referenced the conversation I had with him, and I asked him, why did he play this sweep shot to Raheem Cornwall? He said, well, he felt he couldn't trust his defence. And I said, but Zach, you looked easy. You looked like you had it under control. So you say he looks a picture of concentration, but I don't know what is going through his mind at the moment. But no, he's looked good this morning. Jokingly in the lobby, I told him more than 26 today, please. He's done just that. And I remember also saying, when you get to that stage, sing a song in your head. Do something different. So I wonder if he's singing at this moment. But he certainly looked good. And that's the thing about Zachary McCaskey. He looks good when he's flowing and when he's going. And I would like to think that he would capitalize on this start that he has right now. Nothing has looked like it will bother him. And this is a perfect day to get those landmarks.
Well, just going down the leg side, the silver hands goes up, but no real appeal. There's a change in the field. And they've put a man out at the deep backward square leg. It's right out on the ropes. So they've taken out that squarish cover. And they've put him. Now there seems to be another change. Seems to be a forward short leg going into position, is it? Well, so they've actually strengthened the onside. It was a 7-2 field. It's now a 5-4. And they've put a man at forward short leg. So it gives me the impression that Phillip is going to bowl short into the body of McCaskey. And what does he do? Bowls outside the line of the off stump. Delivery just seeming just to move away slightly as it hit the pitch. And there was McCaskey just opening the face of the bat.
Yeah, this over, I think Anderson Phillip has just put a bit more behind the ball. Beyond that, I believe outside of that last delivery, the 3 deliveries previous to that were bowled to Zachary McCaskey, the ones that came back into him, just gave him a bit of trouble, you would have to say. All 3 of them just cannoning into the pads, but heading down that leg side. So once he gets a bit straighter, you realize that he's causing maybe a problem or 2.
Runs in it here for him, because they moved that cover. And there was it Carrie Pear had to give chase and did well in the end. Just a single in it coming from McCaskey, so he goes to 37.
It'll be interesting to see now what he bowls to Mosley. I think I could be wrong, but I don't think he's bowled much to Mosley for the morning session. So a change in approach here for him, but just making a point that when he got straighter to Zachary McCaskey was feeling for it just a bit. And I just remember those 3 deliveries outside of the last 2 that he faced, just cannoning it in to those pads. He wasn't just there in terms of getting the bat down in time. So maybe if he could just, if Zachary McCaskey was still on straight, just focus on getting a bit straighter. But let's see what he does to Mosley.
That's outside the line of the off stump. He's bowling over the wicket and just slanting that ball across the body of Mosley. There are 2 slips and a gully, waiting for the false shot, and Mosley did well, just allowing it to go through.
I know how you like your right arm seamers to come
Yeah,
over the wicket.
I love
The
that.
left-handed
Yeah.
batter is calling, but this is a good proposition here for him, especially with that just vacant space in that cover region. That is an area that Mosley goes
Yeah,
uppish
yeah.
quite often. Funny enough, similar to Bravo as well. You know the left-handers like to drive.
That's short, but no problems for Mosley. The end of the over from Anderson Phillip. Not a bad over, probably one of his better overs for the morning. So it's the end of his, seventh over now? Eighth over. None for 37. And it's 62 for none. Barbados Pride. They still trail by 141 runs, but they've got all 10 wickets intact.
Yeah, good morning start for the Barbados Pride. This is exactly what they probably talked about in the team meeting. This is probably exactly what Mosley was visualising at the start of the match as well. For those that are privileged to see the feed before they started the game, they'll probably see Shane Mosley out with a bat in his hand, gloves on, and just walks to either end. And I actually asked him this morning, why do you do this? Even when he's fielding, he still walks out there with a bat in hand, gloves in hand. He said it's just about getting that routine going, whether or not things are going good for him or going bad. It is about getting that routine. So in the bad times, he has something to level him out.
Yeah.
And in the good times, he has something to remember in terms of, okay, this is what I do to get this done. And I'm pretty sure that he was visualizing the innings today, saying, you know what, I got to start to my name. How do I carry on? What type of shots do I play to get myself to maybe my third 50 of this first class season?
It's certainly an opportunity here for both him and McCaskey to go on. As Brian Charles is going to continue. He's going to come in for his 8th over. And this is going to be bowling to McCaskey. Slip on a forward short leg. Nice sunny conditions here now again at the Queen's Park Oval. Very, very hot. And McCaskey coming down the track using his feet. Very interesting. Coming down the track to Brian Charles. And I don't think that was given all that much air. And when he realized he wasn't to the pitch, just was pushing it back up along the track in defense. This time playing from his crease. He looks much more comfortable against the pacers than the off spinner.
I guess with his spinner, he has that much more time to think in his head and put several thoughts into there. But I like the use of the feet of that first delivery. Yes, I've realized that Brian Charles has been significantly flatter. You don't necessarily tell yourself that when the bowler is flatter through the air, that the batters will be using their feet. But it just showed a bit of confidence there from Zachary McCaskey, and I like that from him. Just looking active at the crease at the moment.
Well, he was looking to whip this one through the mid-wicket region, came off the inner part of the bat, and went out to that short fine leg, or I would say more of a backward square leg.
I like the fact that Mosley now
Mosley's
is coming
going to,
down to have that conversation with him. And I guess by batting with someone for some time, you get to understand him. So you realize that he's faced 4 deliveries from Brian Charles, played 4 different strokes to all 4 deliveries. Okay, let's just talk to him, settle him down again.
He looks a little bit impatient now. You're thinking of the single, it's not on. So he's looking, maybe Mosley trying to get him off strike, because he's starting to get into that area where you just feel he's going to try some shot that is not on. And that goes straight through Mohan, but he's not there for that. The ball went straight past him, was in the air, but has to be a Superman to take that, and went down to the deep backward square. So one more to McCaskey. He is on 38. 25 is Mosley at the end of the over from Brian Charles. He's completed his 8th over, none for 18, and it's 63 for none.
Yeah, I find it so interesting when it comes to Caribbean players in the discussion surrounding spin, how they usually say that not many of them play spin well. And I had a chance on the final day to head down to Brian Lara, and I was watching Darren Bravo go about his innings, and he's very prolific. What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm not
Prolific.
sure.
No. It's a P word.
Prolific?
Prolific. There we go.
Oh,
There we
yeah,
go. Thank
you
you.
just have to talk to me about that,
Sorry,
Joel.
Colin.
I'm Oxford.
Sorry,
That's my middle
I'm
name.
usually decent with the words, but he's very prolific against spin. He's very confident. But what I also found, though, is that he trusts his defense.
Yeah.
And that is something that I find that's what gets our Caribbean batters in problems. If you trust your defense, you have that base. You have that grounding to go back to, regardless of whatever is being delivered to you. And I think that when you stop trusting your defense is when you play a lot of those wonky and wanky shots and you find them getting into problems. And I think just if our batters would begin to trust their defense a lot more, then we see them become a lot more prolific against the spin. Thank you for that, by the way, Colin.
You've mastered that word now.
Yeah, it's just for some
Are you
reason
going to use it
me.
all day? Or?
No. That's the last time I'll use it because I might forget it again. But no, it was at the tip of my tongue. I said pro and I said elephant. No, that's not the word.
It's interesting, this field, because it's a 5-4 field. It tells me that he's going to bowl middle and leg, Joel.
Yeah, like I said, I mentioned the fact that
but
when
then he's got
straighter,
2 slips. He's got 2 slips and a gully. So where's he gonna go?
The slips are the bluff for today.
Okay.
If he goes straighter, I think that is where his money probably is, because thus far on the off stump, just outside the off stump, there's been nothing for him today.
And he goes right through extra cover. That's a really good shot. But to me, that's poor bowling on the part of Anderson Phillip. You've set the field with the forward short leg, the deep backward square leg, the man at fine leg. You have a mid-on, and you bowl that ball just outside the line of the off stump for McCaskey just to go into the drive. That would give him, again, he looks so much more confident against the fast bowling of Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, quite an elegant drive there from Zachary McCaskey. He didn't even need to run on that particular occasion. The outfield has just been running away yesterday and today, but whenever Anderson Phillip has gone up searching, there's been nothing for him here today, and he just needs to pull that length back and look to find, to say, that stock ball, that stock delivery. What do you keep going back to, and then find the variations from that stock ball.
That's better. Show some aggression. And the McCaskey not hooking, which is a wise thing, because there are 2 men out in the deep. As I think of McCaskey, I was thinking of Powell as well, when he had 100 and was set up by the Barbados team, McAllister. And he fell right into the trap of hooking to the man at the deep square leg position.
Yeah, I couldn't help but think that if he wasn't given that drive, if he wasn't fed that drive, he would have offered a shot to that short ball. But the drive is what eased the pressure for Zachary McCaskey.
Another short delivery. And McCaskey doing the right thing, just getting under it, allowing it to go through. Umpire comes to say that he's had 2 short balls from the over. Nice conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nice and hot. Pitch is in good condition. Runs again for McCaskey. Not sure this is working for the Red Force, because Anderson Phillip is not really bowling to his field.
Yeah, just a short and a touch wide again on that particular occasion, especially given that the cover region is open. Zachary McCaskey has played quite well through the offside for the morning period. Really capitalised on anything just fractionally outside of the off stump. His timing has been exquisite all morning long, and it's been relatively easy, you would have to say, for him, especially against Anderson Phillip.
So the experiment has not worked, and they've moved the forward short leg, and they've put him towards that cover position where McCaskey is getting all his runs. And this one he's looking to, again, a little bit cramped there as he was trying to play this through the offside.
Question for you, Colin. You said the experiment has not worked, but has the experiment not worked, or has Anderson Phillip not bowled to the experiment?
I suppose a combination of both. because I couldn't understand it. You've got a forward short leg. You put the man at deep backward square, and you're bowling the ball outside the line of the off stump. It just doesn't make sense. I would have taken out, if you're going to do that, I would have taken out the gully or maybe the second slip. Another short delivery, and McCaskey just gets under it. So umpire Wright thought he may have said something to Anderson Phillip, but it's the end of the over, and I think Anderson Phillip, I would think that may very well be his last over for the morning, because we've been playing now. Let's just have a look for what. Been playing now for 40 minutes, are we?
Yeah, just roughly that.
Yeah. So it's, I think he's going to take a breather. And we very well see Imran Khan, possibly, or Carrie Pear from the Willie Rodriguez end, as Brian Charles is going to continue.
Yeah, I do reckon that it should be the last for Anderson Phillip from the end here. I do believe that I would have mentioned that Imran Khan and Brian Charles to me held the biggest threat as it pertained to the Barbados Pride batters, and it'll be interesting to see if Khan can get it right early this morning. There is some turn for them. We mentioned the fact that it's not fast turn, but it's enough turn to make the batters think. And if Imran Khan can get into a good rhythm, he could probably want to break the partnership in combination with Brian Charles, who's been bowling well thus far for the day. He's been keeping it relatively tight. And then you still have the backup option of Carrie Pear as well, who I believe is that holding bowler as well.
Well, he's in there, and he's taken. That's a really good catch from Darren Bravo. And how many times we've seen Mosley do this? We saw him in the first innings against the Leewards, against Cornwall, hitting it uppishly towards mid-off. This time, again, went for the drive, wasn't to the pitch of it, and lifted it. Was a very good catch in the end by Bravo, because he had to move to his right and then dive just to dive forward to come up with it, and he took it really very, very well. So it's the end of Mosley. He goes for 25, caught Bravo off the bowling of Charles, and the Barbados Pride, they lose their first wicket with a total on 69.
Yeah, another day that off spin has brought about the demise of Shane Mosley, opting to play that one uppishly, something that we've definitely seen time and time again from him. But that catch from Darren Bravo, that was what you call a specky from him. Brilliant initial movement, got the hands to the ball, and that is the breakthrough that the Red Force they needed. Barbados Pride now 69 for 1.
And so Barbados Pride losing their first wicket with the total on 69. And is it Worrell is coming in? It seems to be Rashawn Wallace, Worrell, sorry. Yes, it is Rashawn Worrell. Is it Rashawn?
Yes, indeed, it is Rashawn Worrell, a 20-year-old from Barbados. He's here on a debut. He got a call the night before the match to fly across. This is certainly an opportunity for him. I almost want to call it a promotion, but he hasn't batted just yet. But Johan Drakes has been batting at number 3 across his tournament. Rashawn Worrell is actually an opener for the most part back home.
A left-hander as well.
Yeah, he gets the opportunity here, and he would certainly want to grasp this with both hands.
Interesting that they've gone with him in debut. I suppose you're not going to hide him. Get him out there early. But I would have thought that they would have continued with Drakes and maybe let Worrell fit somewhere 5, 6 in the order. But interesting, they've sent him, because you also have to think Barbados got a good start. They're not under pressure, so it's interesting to see how he will go.
Yeah, Worrell scored some runs in the elite competition at home. He got 500 runs with 2 centuries and a half century, average of 45 or thereabouts.
Well, peeled off the outside edge, so he's going to get a couple runs, but certainly looking to play his shot from early. He was on that back foot trying to open the face, got an outside edge. Just wondering if, suppose after the fact, in hindsight, you can always say maybe there should have been 2 slips, but they're opting with that very short cover, a forward short leg, and just the 1 slip. That's better from Worrell.
Yeah, just a bit of nerves probably around those 2 runs would have certainly done his confidence a world of good. He would want a lot more, but it's always nice to just get off the mark in your debut.
Worrell, of course, a very famous name out of Barbados, Joel. Remember the great Sir Frank Worrell? And, turned around the fortunes of West Indies cricket in terms of how the world looked at West Indian cricketers, didn't he?
He certainly did. We know of that famous W combination of the 3 Ws.
Yeah. Worrell, Weeks and Walcott. I give you a story about Everton Weeks, which I think the entire world knows, but I still need to tell you, at the end of the over from Brian Charles, it's 71 for 1. I was having a chat with him once, and the game was going on, and he was just commenting on the game, and some guy was, can't remember who was actually batting, but he was really going well. He had 50, got to about 60, and then he got out, caught at long on or caught at deep mid wicket or something, and Everton Weeks says, look at that. Look at that idiot. Look at that idiot. Gets the 60 and gets out like that. He said, why hit the ball in the air? You know, he said, you got your first 50 without hitting the ball in the air, then get your next 50 without hitting the ball in the air. And he was adamant about that. He always said, you know, if you don't hit the ball in the air, then you can't get out caught.
Well, it's certainly a good theory to have. There's going to be a change of bowling as expected. Tion Webster now.
Oh, they've gone back for medium pace. I'm not too sure I would have done that. I just think McCaskey looks a little more vulnerable to the spin. You know, he seems very comfortable with the ball coming onto the bat. And Tion Webster, I would expect Tion Webster would get a little bit more, well, swing. He would be more getting some swing rather than pace. He's just about medium fast. But I would expect he's going to get some sort of movement. And if he can take that ball up to McCaskey and trying to get it just swinging away from him and tempting McCaskey to go for the drive, then that ball can certainly peel off the outside edge. Or once McCaskey gets into position, it can certainly go through the cover region.
Yeah, certainly that shot is on this particular stage. And when you talk about the swing conversation, Darren Bravo might want to enter that conversation as well. He's been really chirping about his wickets that he got down at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. How he had that ball hooping in to the batters down there. Picked up 2, I guess you would call them, beautiful LBW decisions down there. And he's really proud about those. He wouldn't let you forget them at this point.
No, they and in fact, well, I saw the highlights on television, and boy, the first LBW, the ball swung.
No,
there's no doubt about it.
I didn't want to tell him that would have been missing leg. I let him have that one.
The ball swung, boy. Tell you what. But the time it hit the pad, he was off. He reminded me of the South African leg spinner, Tahir. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitching and may have just slightly hit the seam and left McCaskey. He was reaching for it. That was a very good ball from Tion Webster.
Yeah, very good ball indeed. Very controlled from Tion Webster there on that particular occasion. Finding that line and length quite early. Neither too full, neither too short. And just, finding against Zach and McCaskey in that little in-between area of uncertainty, and just hands maybe just nibbling a bit, going away from the body.
McCaskey just wasn't quite ready.
Yeah, get to that stage whereby you've picked up one and you just want to pick up another one quite quickly, just to keep that momentum going, especially now that you have a debutant at the crease. Just pile on that pressure, because it's at that stage where you need to actually physically claw your way back into the encounter. You didn't get the best of first innings total, so you're pretty much halfway there already with 9 wickets still in the bag. You kind of have to seize the moment, seize the opportunity, and literally just pull your way back into the encounter. It's going to take a bit of intensity, a bit of, I guess, planning almost at this stage. Okay, this is what we're going to work with.
That's not where Bravo would want him to bowl, just on that leg stump, and he was just turning it towards mid-wicket, gets a single. So he goes on to 45, 72 for 1, Barbados. They still trail by 131 runs.
It must have been an amazing feeling for Rashawn Worrell yesterday, getting that cap, a little blue baggie that he could put onto his head. As I would have mentioned, not expecting it.
Is he a prolific run scorer in Barbados? I think you mentioned something of that nature. Who does he play with?
He plays for Carlton, Cricket Club,
right,
back in Barbados, and he's certainly done well for them. He's a young man that has come through the ranks in terms of play, the under 13, the under 15, come right through, and he's really been on the tongues of the selectors. He's somebody that, yes, can spend time at the crease, because I think back to the Legends Cup, which is a case of what you would almost call trials in Barbados, and he got 140 off of 271 deliveries, spent 357 minutes at the crease. So he has the potential to spend time, but he's also somebody that too likes to feel the ball on the bat, enjoys the same left-hander's drive that we've talked about all morning. So you can expect that he will probably play a couple shots, but at the same time, he has the propensity to spend time at the crease. You see the big P word there.
Yeah, you're using a lot of them this morning. But the thing with Worrell, and just based on what you're saying, he tends to give the bowlers a chance. There is a chance. When I say a chance, there he goes, just looking to work this delivery down to the backward point position, opening the bat, and could so easily have got the edge. So I'm now clear in terms of his ability that he wants to get on with it.
Yeah, he certainly likes to, as most young batters do, like to feel the ball on the bat. But it's certainly a good occasion for him and a good stage for him to take advantage of this opportunity that's been presented to him. But Colin, my stint has come to an end. I must leave you. And hopefully, you carry on with the big P words that have been.
Well, I'm Marcus Daniel. I know he's got a lot of big words, so I'm just waiting for him to give me a few, bring his knowledge to me, which I shall wait on. But in the meantime, McCaskey is waiting on Brian Charles to start a new over.
Oh, that's the one. Oh, that's the really good one.
Good line, good length from Charles. McCaskey is just very patient on this occasion, just pushing it out or pushing it back up along the track to the bowler.
Bravo.
See. A long on is put in place for McCaskey. And he looks to whip this one through the onside. It goes very fine. Carrie Pearce giving chase. They've gone for 2. Did he get bat onto it? Yes, he did. So no signal from umpire Gustav, but he was looking to whip it through the onside and may have just probably took a little bit of an inside edge and went down towards that fine leg position. So he inches closer to his 50. He's now on to 47. Again, pushing that back up along the track to the bowler. Nice, good sunny conditions here prevailing at the Queen's Park Oval. And Barbados Pride going along nicely, 74 for 1. Just 129 runs now behind.
Catch it. Oh.
In the air, a little bit uppish. And going out towards mid-wicket, the Tion Webster is the man there. Just 2 deliveries left in this. Brian Charles' 10th over so far. The successful bowler picking up that wicket to 4, that of Mosley. Again, a little bit uppish, but he's playing it to the right of mid-wicket. They're going to come back for the second. He has to hurry, and he gets in. But there was a little bit of hesitation as McCaskey was getting onto the front foot. He worked it to the right of mid-wicket. It was in the air, and Webster gave chase. They went for the single. They went for the run, and there was some hesitation going back for the second. Eventually, McCaskey got home, and it was 2 runs nicely taken. So here is the final delivery from Brian Charles, 76 for 1, as there's a change in the field. They're moving the man from backward point, and they're putting him to a short mid-wicket in a catching position. So some pressure now being applied to McCaskey that he can't just push forward at these deliveries and hit it in the air. As Charles is into him, and he's looking to pull a delivery, and he does pull it, and that is his 50. It was short. McCaskey, his maiden 50 at first class level, it was short, and he got onto the back foot quickly. He pulled it down backward of square for 4. So he's on to 53. It's 80 for 1 at the end of the over. A good time to bring in Marcus Daniel. Marcus, 50 for McCaskey. He's been relatively comfortable for most of his innings. Few uppish shots off of Brian Charles. Doesn't look as comfortable to the spinner as he did to the fast bowling of Anderson Phillip, but a good knock.
Yes, of course. I'm going to say good morning to the viewers as well, and good morning to you, Colin. Just watching Zachary yesterday. McCaskey looked very compact on the front foot. I felt he was very comfortable against the seamer Anderson Phillip, and he continued from where he left off yesterday afternoon. And well played half century. His first at this level, and it looks like he's gonna, he means business, and he's gonna carry on to bigger things here for the Barbados Pride.
Well, it's going to be Tion Webster continuing, and Worrell, the debutant, is well forward. First time I'm having a look at Worrell, Marcus, and judging by Joel comments, he's an aggressive player, but mixes his aggression with solid defense.
Yeah, just look at his build. Looks very imposing as a batter. You associate left-handed batters with elegance. And he's on debut. And no doubt he'll want to start brightly for his country.
It's just too wide of the off stump.
And no ball called here. So 40 runs added this morning. And I must commend the Red Force team for the energy showed this morning. I felt yesterday in that brief 30 minutes or so that they had to bowl, they were a bit flat. It seemed that they would have come out charged up this morning, and I've gotten that solitary wicket of what's his name there, Zachary? Zachary?
No, Mosley.
Mosley,
Shane,
sorry,
yeah.
yes.
Shane Mosley. So Webster, good line, good length at the moment. Just bowled a no ball the previous delivery.
Yeah, I think this is a big day for Brian Charles with his off spin. We saw yesterday Chaim Holder with 5 wickets, utilizing the surface, and of course some erratic shots by the Red Force batters.
Yes, I think you're being very kind. Erratic shots. Other people use other adjectives to describe it. Very, very disappointing. Speaking to a lot of fans yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening, and even this morning, a lot of disappointing fans around the country. Just commenting in terms of the batting. You look at the names and you're saying, well, how aren't they doing better than they are?
And if you look at some of the dailies today, the Express and Newsday and the Guardian, and it's reflective of what transpired yesterday. And the Guardian, they had the Red Force bats fail to fire. In the Newsday, Red Force fail or fall short again. And just looking at the Express, Red Force struggle, and it was really a struggle for the batters yesterday.
But
And
you know,
no demons in the pitch at all.
But Marcus, you say it was a struggle, but when you look back at it, they were 124 for 3, they were 163 for 4, they were going along nicely, and you thought, AK, and you thought at 124 for 3, well, maybe 250, 275.
Yeah.
But to fall short and just get 203, you really have to say that in the end, it was not a good effort.
Yeah, and what I was really disappointed in is that most of the batters, they got in. They took the time, and like Jed Gooley, he faced like I think 18 balls before he got off the mark, and he got himself in and played a really poor shot. Tian Webster raced to 46.
Hit a 60 ball before he got out, didn't he?
And attempted another big slug and held out to the guy in mid wickets.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Because you know there's a man deep. Well, it's the end of the over from Webster. At the end of it, the Barbados Pride, they are 81 for 1. It's a refreshment break because the players turn towards the gentlemen coming on with whatever refreshments there are. And they will be refreshing themselves because it's a hot, sunny day.
Yeah. Another beautiful day.
Interestingly, you talked about Marcus Brian Charles being the one, should be the one to bowl this Barbados team out.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking of Imran Khan, back of the hand, leg spinner. Barbados traditionally have not done well against our wrist spinners. And when I use the word our, I'm talking specifically here Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not talking of the other regional teams, but they have not done well against Trinidad and Tobago wrist spinners. I mean, my good friend Dave Tadpole Mohammed, he's big bowled out Barbados a couple of occasions. You can go even further back to Inchanali and those kind of players who bowl back of the hand spin, some unorthodox.
Some mystery in it.
That's right. And you're just wondering, maybe Imran Khan might be the man to try to come on and do some damage. I was a little surprised that they decided on Webster. I thought they might have replaced Philip with Imran Khan and just mix it up a little bit. Let's see a little bit of leg spin. If he goes for a few runs, then you withdraw him out of the attack and then you go back with your Webster, whoever it is, to tighten things back. But, there has been a slight history of the Barbados Pride batsmen not really playing the wrist spinners all that well.
Yeah. And most definitely. Yesterday on commentary, we felt that Imran Khan probably should have been given a few more overs than the solitary one that he bowled to end yesterday's play. And I singled out Brian Charles for mentioning today, because I believe from what I saw yesterday of Chaim Holder and Brian Charles with his offspring, and the form that he has shown this season, I think he's up there with 15 or 17 wickets thus far for the Red Force. In fact, he's the leading wicket taker for the Red Force, and I expect that he definitely has a big role to play today for the Red Force. And just looking at some scores around the region, I'm calling.
What's happening in Providence in Guyana? Guyana 278 all out, and Jamaica 24 for 6.
That's reflective to their place in the standings.
But Marcus, don't be they're 301 for 7, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, but Jamaica 24 for 6. I mean, and there's no one can tell me about the pitch, because Ghana got to 278, I think, and Leon Johnson had
brilliant.
He was 142 not out overnight. Yeah. Not sure what he ended up with, but. And I know, let me tell you, before this tournament started, I looked at the Jamaican squad and I said they would struggle, because they just didn't have, to me, the batting lineup that we have seen over the years of a Jamaican team. But Bonner has come into the team. Blackwood is into the team. And to be 24 for 6 after 6.5 overs, it's something has got to be wrong. Their confidence has obviously total confidence in their ability has gone out the window, and they're really struggling now badly.
Yeah, and just looking at the bowlers that would have been doing the damage there for Guyana. Niall Smith, 4 for 9 from 3 overs, and Rushford beaten 2 for 19. So the seamers have done the damage there.
Ransford Beaton is making a comeback and has done well for the Guyana team coming back into this into the tournament. And Niall Smith, there was a lot of hope for Niall Smith a couple of years ago. People were talking about Niall Smith getting onto our West Indies team, but I don't think he's progressed. But we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval. The players are back in position. And Brian Charles is going to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
It's a bit of a balancing job here for Captain Darren Bravo, because you want to get wickets, you want to attack to get wickets, and you also want to keep the run scoring down. And if you look at the field that he has applied here for Brian Charles to McCaskey.
It's a slight appeal going up, nothing really. It's a well-set field now, because he's got that forward short leg. He's got a short mid-wicket in a catching position. Then he's got cover on the boundary from... Well, this time there is protection out there, but they can't stop that one. That's well hit. They've put a deep backward square leg in place in carry pair. Then there's a deep mid-wicket and there's a long on. This was a little too short. And McCaskey got onto the back foot. He hit it well, and not only did he hit it well, Marcus, he picked the gap between that deep backward square leg and the man at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, and looking at the replay again, Brian Charles coming around the wicket, a bit too short, and of course as an off-break bowler down the leg side, really brilliantly played there by McCaskey. That has been really good work by him since he has started the response here for the Pride. He has put away the bad deliveries. And that was a bad delivery. And as you mentioned, 3 guys on the boundary for the Red Force, and he picked the gap perfectly there. Young Zachary McCaskey, now up to 57.
You got to get him on the front foot. I think Brian Charles is a little too quick at the moment. He's maybe looking to get that forward short leg into play. And he's a little too quick.
He's a liner.
And not only that, Marcus, he's a little too short. So
Yes.
McCaskey is able to get onto that back foot and just work the ball.
Yeah.
He's got to give it a little bit more and bring McCaskey onto that front foot. Because you've got that short mid-wicket in a catching position. And if he decides to go over the top, they've got cover deep mid-wicket and long on.
And that's when he has troubled him. A couple of overs back.
That's right.
Yeah, he troubled him, and McCaskey looked to use his feet. But at the moment, a bit too short and leg-sided.
Yeah, he's pushing the ball through, and because of that, it's not coming out
Easy
of...
work.
Yeah. Well, 88 for 1 now.
Smart catch by Darren Bravo, Captain Bravo, to get rid of...
very good catch.
Mosley.
Really a good catch. Well, there is the scorecard so far for the Barbados Pride.
So calling $24 million, a Lotto Plus winner.
Did it?
Yeah.
I didn't check my ticket, Marcus.
I was told that the winning ticket was purchased in Tobago.
In Tobago?
So I went looking for my ticket.
Oh my word. Well, I know I'm out. I know I've gone. So it's not me. It's not me.
$24 million.
Don't come for a loan, because it's not me. I bought my ticket right in St. James. I went and bought a ticket in St. James.
Yeah.
I said 24 million, and
Yeah.
I walked into the lotto shop, Marcus. I said, let me go and just take a little punt.
Take a choke.
Yeah, why not? And a gentleman in there saw me and said, "But what are you doing in here? You don't need any money." I said,
24 million.
I said I could do with 24 million. I said I could do with 12. And a lady in there is a good shot from McCaskey, but far too short from Webster.
Been very strong on the cut there.
Yeah. A lady said if she wins it, she don't mind sharing it with 2 other people. Said, well, that's very kind of you.
And there's a perception in Tobago that the Lotto Plus, once it gets to that amount, it's always won by someone in South Trinidad. So when I
yes,
saw that
they-
someone in Tobago won it, I mean, I had to go look for my ticket, you know.
there's a perception in North Trinidad as well. When the lotto reaches that sort of figure, somebody from South wins it. And I've known people drive to South to buy a ticket.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
So why delivery there by Webster?
Yeah. Had it been South, I would have said it would have been Vinod Mamchan if it was in South. But since it's in Tobago, I can't put him in. So you better go and check your ticket,
Yeah, I have
Marcus,
to check
when
my
you
ticket.
get back to the hotel. And I suggest don't tell very many people.
No, of
You
course
could
not.
tell me.
Yeah.
You could tell me. I mean, I just want a small loan, a 2 mil. 2 million would be.
And I would love to be that successful person.
Yeah,
I mean,
well.
we need an indoor facility in Tobago for cricket. You know, we have the likes of Joshua James and Orlando James and others.
I tell you
know,
something,
yeah.
Marcus. I saw Joshua James over the weekend here.
Yeah, and I
playing
mentioned him
against-
yesterday.
Playing against Queen's Park for Clark Road.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've really had sat down and looked at him. He's a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
He's a big guy, hits
Very
the ball
powerful.
really hard. He looked a good player, and there was no fear of Sunil Narayan. You know, and I'll get back to this after this delivery from Webster. Yeah, I thought Clark Road, they were beaten in the first innings by Sunil Narayan, the name.
Yes.
Not Sunil Narayan, the bowler. And I'll explain what I mean. I think they all got jitters when Sunil Narayan picked up the ball.
Yeah.
And they all tried to be ultra careful and ultra defensive. And balls that they were blocking half volleys, you know, and of course that got Narayan more on top of them. And I mean,
seven for no run.
6
Seven
point,
made-
well, it was 6.4. Let's get correct. It was 6.4
6.4,
overs,
okay.
6 maidens,
Wow.
none for 7.
Wow.
You know, and but the second innings, I think they came out with much more purpose, and they decided, well, you know what, they're not going to let him. I mean, he still picked up 6 wickets, but he got 6 for 101, and most of those 101 would have come off the bat of James.
Yeah.
You know, he looked really good. He went out there and he was stroking the ball nicely. And he's a big man, so he hits the ball hard as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think he
well,
got
yeah.
5 sixes
Wow.
in the innings. You know,
116.
he
116.
really batted well.
Yeah. And I'm happy that you were there to witness that.
Well, gets to the edge, but seemed to have come off the top of the bat more than anything else. A little bit more bounce from Tion Webster there, and coming off the top of the bat and going out towards that third slip. So the end of the over from Webster. At the end of it, Barbados, they continue to go along nicely here, 90 for 1. And they're still just 113 now behind, but the important thing is they've got 9 wickets intact.
Yeah, I don't know what's the plan here for the Red Force. Obviously, they have to get wickets. How are they going to get those wickets? I'm trying to see the plan he set here by Captain Darren Bravo. He's now employed, that looks to be a gully, or we want to call it a slip. That's Jid Cooley.
Yeah,
A slip in
he's-
place. It's
Yeah,
more
well,
like
yeah.
the second slip, third slip.
Yeah, more like he's gone more closer
right.
now, so you'd have to say it's a second slip. So 2 slips in place, and then there's that forward short leg.
And it appears that Brian Charles will be operating from members end.
Yeah, he's
For this first session of play, and yeah, they need to get wickets, and
they do, and the longer Barbados bat without losing another wicket, it's more pressure they're going to put on the Red Force.
yeah, no doubt they'll be looking to bat once, and they have the time in which to do that, having bowled or skittled the Red Force out in the first day's play. 203 runs. That's a good
That's
delivery.
a lovely delivery. Just spinning, beat the outside edge as Warren was lunging forward.
Okay.
Must be butterflies in Warren's stomach making his debut. Marcus, he's
I've been there.
yeah.
I mean, every time you take that, and just looking at the replay, pitching good delivery there, and bringing the batter on the front foot, and that's what we want from Brian Charles.
Yeah, you need to draw him into
Just
that,
bring-
into a
yeah.
defensive prod and get that ball to just spin away from him,
And he
and
has-
hoping that it takes the edge of the bat.
And he has the feel for it.
A little bit more bounce as well from Charles, and you could see Worrell was getting onto that back foot to maybe punch it through the offside, and had a little bit more bounce, and in the end he was just defending. It's not a bad spell from Charles.
Good delivery once again. I like the idea from bringing him
on the front foot. Yeah.
The end
Well,
of the over.
the end of the over, and it's 90-1 Barbados Pride, and Brian Charles, he's completed 12 overs, 1 for 33.
Let me see. I want to see who. Well, if Webster will continue from this end, that's the media center end. And it looks like Carrie Pierre. Is Carrie Pierre? Webster is going to continue.
Yeah,
I'm not too sure if that's the.
Yeah, I would have certainly given Imran Khan a bit of a bowl, you know, and see what can happen with Imran Khan.
And it looks still a good pitch for batting.
Yeah, it does.
And batters, they have enjoyed the scoring of the seamers.
Yeah, but Imran Khan, he's just taken 5 wickets in the tournament. Of course, just playing 2 of the games. 2 out of the 4 games. Well, this is his 3rd game, Imran Khan. But has always done well at regional level. And people keep saying it's a mystery that he hasn't gone on to play for the West Indies. But
young McCaskey has looked really good. Looked really good for his 60 from 98 balls. Very, very prolific. That P Wood again on the front foot. I felt this morning Anderson bowled too full to him.
Runs for McCaskey again. It's going to pick up just a single because there's cover out at that deep point position. So just one more for McCaskey.
Very, very short a batter, and you expect that there's a saying with the science that the shorter you are, more balanced you will be in terms of your center of gravity, and it makes you more balanced at the crease. McCaskey looks very. Would you say he's short or just in between?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's short, but I wouldn't say he's tall.
Yeah,
he's not a Brian Lara.
He's not Brian Lara.
But he is not. He's not a Joel Garner. You know what I mean?
Yes. But he looks very balanced, I must say. And I'm happy, just being here, witnessing the best that we have in terms of regional cricketers. Oftentimes you hear of the names, but you see the scores, but not how they would have made runs or take wickets.
It's just too wide of the off stump from Webster.
And Trinidad and Tobago, very short in terms of the fast bowlers at their disposal.
Yeah, with
Shannon
Jaden
Gabriel
Seals and Jaden Seals injured.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping he recovers quickly.
Yeah.
Jaden Seals, such a promising career. And plies his trade right here at the Queen's Park Oval, coming from the junior ranks. And has so much potential. You see, Bravo has now gone to that short cover position.
Worrell still.
Webster's getting some bounce, isn't he?
And it's just from a good length. I'm not too sure how he was able to extract that bounce.
Because he's not a tall man either.
And he ambles in as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's good uncomfortable stuff for Webster. And in the last couple of overs or so, the Red Force, they have been able to control the scoring. I felt that the start of play, a lot of loose deliveries from Anderson Phillip.
Yeah. Well, when you look at Tion Webster, he's now he's just completing his 7th over. Just 2 more balls to complete his 7th over, and it's none for 8. We see now there's a forward squill, a forward short leg, is it? No. I thought they were going to look to bring in after that ball with some bounce. They may have thought of, because Bravo is walking around there, but I think he's just playing mind games with Worrell, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Worrell got struck in the sweet spot there.
Yeah.
So Bravo is just checking to ensure that everything is okay.
So it's Webster's going to continue. He hasn't bowled badly.
No.
But the thing is, to be honest, I don't think he's looked penetrative enough. But he's been steady, he's been good, and almost as if he's just waiting on the batsman to play a full shot.
Hey, and that's what I mean. Off commentary, I've been watching that in terms of the approach of the Red Force's bowlers, in that it didn't look like we're gonna like blast a batsman out or
Yeah.
prize a batsman out by some mystery. It looked like we were actually waiting for the batters to make a mistake, and there was Mosley presenting the opportunity and brilliantly taken there by Bravo.
I heard a siren passing behind. I was looking for Joel to see if he was ducking or lying on the floor. He said he's never heard so much sirens since he's been in Trinidad and well, he hasn't gone to Tobago.
I'd love for him to come to Tobago.
I'm trying for him. I'm trying. Here's the end of the over from Webster. It's none fade. I'm trying to encourage him to go to Tobago and spend a day, but he's I don't know. He seems very reluctant. I'm not sure if he likes the beaches. I bet it's the man coming from Barbados. Everywhere you go in Barbados is a beach.
and of course, come next month we do have our jazz festival in Tobago.
Yes, I've been to that. When I was when I was employed full time, I used to we at Carib we used to be a sponsor of the
Right,
jazz
right.
festival. So I always interacted with the chairman,
John Arnold.
John
Arnold,
Arnold.
right.
Yes, we always interacted and went across. I saw Elton John.
Right.
I saw Diana Ross. Some big names
yeah.
passed through that jazz festival, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. And this year we're gonna have Boys to Men.
Yeah.
And it looks
I remember when with Elton John, there was almost the backstage was almost a hotel. It was unbelievable.
their riders require a lot of things.
Yeah.
Well, this is a surprising change to me here. I'm
Yeah,
calling.
Gary Pear.
And from that particular end, I felt that
Imran Khan? Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought so as well. I thought Imran Khan could have been the man to operate. And decided against it.
let's see what Carrie Pear can do.
Marcus, you know the man who's come into the box? Royalty.
Royalty.
Yeah. You know him?
Should
Ian
we have-
Wilson.
Should we have?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's really French. He's Ian Wasson. Yeah. But Trinidadians call him
I've
Ian
heard
Wilson.
I've heard
A
of.
very, very common Ian Wilson. Man, it's not Ian Wilson. He's Ian Wasson.
It was so
Yeah, he's graced us with his presence.
fantastic.
I think I wanted to take up something he wrote, and I can't. It slips me now. Something he wrote about. Oh yes, I'm going to mention it in a minute. He wrote how Clark Road, they were bowled out for 70 something. I can't remember how much they made now. On what would have been a 4th day pitch at the Queen's Park Oval in the first day of that game with Clark Road, where Narayan picked up 7 wickets. There's McCaskey not looking. He stood on the crease and played that. He didn't come forward or didn't go back. What he did not see is that when the game here finished early, that they sprinkled it and they rolled it up and down for about 15 hours. So it was a very, very good pitch. But he's giving the impression, you see these reporters, sometimes you have to be very careful with them, Marcus.
So it was
He
a misrepresentation
He
of
was
facts.
giving the impression that it was a 4th day pitch, that they were bowled out cheaply on a 4th day pitch. Never saying, well, it was all prepared and rolled and watered and it was and was just fantastic bowling by Sunil Narayan. I don't know, I wanted to pick him up on that on air to find out his explanation. So I was disappointed when they told me he was not working. Here is a single from McCaskey, so he picks up 1. It's the end of the over from Carrie Pear. His first over for the morning. He's now completed his 2 overs, none for 4. He had 1 over yesterday. So McCaskey goes on to 62 now. This is a man whose top score in first class cricket before was 29.
And untroubled. I think he's yet to give or offer a chance. 92 for 1. For the 52 runs scored in today's play. He'll have added 52 runs today. Yesterday, they eased to 40 without loss yesterday afternoon, the Pride. And as I said before, no doubt they'll be looking to bat all day today. They'll want to bat once and see if they can have a go at the Red Force again and complete an innings victory. And Webster is going to continue from the media center end. And nothing to really comment on Webster in terms of his bowling this morning.
No, his line has been good, his length has been good, and really and truly, he's kept down the runs except for that one. That goes through there. This man is really batting well now.
Prolific.
That was a lovely shot. It was pitched up to him, and he just eased into the drive, didn't he? Didn't hit it with, well, it went with a lot of power, but, it was all pure timing. He hit it so sweetly in the middle of the bat. Let's have a look, Marcus.
Yeah, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, he's very prolific on the front foot, and this is what they call a textbook cover drive, right to the pitch of the ball. And of course, all he needed to do was beat the fielder and ran into the boundary for yet another beautiful four there by McCaskey.
Give him width by Webster, and that's all he needed. He's got to get closer to that off stump.
And there's no movement on offer, as we saw yesterday of Hakeem Jordan.
Yes.
T and Webster. Ever so often he gets that uncanny bonks.
That's better. But again, very well played from McCaskey. It's looking so good. This McCaskey, when you look back at McCaskey, 6 innings before this, 135 runs with a top score of 29 and an average of 22.
He's looked really good in this innings, I must say.
He looks much better than
Picture
that.
perfect.
Yeah.
And Bravo has reinforced the offside. But I think it's not the field is the problem. I think they lengthen the lines of the bowlers for the Red Force. And Da Silva now up to the stumps. And look at McCaskey. He's very, very still at the crease. Minimal movement. I think that was that's basically attributing to his drives.
Very interesting that Joshua Da Silva has come up to the stumps and saw that the ball came out of his hand, and Bravo, he threw it to Bravo and Bravo threw it back to him. He threw it back to Bravo, Bravo threw it back to him. So Bravo was obviously giving him a little peekong there, catch the ball.
Since I've been a player, that's one of the skills I've never tried, as wicket keeping. But I've always been critical of keepers.
Marcus, you can't try wicket keeping. That's not something
But
you
there
try.
There's some folks.
You can try to bowl or you may try to bat. You can't try to be a wicket keeper.
It's a specialist position. Well,
Yeah.
I have some guys who believe that they can do it.
Well, I hope you're not on their side. It's such an important position, a wicket keeper. Can make or break your team, can he?
And what would you love for a wicketkeeper that can bat better than he can keep or keep better than he can bat?
Well, it's got to be a combination. You need a wicketkeeper who is a specialist, but who is not a rabbit, who can hold his own when he gets to the crease. Well, Adam Gilchrist is he's an exception, isn't he? Jeffrey Dujon.
Yeah.
I thought Jeffrey Dujon was more of a batter than a wicketkeeper. But his stats will tell you that he did wonderfully well as a wicketkeeper. It's the end of the over from Webster. It's the Barbados Pride going along nicely, 96 for 1 in pursuit of 203. Ridley Jacobs probably was probably a better keeper than a batsman, but some would argue that he might have been a better batsman than a keeper. But you can go all the way back to people like Jackie Hendricks. That gentleman, Derek Murray, we were specialist keepers.
Yeah.
Dinesh Ramdin, I thought, was more of a specialist keeper, but can certainly hold his own with the bat and make runs.
Indeed.
Even going outside of the West Indies, you talked of Adam Gilchrist. Then there was a guy called Alan Knott who played for England was a really good batsman, and you even now you look at Josh Butler. It's I think no longer the days when you have a wicket keeper just looking to wicket keep. He must be able to hold his own with the bat. Carrie Pear is going to continue. Worrell is just on 2. He's almost been non-existent. The partnership is worth 27 runs, and he's on 2 from 26 deliveries.
Still.
And I think that's why, Marcus, they needed to dry up the runs at the next end.
Worrell on debut. Show that his parents and friends are watching on.
Had they put McCaskey under some pressure, dry up the runs from his end, who knows? He might have tried a rash shot, but runs are coming so easily off the bat of McCaskey that they're not worried.
Non-Vic. Oh, he wanted that boy.
But Worrell, good in defense, not able to get the ball and find the gaps, get the ball away and find the gaps. But he's,
Going cap.
you have to think, is he going to be continue to be this patient?
Oh, it's
I'm trying to identify what's the plan here from the Red Force, because you know Warrell in debut, still a bit nervous, 2 from 29 balls. And what's the line of attack for Caripia and the Red Force? Could we?
Well, you can't. Maybe if you take out the man at point and put him to a silly point to put added pressure on Worrell, but at the moment I think he's putting pressure on himself because he's not looking to work the ball into the gaps. He's just content on just defending. So the end of the over from Caripia. So 33 overs have been bowled, 96 for 1. Caripia none for 4. That was a maiden over. And Webster is going to carry on. I'm not sure. Is Imran Khan in the field? Yes, he's there in his long sleeve. Maybe today for the before lunch he's just there to pose, because I just can't understand. It's beyond me why Imran Khan has not been given an opportunity to bowl an over or two.
Yeah, because it's surprising to me that Caripia came on from the members end before Imran Khan, and I felt that.
Marcus, sorry to cut you, but you know, if you're bowling Tion Webster from one end, then to me, his job should be to tie up an end.
Yes.
He should be looking to bowl maidens, but runs are leaking from Tion Webster's end as well. So you may as well try to go for out and out attack and try and get the wickets. So you were making a point. I just had to. I'm getting upset.
Yeah, no, and rightly so, because I believe that Brian Charles, I mean, albeit the 2 or 3 bad balls he bowled in his spell this morning, I felt that he was the only one that was actually troubling McCaskey, and he was replaced by Caripia. Out of both Caripia or Imran Khan at this end. Because the idea, all well and good, you are drying up the runs, but the Red Force, they need wickets. Because they don't want a situation where the pride would be at the crease the entire day, and then probably part of tomorrow, and get a lead in excess of 250, and then you with your weary legs,
then you're out of the
game.
Out of the game. No, but you see, my point is it's you have to make a decision on what you want to do. Yeah. If you're going to tie up one end with Tion Webster, then you can't be leaking runs, and he's leaking runs. I mean, we've seen McCaskey drive through the cover and runs again. Yeah. Now, this is... So McCaskey's happy. He's going to pick up the odd boundary. He's going to pick up the singles. He's going to, so he's not worried. Yeah. You're not getting maidens from this end. Whereas if you can get the maidens from this end and Worrell at the next end, who is struggling, to get off, to sort of find the gaps in the field and get runs, then you're putting them under pressure, because they're going to look at the scoreboard and McCaskey, look at it. This partnership is now worth what? 28. And Worrell has 2 from 31 balls.
Yeah, and then you have to ask a question as well. Worrell and debut, who would you rather face? Tion Webster, Imran Khan, Caripia, who you rather face?
Well, as I said, I don't have a problem with Tion Webster, but what is the purpose of Tion Webster? Yeah. Because to be honest, he doesn't look as if he's going to get a wicket. Yeah. And no, he could very well get one here and make me look like a total idiot. But he really doesn't. So to me, his purpose should be to be tight.
Hold on in.
Yeah, and to be tight. Yeah. You don't want to be leaking runs and giving McCaskey, because McCaskey is happy. He's picking up he gets the odd 4, he picks up the single, he works the ball for 2, and he's quite happy to work the ball around.
Yeah, and unlike what we saw yesterday from Hakeem Jordan and McAllister, in terms of the lengths and lines that they bowl, and aggressively so as well, and they looked like they will get wickets with every delivery, but I'm not seeing that from Tion Webster. But I would not have him on bowling now. No fault of his.
Yeah, he's not bowling badly, And don't think I'm being critical. It's just I just think you need to. I need to understand what is his purpose. Here's he bowls a half volley now and a no ball. So it. I think I'm leaving. I think I'm coming off this broadcast. I'm bringing Joel.
But as I mentioned, I can't see a clear plan from Captain Bravo and the team. I mean, it's like they are just going through the motion and hoping that someone makes a mistake.
Yeah, I just don't understand the plan. And listen, the Barbados batsmen are batting very well.
Yes.
There's no question about that. So you got to have a plan. As to the 100 is up with those 2 runs from Worrell, but I'm not seeing the plan. I'm not understanding it. This is outside the off stump, and I have no problem if Tion Webster bowls 6 balls like that. Let Worrell leave alone every single ball. And keep. You got to decide what you're going to do. Is either you dry up the runs and make them look to play shots to deliveries that are not there, or you try to get the wickets.
Yeah, but for me, I'm going contrary to you in terms of allowing Worrell to leave alone all those deliveries. Him on debut, I will want him to play as many deliveries as possible.
Don't misunderstand what I mean. Look, no run here. No, when I say 6 like that, I mean dry up the runs.
Dry up the runs.
So McCaskey now has to work harder to get the runs, but he's not. It's coming freely, and that's the problem. But 100 for 1, Joel is standing up behind me. I think he's more upset with me than I'm upset, because he's been looking to come in. And I'm just going on, Marcus.
Yeah, I think he'll be very pleased with his countrymen. 100 for 1.
Oh, he's very happy. He's very happy. He laughed. Listen, he was only laughing like this on the very first day of the Barbados Leewards game. After that, maybe part of the second day, he was laughing for the first 2 days.
Yes.
He hasn't laughed since then. And I think he laughed yesterday after tea as well. But I'm happy. He's very happy now. Marcus, I'm leaving you in the hands of Joel Manning.
Yes, indeed. Barbados Pride applying the pressure here on the Red Force. Done really well yesterday. Red Force winning the toss and opting to bat, and they was kitted out for 203. And the Pride, in response to that total of 203, they have reached 100 for 1. And just say, without any nightmares, and Caripea to continue from the members' end. McCaskey on 67 well-played runs, well-made runs. Rashan Pierre on debut, Rashan Worrell, on debut on 4 from 35. I think the jitters is still with him. Let me say welcome to Joel.
Hello, Marcus. You said jitters, but to my mind, he's looked quite easy.
Yes.
The crease so far. He's really looked resolute in his defense. Yes, he's spent some time at the crease. But he's not really looked too flustered or bothered at any real stage of the innings. And it's really a nice time for the young man to really, I guess, put up his hand and say, well, hey, I've been given the chance. And this is what I will do with that particular chance. He uses his feet on that particular occasion, does McCaskey, but doesn't get to the pitch of it. Still able to navigate it. Almost could have found himself in some problems there, Marcus.
Yeah, I think there's a better delivery there from Caripea. A bit of flight and a little slower.
Yeah, but especially given that I'm pretty sure that a week or so ago, Rashawn Worrell wasn't looking at the possibility of being in a Barbados side unless some form of injury maybe happened to somebody. Man goes back now to long off. But the prospect of being here at the first class level wasn't in the back of his head. He had to pack very quickly and rush across the seas. Only an hour flight. No jet lag for him there. But luckily he's been able to get into the game from a fielding perspective.
And I spoke about that yesterday. A single is taken there by McCaskey. And poorly lined there by Caripea to bring to an end the over. 101 for 1. The Pride. And I make that to 101 behind.
Yeah, but usually when on debut, especially as a top order batter, you probably like to field first, get your feet set. He took a wonderful catch. Down at 5 leg, the catch to dismiss Darren Bravo. He got his energy up in the field, had a chance to go home and sleep it off, and then come back this morning and really prep his mind to say, okay, I'm settled. I had a whole day of first class cricket. I got my hat, and openers gave them a fairly decent base as well, so he didn't have to come in on the back of it. I was curious as to what position they would bat him at, because he's usually an opener in Barbados, but obviously given the fact that he's on debut, Jonathan Drakes has been batting 3, Dorish has promoted himself up the order a bit. I was wondering where they might bat him. They opted to bat him at 3, and I like the fact that they did, because it shows that confidence in a young man as well. He also just came back from Dominica on a Barbados 18 tour, because he decided to bring back about the 18 in Barbados as well, and he got some runs over there as well on that 18 tour. He got a 75, but that was a limited over game. Then in the 1 3-day match they played, he got a 40 and 25, so not much, but still he was playing cricket as well, and now got this opportunity, and he's doing relatively well with it, just for 4 off of 35. You would not call it a start, but he spent time.
We see Imran Khan into the attack here, and McCaskey very, very prolific on that front foot. He's not going to miss out on those opportunities to score. And Khan starts with a slow, loopy delivery there.
Yeah, from the leg spinner, you always expect that it might take some time for them to get into it. You maybe tell yourself 1 or 2 drag downs, maybe a full toss to start.
Another drive this time. This time, is he going to run to the boundary? And feel it. It looks like David Mohammed out there in the cover point boundary.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed out there. Good work. All around good cricket. It brings Rashawn Worrell into strike now. I mentioned the fact that I really thought that would be a case of Brian Charles and Imran Khan to be the ones that could potentially be the destroyers today. I realized that from around the wicket yesterday. Shem was getting the ball to turn quite well. Brian Charles did that as well. And now the turn of Imran Khan. Just the 1 over to end off yesterday. Won't be a long spell for him though, as we head towards the luncheon interval.
Yeah, I felt having gone home last evening and just thinking about yesterday's play and coming into today's play, what would have been the plan from the Red Force team? And Brian Charles came to mind. And then having seen Chim hold the ball yesterday, he started off over the wicket, and he was taken for some boundaries off, I think it was Tion Webster, and he decided to come over the wicket, around the wicket, sorry. And he was very successful at that. And Brian Charles tried that today. Not a bad start here by Imran Khan. He's pitching.
Yeah, he's a lot slower through the air than Brian Charles and Kai Pearson. You expect that from your leg spinner. It's really that push and pull factor for him here.
That one was flatter, and it's bowled him. And the debutant, I think he felt that he needed to go, and it wasn't to the pitch of that delivery, and it was a fast and flatter by Imran Khan. I think it was it the other one there? But he deceived Worrell on debut there with that delivery. And if you look at the real play there.
Yeah, we talk about that push and pull factor, opting just there to go with a different length on that particular occasion and drawing Rashawn Worrell out of his crease. You might almost think that the pressure that you guys have been talking about has built up on him. Looked for that release shot, and well, he departs on debut. He's gone for 4. Barbados Pride 102 for 2.
And here we talk about Imran Khan, and Captain Bravo taking very long to bring him into the attack, and immediately his second over in this match, he got that blow of Worrell, a wicket of Worrell, and the Pride, and now 102 for 2. And it means that is it the captain? Dorish is going to come now. Not Dorish. Jonathan Drakes. Jonathan Drakes. Now there's a really good blow there by the Red Force, just on the stroke of lunch, 15 minutes again before lunch. And that was a really, really poor shot of choice there by Worrell, resulting in the loss of his wicket. And good stuff by Imran Khan. He started with some loopy deliveries, but that one, using his experience, and changed the length and the pace of it. And there was Worrell using his feet, but not to the pitch of the delivery. And I felt that his head was in the air as well.
Yeah, obviously he probably left the crease a little early as well, but that is the skill of Imran Khan, the experience that he has at this level, over 100 first-class games to his name, and he gave the first couple some air. Rashawn Worrell played it quite nicely, especially that drive back down to mid-on was quite balanced, opting to use the feet on that particular occasion, and well, it's the end. A good single there by Zachary McCasey. Good early call by him. Jonathan Drakes, who was batted at 3 throughout this championship. He now slides 1 down the order to bat at 4. He's done fairly okay, you would have to say. Obviously, he's going to be looking for some more. And he just got 36 in that first game. He was on debut there. Permal was his undoing against Guyana in the first innings. Went for ducking in 36. And then in his second game.
Any relation to Dominic Drakes?
No relation there between the pair. But then got 1 and 19 and then 22 and 3. So he's gotten a couple starts, as I mentioned, just into what will be his 4th first-class game. And this is where I talk about that experience factor. I mentioned the fact that when you look through the Barbados batting lineup, not many matches there, not much experience in that top 6. And if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force could get it right, I talked about the fact that Imran Khan for me and Brian Charles were those factors. If they could work in partnership, we see Imran Khan got the breakthrough already. But I just felt like, getting Imran Khan there earlier could have really brought about somewhat of a mini slide maybe this morning, as you see the patience wearing thin there from Rashawn Worrell. Especially before lunch, he would have to go inside and know that he played the wrong shot there.
Oh, Jesus.
Drakes. Yeah, that was not called for at that time. Stroke of lunch. You did all the hard work.
Yeah, he did the hard work. As you said, he looked composed. He looked relatively easy. This is going to be an interesting matchup here. Kyrie Pierre to Jonathan Drakes. I mentioned that Permal factor in round number 1, and the fact that he opted to sweep versus Permal to his undoing.
And Kyrie Pierre is into a really tight spell here. I think the captain will be really happy with what he has produced thus far in his spell. He dried up the runs in that particular end. And now he's going to allow the attacking bowler of Imran Khan, because Imran Khan, he likes batters coming at him.
Just land man, get off the mark.
Good shot there
So easy, boy.
by Drakes. And they get his innings going.
Why, bruv?
Yeah, they just opted to push back the men at mid-off and mid-on, and that's what allowed Jonathan Drakes to get what you would call that relatively easy single on that particular occasion. I maybe was wondering why in terms of the tactics on that particular occasion. Zachary McCaskey still looking quite solid as another over comes to an end. 104 for 2 it is here at the Queen's Park Oval. Flags fluttering in the stands. I love the fact that spectators have come in to the Queen's Park Oval here. As I mentioned yesterday, it would have been the most spectators that I've seen thus far at any of the matches. As I went off commentary and through the open window, I could hear some music coming from the stands. I could hear the effervescence of the spectators, because you always know that in a Caribbean crowd you will have those who say a few choice words and really tell you how to go about your innings.
Yeah, they're very knowledgeable about cricket in the Caribbean, they're not shy of offering some advice. I call it advice. Yeah.
Some call it advice, some call it badgering. The days of being at Kensington Oval and really hearing them, especially after a couple beverages.
Yes.
Imran Khan into his second over, and they are playing a bit more pressure now. So a man at short leg, Jason Mohammed, and now under the helmet.
And I like this, because I felt that they would have done that for Worrell being on debut. It's a good move by Bravo. And the fact that Imran is going to give it that flight, as a batter. I mean, I consider myself a batsman. You love to see that ball there, and you have that dip. Sometimes it works out, but sometimes it doesn't.
I'm going to ask you something after this. You said you consider yourself a batter, but the important thing is how many more people consider you a batter as well.
Some bowlers. Very interesting stuff. Zakan, no doubt he'll want another one to go into lunch here.
Goes flatter and probably gets away with that one on that particular occasion. Dragging it down was Imran Khan, the flatter, faster delivery. And Jonathan Drake's probably telling himself to the right or left of Tion Webster there, and it was guaranteed a boundary. Loud appeal, but not out. The shake of the head from the umpire. That one probably sliding down the leg side on that particular occasion.
This is really good stuff here by Imran Khan. That was faster. And he's showing all his experience, Imran Khan.
Worked away nicely into the leg side by Jonathan Drake. That's actually a very strong area for him in terms of when I look at the runs. And I say that very likely because he's not really gotten off just yet. But I look at the runs that he's scored so far. He's played quite well off the legs thus far in this tournament.
Yeah. McCaskey in striking now. He'll want to face a majority of the remaining overs before lunch. Very, very solid on the front foot. It's been there since last afternoon. That's the end of the 30th over in this innings of the Barbados Pride. And they have reached a total of 105 for 2. And they are eating into this Porsche total of 203 made by the Red Force, winning the toss yesterday on batting. And the pitch looks a belter from here. No grass. Grass is just on the, not in the danger areas, the business areas. And you expect that the spinners will play a big part here for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. I'd love to see Brian Charles, not Brian Charles Lara, but Brian Charles back into the attack after lunch. But Carripe is going to continue. I'm very impressed with how he has bowled. Still need to give a little bit more air, but I understand the role he's playing now. As I mentioned earlier, Captain Bravo, he has that balance to play, being attacking and of course defensive as well.
Goes up, and what goes up must come down, and it comes down in the hands of Darren Bravo. He juggles it, and well, celebration for the Red Force. Zachary McCaskey, or rather Jonathan Drake, sorry, he has to depart, not troubling the scores too much. He just goes for 2. And 105 now for 3.
And it's like deja vu. We saw this yesterday from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters. I mean, that was a nothing delivery again. But I like the fact that Carripe gave it a bit of air and tempted Jonathan Drakes to go over mid-on. And of course, he only found that Darren Bravo. He's not going to drop that at all. And here we see the replay again. And Carripe just giving some air, but he wasn't never to the pitch of the ball. I think he got the inside portion of the bat, the inner portion of the bat. And Captain Bravo with his second catch today gets rid of Jonathan Drakes. Barbados Pride 105 for 3 here now.
Yeah, not the shot that Drake should have been playing there. He's a new man to the crease. Just 8 minutes now before lunch. In terms of looking for that type of expansive shot, yes, the field was in, but at the same time, when you look at it and think about the situational awareness, you've now come to the crease. Zachary McCaskey is the more experienced batter in terms of time spent at the wicket. Look to rotate the strike. Look to probably just battle the session because there's time after lunch. So an ill-advised shot brings about his demise, and once again I go back to that experience factor and how much the Red Force could probably capitalize on that experience. To my mind, there is the downfall of Jonathan Drake's experience and just playing the wrong shot. 105 now for 3, and out strides the captain in Shane Dowrich to the crease. He's been the anchor across a couple of the rounds. He was the anchor in round number 2 versus Jamaica, the anchor certainly in innings number 1 versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes, and he's going to have to be the anchor here today as well if Barbados Pride are going to post what is a good total in their first innings.
I like the term you used in terms of situational awareness, and I mean 3 overs again before lunch, three most. You want to be a bit tighter.
Yeah, you would look at that and the term that many would use is a soft dismissal. Quite a soft dismissal there for John Hendricks. He's a lot better than that. He's been selected to be a lot better than that as well.
None.
Shane Dowich, full of experience. 35 matches for the West Indies.
Will be warm.
Wicketkeeper batsman. Coming off 100. Captain of this Pride team.
Oh, yes.
Contrasting innings for Shane Dowich in round number 3. It was got that 100, and it was a well played 100. It was a positive 100, and then got a duck in the second innings, a part of that slate of 78 all out.
Get it.
And one of the reasons I love cricket, and that's him getting off the mark there, Dowich. Good feeling. And Sean McCaskey, very disappointed in his partners. After the fall of the first wicket at 69. So make it, what, 23 runs, 3 wickets. Red Force.
Still looking quite good at the crease is McCaskey. Wickets falling around him, but I hope that his brain is still there and ticking over quite nicely. The end, though, another over 106 for 3. 39 overs bowled to the Barbados Pride so far. We had just 12 overs bowled yesterday.
And so let's look at the partnerships for the Pride. 69, 33, and then 3. And no doubt McCaskey and Dowich will want to get a partnership going here. And you get the feeling that the game is now in the balance. This partnership is key.
Yeah, certainly is at that stage whereby somewhat of a swinging pendulum, almost whereby you take another one here, especially if it's probably Shane Dowich. And then all of a sudden you're into guys who don't necessarily have the grit of experience. You have Kevin Wickham to come. Rashawn Primus has played some matches, funny enough, for the Red Force. This is his first game for the Barbados Pride.
Oh yes, for the draft. He's in the draft for, that's it, Primus?
No, Rashawn Primus, yeah, he's played, I believe, probably about 14 first-class games. I think I'm correct on that one. Somebody could probably correct me, or I could just go and look online very quickly. But he's actually not played for Barbados Pride at the first-class level as yet, so he received his cap yesterday. So, as I mentioned, he actually has played for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at the first-class level for all of his matches. Opts to sweep. Does McCaskey, gets it into a bit of space, but it can only get one.
It's a really good spell here by Imran Khan. And he, too, has dried up the runs from this media centre end. This funny game of cricket, a game of great uncertainties. You can be batting at 200 up Lawson within a space of a couple overs. They can be all out. You know that the Red Force, they would have known that the Barbados Pride coming into this game having collapsed against the Leeward Islands. And the Red Force, they should be telling themselves that, especially the bowlers, let us just keep a good length, a good line, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, there's always a case of that, and that's why I go back to the words of coach, or, well, at that time, assistant coach Rad Emmerich. Whoever is more patient will be the ones that will be successful in this encounter. That's exactly what he said in the interview, that both sides have batters that like to get after the bowling, and it really will come down to that patience factor, because in the impatience is when you play that stroke. Stroke that we saw from Jonathan Drakes, the stroke that we saw from Tion Webster. Goes flatter, and it's banged into the man at short leg.
That position is a position. I don't envy the persons who are experts in that position at all.
Vikash Mohan there, putting his body in the way, doing a service for his country.
Doing a service for his country. That's a better comeback there by Imran Khan, bringing an end to the over. 40th over there, 108 for 3.
Yeah, not just the end of the over, but also lunch here on day 2 of round 4 of this encounter at the Queen's Park Oval between the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Barbados Pride. So at lunch, 108 for 3. The Barbados Pride losing 3 wickets this morning. The wickets of Mosley, the wickets of Rashawn Worrell, and the wickets of Jonathan Drakes. So when you look at it, almost a balanced morning, you would have to say, going into lunch. Red Force just finding their way back into this encounter, thanks to some good bowling by Brian Charles, Imran Khan, and Kerry Pierre as well. So just to run through what we've had so far for this morning. Barbados Pride, they ended play at 40 without loss. 12 overs were bowled. Zachary McCaskey, he was 21 not out, and Shane Mosley, he was 19 not out. Since then, Mosley, he was the first to go. He went for 25. He was caught bravo bowled Charles. Next to the wicket was a debutant in Rashawn Worrell, and he spent some time. He spent 38 deliveries at the crease before his 39th was a use of defeat to Imran Khan, and he was bowled. And then Jonathan Drakes, well, he played an ill-advised shot, and he went for 2 off the bowling of Kerry Pierre. The not-out batsman at the crease, Zachary McCaskey, he's batted well for his 71, his highest first-class level score. And the skipper, the experienced Shane Dorrich, he's there on 2. The bowling figures for the Pride, Brian Charles, 1 for 33, Anderson Phillip, none for 43. Tion Webster, none for 16, Kerry Pierre, 1 for 8. And Imran Khan, 1 for 6. Before we sign off, a quick look at action around the region. Guyana, they were bowled out for 278. In reply, Jamaica Scorpions, 64 for 8. And Leeward Islands, 333 for 7. So they've picked up some bowling points in that particular encounter. In fact, now 338 for 7, and Jamaica Scorpions, well, 64 for 9. Will the follow-on be enforced? Guyana seem to have one hand on the championship, it looks like. But signing off here for lunch at the Queen's Park Oval, Barbados Pride, 108 for 3. We'll be back very soon with action. The after-lunch session in round number 2. Or rather, in round number 4, day number 2 of the West Indies Championship. Good afternoon and welcome back to the sunny Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. Round 4 action, Barbados Pride versus the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Well, things looked like it would have been Barbados morning, and then they lost 3 wickets. 108 for 3 is where they find themselves. The wicket takers, Brian Charles, Imran Khan and Kari Pierre. So spin doing the trick for the Red Force this morning. And you might expect that spin might continue on. But as I say that, I see Anderson Phillip gearing up to come from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. So they've opted to go with something a little different. Phillip with a bold 5 overs this morning. No returns for him. He switched ends now because he was coming, or rather operating, from the end where we currently are in the media centre. So Phillip will take the ball after lunch. And to continue for Barbados Pride, Zachary McCaskey. He has been resolute thus far in everything that he's done. He's been positive, and for that he's been rewarded 71 off of 127 deliveries. And he's joined at the crease by his skipper, Shane Dowrich, coming off of 100 in round number 3. And well, he hoped that he can bring another 100 here. Just playing one pitch to the left of where we played in round 3 versus Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So you're hoping that his fortunes and the favours will continue for him. Alongside me, Marcus Daniel. Marcus, what do you make of the game so far?
And of course, 68 runs scored in that morning session by the Pride, and 3 wickets taken by the Red Force. They now trade, well, the Pride, they now trail the score of 203 by 95 runs. And interesting stuff to see Anderson Phillip starting the attack here just after lunch. Kari Pierre, he operated from that particular end just before lunch, and I felt that he did well to stem the flow of runs and got that important breakthrough of Jonathan Drake's. But interesting to see what Anderson Phillip would do after lunch, returning from injury. He had to find his best form, that's according to me.
Starts with 1, just back of a length. Does Phillip. He was operating this morning and bowling quite full and outside of the off stump, and Zachary McCaskey and Shane Mosley, they really capitalised on what he bowled. He then opted to maybe go to a short ball ploy. As we saw, they put a man at fine leg and a man at deep backward square leg. That didn't work from either side. There was no swing. The short ball ploy didn't necessarily work. He didn't really bowl too many short balls. But it'll be interesting to see what he comes back for here. He's been given another chance. He's been asked to switch ends. Let's see how he goes about it.
Yeah, but the game is in the balance at this time. You get the impression of wicket here, especially that of Dowrich. Well, certainly swing things in Red Force's favour. And a partnership between Dowrich and McCaskey, who has looked really well since he took that position at the crease yesterday afternoon. A partnership here will certainly put the Pride in position to firstly get to the 203 and then build on the lead. I know that they were looking to get a lead at the end of today's play, and the Red Force will be looking to get the remaining 7 wickets here.
And the first runs after lunch go to Zachary McCaskey. He'll be eyeing up what will be a maiden century here at the first class level. Prior to this, a highest score of 29. He had a string of 26s as well. So a marked improvement for him. I talked about the fact that the opening partnership between himself and Mosley has been relatively fruitful this time around. They got to a half century in terms of that partnership, and it was just a case of one or the other has kind of gone on to do something. So Mosley has picked up 250s thus far. Zachary McCaskey gets his first 50 of this tournament and his first as well at this level. But it brings into strike now Shane Dowrich, the captain. A lot will be on his shoulders here, Marcus.
Yeah, of course, especially coming off for 100 in the last match, another 100 in the second inning. Well, he'll want to lead from the front here. Quick single taken there. That's a really good length and line there by Anderson. And I get the feeling that that's where he has to pitch the ball. I think he was a bit too full yesterday afternoon, and this morning Really, really full. And of course, McCaskey, in the form that he's in, he would have actually punished Anderson. But you get a feeling that he has to bowl that in between length and line with the pace that he's bowling. And returning from injury, never an easy task for a fast bowler. You still have to trust the body. Better length and line by Anderson. And I'm hoping that he can continue this menacing line and length. And there was a forced single there. The single takes his score up now to 111.
It was interesting that this morning the deliveries that I mentioned were the ones that troubled Zachary McCaskey, the ones just in around that middle and off stump line, where Zachary McCaskey was kind of feeling for it, as we saw there on that previous delivery. Outside of that, he didn't bowl too many of those. Like I said, he was wide and short, and McCaskey pounced on those. But anytime he came straight, and as I said, just around that middle and off stump line, angling back in with the arm, McCaskey has just been feeling for it just a bit.
He started really well after this luncheon period, and it takes me back to yesterday's play where McAllister, in his second spell, coming from the same members end, and that's the end of the over there. The Pride 111 for free, and McAllister in his second spell really menacing, and he got the wicket of Mohan, and I think the Red Force will be thinking the same thing in terms of having Anderson come from that end. Start of a really good spell for him here. And of course, as a West Indian, not as a native of Trinidad and Tobago, you'd want him to do good.
Are you sure that it is as a West Indian? I mean, you don't have to lie on the commentary, you know. You see, I often make comments and say I'm being impartial, and at those stages, I technically am being, but are you at this stage?
Yes, indeed. The bigger picture is the West Indies, yeah?
Fair enough.
And of course, and I don't want to see a young McCaskey carry his bat here in terms of he's gotten a start at 73 from 131 balls, and we saw yesterday a number of the Red Force batters got a start as well, but they didn't carry on. And I don't want to see McCaskey, in his best innings thus far at this level, take it further into the triple figures.
Well, Imran Khan will continue.
Oh, that was a really brave leave there by, that's what, McCaskey?
Yeah, McCaskey opting to leave there, and that's the variations that Imran Khan has. That one just sliding on with the arm and not turning out of the surface. Imran Khan earlier today opted to turn, I would say, majority of the balls in the over, probably just opting for one in the latter stages to be that flatter one that goes on, slides on. Almost McCaskey not picking it there, but to his comfort, the off stump had no part to play in it.
Yes, indeed. And that's the trickery and the mystery of leg spinners. And there's some batters they will read them out of the hand, and then some will read them off the pitch. And the great players will tell you that they look at the rev of the ball. I mean, you have to have hawk eye to really see the rev of the ball.
That one driven back along the ground. I don't think it will have the legs to get into the boundary. Goalie does the work there, and they get two. I think the good thing about this surface, though, for the batters, for those who would be the ones picking off of the surface, though, is that it hasn't been fast turn. Yeah. That's the only thing. They were saying that, the turn from the surface, is relatively not necessarily square just yet, but it's been slow turn out of the surface, and it makes it just a tad bit easier for the batters to read out of the surface. Coming off of the edge, ballooning almost there off of the splice of the bat of Zachary McCaskey. I see him looking down at the surface to see where that delivery pitched just as soon as I talked about it. Not really, turning sharply. But that one I think more so had to do with a bit more bounced than Zachary McCaskey might have been bargaining for on that occasion. His hands were just a bit low there on that occasion. The ball coming off the splice of the bat. No harm, no foul though.
A bit more energy from Imran Khan there. And this is a really good start after the luncheon break here by the Red Force bowlers. The end of yet another over. 113 for free. Imran Khan and Anderson Phillip operating for the Red Force. And they are in search of wickets. And the Pride looking to apply the pressure, occupy the crease. And they no doubt will want to bat once in this contest. And they'll make it they are 93 runs off of the Red Force total of 203. And I think the management and staff of the Red Force team, Captain Dorich as well, and want to get anything in excess of 400. And it will take a lot of batting, especially from the captain himself. And should be in a bit of form. McCaskey has shown the way, has shown how to get runs on this pitch. No demons. I've seen 1 and 2 bonks awkwardly from T.N. Webster. But outside of that, it has been pedestrian pace from this pitch.
And behind it easily is Dowrich. And because of that, I wonder maybe why the option. I'm not saying it's a bad option, but why the option to start after lunch with Anderson Phillip, given how we've seen this pitch play, how it's responded to him as a seamer, I just figured that maybe there might have been another option. Maybe they see something, or rather know something a little different out there, but just a little curious as to the option to start back after lunch with Anderson Phillip.
Loving that length and line. That's gone! In the end, that's Dorich. Leg before from Anderson Phillip, and that's the length I've been talking about. That in-between length. Not too full, not too short. And there was Dorich playing back there to the delivery. I think he should have been forward to. And Anderson Phillip with the big breakthrough of Captain Shane Dorich. And Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are roaring back in this contest.
Well, they've told me why they've brought Anderson Phillip back to bowl from that end. Shane Dowrich there going back, as you said, to delivery that he probably should have come forward to, but what it was lined up beautifully by Anderson Phillip. Wicket to wicket is what you would like to call it, and that additional pace sliding off there of the surface. Dowrich getting back, and that one just beating him, and well, he's in front of all 3 sticks, and umpire Gustav says, yep, you've got to go. So the big wicket of Shane Dowrich, the captain, the Barbados Pride captain, he goes 113 for 4 it is now. We're into over number 43.
I mean, this game of cricket always surprises us, and the Pride, and they looked really well in getting to 6-9 without loss, but they've now lost 4 wickets. Just about 40 runs scored, and the Red Force, their tail is up at this time, and they would have asked for a better start in this the post-lunch session here. And who knows it best than the captains and the management? Yeah, we are just here as armchair critics, calling as we see it. But Anderson Phillip, I mean, what I've liked with this particular spell, I think that's what we have been asking for from since yesterday and this morning spell. The in-between length, and there was Dowrich playing back to delivery. I think he should have probably been a little forward to, and not taking anything away from Anderson. What a blow there.
What a blow indeed. And it's a good thing I said it's not a bad decision. I was just curious about it. But no, that was brilliant bowling on the part of Anderson Phillip. Probably one of the best balls he's bowled all day as well. So he has answered the questions that we've been answering. And with it, another wicket down and into what now is that tricky period for the Barbados Pride, because I talked about the experience in their lineup. The most experienced would have been Shane Dowrich. He's now back in the hut. Kevin Wickham made his debut just a couple games ago. He's now only into his 3rd first-class game. Rashawn Primus is to come. And I look down that batting order. It's a bit long in terms of that tail after Primus. I question where the runs might come from. Shem Holder can bat. He showed some runs in the previous innings. But Anderson Phillip to continue again. And Wickham is easily behind it. Yes, Shem Holder got some runs in partnership with Shane Dowrich, but in terms of how often will it happen is the question. Hence, that wicket of Dowrich is a very crucial one. You look at a total of 203, and yes, when you look at the surface, you say, probably not enough. But when you have to judge it based on the fact that both sides must come out there and bat, I still think that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are in with a good shout in this contest.
And this game has the making of a really good and exciting finish. And both teams, they have struggled for good form this season. and it's reflected in where they are on the standings. The Red Force in 5th position. I think coming into this game they were like 24.5 points, and Barbados just above them in 4th. Been really inconsistent, and not so much the bowlers, but the batters. Anderson Phillip has started brightly in this post-lunch session for the Red Force. Captain Bravo will be very delighted.
No.
And you can see he's making that effort to not get too full and not too short. And he's known for those those late in swingers. And I saw him down at the Brownlow Academy. I think it was last year. I was really impressed with how he bowled. And many times he had the batsmen's shoulder in arms and losing their leg stump. That's how big the ball he gets the ball to move inward. Anderson Phillip returning from injury. First came here for the Red Force, and I think they have missed the services of him. And if it is that he can hit the lengths and line like he's doing now consistently for the Trinidad Red Force, and more often than not, they will do well in the field. And Bravo doing some final adjustments to the field and bringing Imran Khan off the fine leg boundary.
Tucked away into the leg side there from Wickham. They think about 2. Zachary McCaskey tells him no. And with it, the end of another over. 114 for 4. Successful over for Anderson Phillip. Doing just as the captain has asked him. Getting that early breakthrough after lunch. And we're now into what should be a very interesting session here. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Barbados Pride at the Queen's Park Oval.
And then, of course, while we keep an eye on what's happening around the region as well, you get the feeling that McCaskey is very important. He becomes very important to the score of the Barbados Pride. He's been there since yesterday afternoon and batted all of this morning. He'll now have to shepherd the remaining batters. He's there on 75 from 137 balls. And he looks like Guyana. They're rolling away or running away with the title.
Yeah, certainly set to do just that. Jamaica Scorpions reeling at 103 for 9 at one point. They were 26 for I think maybe 6 or something of that nature. I could be wrong on that one, but it was a little bit for a lot, as they would say. So you call it a recovery as Imran Khan to continue. And Kevin Wickham is playing it nicely. Kevin Wickham is somebody who has really caught the eyes of a lot of people back home in Barbados. He played with the West Indies under 19 in that World Cup that just went by in the Caribbean, and he scored some runs there as well. He's got people talking. He played in the list A cricket with the first class, or not the first class, but the Super 50 competition, and he did relatively well there as well for a young man.
And I like the idea of giving these players the opportunity to express themselves. Sometimes it becomes frustrated that you're putting the scores up for your local club or your team in these different matches, but it is not getting the look in. But he's here now, Wickham. The first time I've actually seen him live. And Captain Bravo, it's a fine adjustment to the field there. He's now in short cover. And Khan into a really good spell here, using all his experience and trying to get Trinidad and Tobago right back into this contest after the batters would have done an injustice to the team yesterday morning after winning the toss and batting.
The thing about Wickham is that when I saw him in his debut match versus Jamaica, he looked very unsettled. And he played a couple strokes. You don't usually see him play, and he didn't get much runs there, I believe. Well, he gets back, and this is going to be runs for him. In fact, it goes all the way over the ropes. So dropping short was Imran Khan, and he's upset with himself, but pounced on very quickly by Kevin Wickham.
Yeah, the short delivery there. The first Bad delivery ball there by Imran Khan. You can see it on the replay here. Pulled down, and Wickham did really well. He used the crease, and that deserved what he got there. 6 runs to Wickham. Oh, he would have loved that delivery to get his innings going. Now moves up to 7 from 9 balls.
Yeah, great use of the feet there by Wickham, getting back very quickly. A good transition of weight from him. He got some runs under his belt, though, after the start that he had. He batted quite beautifully in partnership with Shane Dowrich. The end of that Imran Khan over, just the 6 runs coming from it off the penultimate delivery, 120 for 4. But yeah, Wickham, like I mentioned, on his debut, you expect that. Yeah. To be very honest, you expect the nerves to be there. And I said, he played a couple strokes. You don't usually see him play. However, in partnership with his skipper, Shane Dowrich, and it was funny because Dowrich opted to come one higher against the leewards. He said afterwards that he chose to do that, as we see some scores from around the region, as we mentioned. Guyana 278 all out, Jamaica in reply 103 for 9, and the leewards, well, they're still chugging along, 359 for 7. So they've picked up some good batting points. 110 overs have gone, and I probably think that they maybe picked up 3 batting points for that performance. Don't forget that batting points come within the first 110 overs of the first innings. And I'll get back to Wickham after this. Played by Zachary McCaskey, but can't get it past Bravo at mid-on, or rather not Bravo, but in fact Tion Webster. But Dowrich opted to come one above Wickham because of the situation at Barbados. Pride found themselves in 3 wickets down quite early, and Dowrich came to settle that pressure. And then John Drakes departed, and Wickham joined him at the crease, and the pair put on, I believe, 90-something runs, maybe 92 runs or so for that wicket. Kevin Wickham got 41 off of 68, and it was some good runs for the young man in partnership with the skipper. Another chance for him here.
And a good pitch in which to bat on. And McCaskey has showed the way.
He's certainly been that light for the Barbados Pride so far. He's not really played any rash strokes, you would have to say, for the day. He's really timed it beautifully, especially through the offside. There's a man at cover now and a man back on the point boundary, and that's because of how Zachary McCaskey has been playing throughout the day. He's really collected a lot of runs forward and backward of square of that point position.
And most of those runs came off this particular bowler. Loving the length and the line bowled here by Anderson Phillip. I think they would have had that discussion in the luncheon break, how they would want to attack McCaskey and the batters of the Pride. And I think he felt and should do that as an international bowler. And his length was a bit too full yesterday afternoon, and this morning he was driven by the McCaskey driving school.
Yeah, he was driven and cut a lot, but the difference for me, not just the end, because the end probably didn't make that much difference, but the lanes that he's been bowling. The lines that he's been bowling have been much straighter. As they get a quick single there to Tion Webster. But even in that shot, it tells you the line of the delivery. A lot of the runs that McCaskey was able to pick off of Anderson Phillip this morning has been, as I mentioned, forward of square and backward of square, whether or not it's been on the drive or on the cut. The runs that McCaskey has picked up now after Anderson Phillip has been just back down the ground, and more so, as you saw there, on the onside in terms of that particular delivery. So he's been by far straighter. The dismissal of Dowrich tells you he's also been straighter. So that's been an improvement on his part, and he's been rewarded for that improvement.
Yeah, and of course, if we had the luxury of a wagon wheel, we see majority of the runs scored square of the wicket. It's a lovely, lovely drive there by young Wickham. This is going to run very close to the boundary. And in fact, it gets there now. Lovely drive. It was basically controlled. There wasn't any kind of power to that shot. And such is the beauty of the bats that these guys are batting with these days. That's a lovely shot by Wickham.
Certainly all timing on that particular occasion. Timing and balance. They usually say that if you're going down the ground, especially through mid-on, that balanced must be there. And that was a beautifully balanced shot by Kevin Wickham. They call him John Wick as a nickname.
Not a bad alias to have, though.
Definitely not. Given the success that we've seen John Wick have on the screens. If only he could transfer to the pitch. That was probably one shot.
Oh, that was...
Living dangerously there was Kevin John Wickham. Just steering that one uppishly towards that gully region. Not getting on top of it on that particular occasion, but falling short of the gully. And with it, another over comes to an end. 127 for 4 at the Queen's Park Oval.
And the Pride now trailing by 78 runs. And they're eating away at this total of the Red Force over 203. And they'll want to get up to that 300 mark. But I think small targets they will be looking at now. At 127 for 4. And this partnership of Wickham and McCaskey has set McCaskey and want to take that score at least to 170 up there with this partnership. No doubt they'll want to lead with the position that they were in up until just before lunch. They'll want to get a lead against the Red Force. The lead will represent a really good batting performance by the Pride. An improvement from the last game, well, that of the second innings.
No, anything would be an improvement from that innings, I promise you. Zachary McCaskey still looking good at the crease. Question for you, Marcus. You get a chance to enjoy the atmosphere outside at lunch?
Yeah, most def. You're talking about the atmosphere here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, so they did a quick single there by Zachary McCaskey. A good early call from them.
Yeah, where we are located, I mean, it's nice and windy. Not too sure how the players are feeling now. It's not too hot based on how the clouds are. But yeah, it's a nice chill. I had a sumptuous lunch as well.
Oh, the lunch was indeed good, but I'll give you why I asked you about the atmosphere after this. You see, right? I was steering you in a direction because I opted to head outside to the balcony.
And it's a lead up again.
And pretty much from it, you guys know I love a story. I could hear the soca just coming from the stands. And see, I'm a soca man. I missed Carnival.
Right, you missed Carnival.
I wasn't here for Carnival, unfortunately. So the festivities, the festive air was coming across to the balcony, and that's why I asked you about the atmosphere. You see, the flags are fluttering, but not just the flags. The soca music was coming across. Did you get a chance to enjoy Carnival, Marcus?
Of course I did.
Oh, okay.
It's the greatest show on earth, though. Nice stuff here by Imran Khan. Yes, I enjoyed some fets in Trinidad. The end of that over bowled by Imran Khan. The score 128 for 4.
What was your favorite song for the season, Marcus?
Well, I from the outset, I had Bunji Garling's Hard Fets as the road march, and I attended most of the events that he was listed, because that song kind of got me in a kind of spirit, and for the very first time I came to Trinidad to enjoy Carnival. I normally relax in Tobago and enjoy the after Carnival festivities in Tobago, because we have what we call the cool long in Tobago. We try our very best not to compete with what's happening in Trinidad, because the world is in Trinidad, including Tobagonians. They come to Trinidad for Carnival. So this year, I decided to try out my hand in Trinidad. I'm telling you, I've already booked to come back next year.
Understandable. Hence why it was hurting my heart to experience it just from the balcony.
Yes, at Tobago, yes, we have our own Carnival. Lovely drive here. And this time, that's McCaskey. Yes, Tobago's Carnival is now in October, because, I mean, to try to compete with what's happening in Trinidad in February, it's a lose-lose situation. There's no win there at all, because all Tobagonians come to Trinidad. So the authorities in Tobago felt that Tobago should have its own Carnival, and it's now in October, just after Miami's Carnival. We had it for the very first time last year. Well attended.
I actually thought about coming across for that as well. You see, do not underestimate how much I enjoy soca music and a good party. And in a carnival mood is probably Zachary McCaskey. Yeah. He's certainly feeling the spirit.
Feeling the spirit. Marshall Montado.
But anybody that is privy to my social platforms would know that I wake up with soca music. If you happen to be staying in the hotel room next to me, I apologize, because when I wake at 5 and 6 in the morning, the first thing I do turn on is a bit of soca music as well. It really, it builds the vibe. One must have a vibe before starting the day.
Soca music. Even if you are out of sync in terms of rhythm, soca music gets you going.
Well, one man that's been going quite well after lunch has been Anderson Phillip. We wondered why he was brought back by the skipper, given how things went for him in the morning session. But the afternoon period, he's certainly been delightful in terms of just the small adjustments. And that's funny enough, just all you need at sometimes, just those small adjustments. The runs have definitely dried up in terms of what he's been bowling earlier. He's been a lot straighter. He's asked a couple more questions, and he was rewarded, as I mentioned, with the wicket of with the wicket of Shane Dorrich. It's Zachary McCaskey that's facing here now.
There's a loose shot there by McCaskey. I think that's the first one I've seen him played. And it was just a bit too close to play that cut shot when he has favoured it of Anderson. But Anderson has pulled his length and lined back a bit. And he has troubled all the batters.
Yeah, Zachary McCaskey just swinging, or rather slashing at that one outside the off stump, by far too close to what he's been playing earlier. Living dangerously that particular delivery, but once again, Anderson Phillip just there in that good area. And plus, there's something else behind it, a bit more energy as well outside of the bouncers that he bowled earlier this morning.
That's a good delivery once again. And there you see the in-swinger of Anderson. That's his natural movement. And he had McCaskey feeling for that delivery. And once again, squeezed out to behind square. That's Imran Khan. Single taken.
Yeah, I think it's just looking a little different.
Yeah.
In this Anderson Phillip spell, things are looking different. And like I said, we asked the question, and rightfully so, but he's really shown why. He's given something just a bit more after lunch. Another slip employed now for Kevin Wickham. He's faced 15 deliveries just for 13 runs from them. And this time he goes just wide of mid-on, but can't get it past Tion Webster. He would have driven one back down the ground in the previous over. Quite lovely from him. But another over comes to an end. The Barbados Pride there now 130 for 4 in pursuit of that 203 set by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in their first innings.
And you get the feeling, we spoke about match awareness and match iteration. I get the feeling that probably would have been Anderson's final over. And as batters, you look at these things. Into a bowler into a good spell. You want to see him off. And let's see what Captain Bravo has up his sleeves. Imran Khan is going to continue. And Anderson looked like he was tiring in that final over that he bowled there. Right on the money there, Imran Khan. And you look at Imran Khan with his long sleeves. And all the other fielders, they opted for the shorter sleeves. And the uniforms that they are making these days are a bit more relaxing. I think they absorb the sweat, and it makes it better for players, because long ago with the material, you want to get rid of those shirts as soon as possible. And they call them dry fit, and now you're seeing players in whites with numbers on the backs and the names. In the 4-day game and Test cricket, now trying to rival T20.
Uppish, but wide of the man at cover. Thought for a second there was a bit of danger there. Cries of catch it out on the field. Coming off the leading edge of the bat from Kevin Wickham. Probably turning the bat face too early on that particular occasion. But he survives and gets 2 more runs.
And he'll be better advised to try to play that ball back down the ground. Imran Khan with his leg spin and taking the ball away from Wickham. Sometimes you try to just work the ball to leg, and if you're not to the pitch of it, the result is what happened just a while ago there.
Crafty is Imran Khan. He's into his 8th over, picked up 1 for 17 so far, looking for another. That will not be it though. Easily negotiated by Kevin Wickham. Lets it go outside of the off stump. So just one delivery left now in this Imran Khan over. And Wickham opts to just pat it down to end the over.
And Barbados Pride, they now trail by 71. And look at the bowling figures there for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. 5 bowlers used by Captain and Darren Bravo. And Etienne Webster, the only bowler, he had to get a wicket to his name.
Oh, well,
and as I mentioned before,
yep, that it looked as if that might have been the last one for Anderson Phillips. So he did a job that he was asked to do by his skipper, get that breakthrough. And back into bowl from that Brian Lara Pavilion end will be Curry Pierre. He's bowled 5 overs from that end so far. And he's picked up 1 wicket for his efforts. And with Kyrie Pierre coming into the attack, also coming back from lunch, it will be Colin Murray.
Good afternoon to you, Joel. Nice to be here with you again. Not sure what that was meant. You mean the first time on since lunch?
No. I saw how you came through the door after talking about the lunch that you had consumed and how it had you in a state.
I thought you were doing commentary. I didn't know you were listening to me at the back of the room. But anyway, that's okay.
Well, they don't call it Cricket 360 for no reason.
I had a sumptuous lunch, I must admit. Very sumptuous. So I was glancing every now and again at the cricket. So I saw Jonathan Drakes, how he got out. Unfortunately, I didn't see the dismissal of Worrell or Dorich. But I saw, based on Worrell bowl by Can, bad shot, a good ball.
You should have been here.
I should have been, but I wasn't. So that's why I'm trying to get some sort of idea from you. What happened?
So what I can tell you and the viewers that were not here like you
Yeah.
is that Rashawn Worrell on that particular occasion opted to use his feet, but danced to the wrong tune on that particular occasion and danced past one from Imran Khan. It was fractionally shorter and it was a lot flatter as well. And I think that was where his undoing was, because Imran Khan gave the previous 2 deliveries some air.
Right.
He worked the previous delivery down towards mid-on. And I figured maybe something similar might be coming, is what he thought to himself.
Yeah, well, I saw Jonathan Drakes, a pretty bad shot. Just held out to mid-on.
Yeah, quite an easy catch there to Bravo. And then in terms of the other dismissal that you missed,
Shane Dorich?
Shane Dorich, he was trapped in the pads by Anderson Phillip. A very straight delivery. The shot he played might make you think the ball kept low, but instead you could tell yourself he should have probably been getting forward to that one, especially given that there's not been much bounce out to the surface, and any bouncers have been ones that have been really and truly short, and you could see it as well.
McCaskey is still there, though. He's on what? He's on 79 now, and eyeing his maiden 100, which would really be a great achievement when you look back at his previous innings. Didn't really score, and when you think only never got a half century. So if he was to achieve this 100, it would be a huge feat for him.
A huge feat indeed, and only into his 4th first class match. He actually made his debut in round number 1 versus Guyana. I meant to really come down on you. That'll get to you very shortly.
Again?
135 for 4 after 49 overs. I was standing in the back.
Let me tell you something. I go to Accra Beach, and I have a good time. I go to Barbados. They welcome me nicely. The immigration talks to me wonderfully well. I go to Accra Beach there, so I'm not too sure when you say you want to come down on me. I'm concerned.
No, Colin, this is still friendly.
Oh, it
here,
is?
and you're still
Okay.
welcome to the shores of
thank you.
Barbados.
Thank
But it just
you.
happened to be the back of the commentary box, and you were saying, this is a guy that only has 26 as the highest score previously. And I said, well, Colin, I mean, he doesn't have 100 first-class games, does he? He's still relatively new
finding
at
his
this
feet,
level,
yeah.
Finding his feet, Give him a blight, please.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine, and I have. And he's doing very well, and I'm very happy for him because he's batted well, and no one can take that away from him. He's played some really good shots. I think he's played every ball on its merit, and he's deserved every run of that 80 runs he's made. I saw him in the previous game against the Leewards, and on both occasions he was batting very well and gave his wicket away. Here he hasn't. Let me say, maybe he's learned. He's learned from his mistakes against the Leeward Islands. More runs for him, probably just a couple. Yeah, and I think that what makes a good player. As you go along, you keep learning. You learn from the mistakes you make and that sort of thing. And the 82 he's looked really good for it, and he doesn't look nervous. Getting past his 50 and into the 80s, he's still playing freely. He's not gone into a shell, and as they say, you get them one by one till you get to 100. But he's not. He's playing his shots, and he's really batting well. And he's seen the dismissal of 4 batsmen, including his skipper, and he's not been flustered.
Well,
kudos to him. Kudos to him, not so much to you, but kudos to him.
No, I wasn't giving you the credit there because that was a brilliant assessment of how things have gone today.
And I did also tell you that Imran Khan should have been brought into the attack much earlier. And was it his first over he picked up a wicket?
I believe it was indeed his first. But both of us were singing that tune as well because it started day. I just told myself that in terms of the bulk of the wickets, it had to probably be between the likes of Imran Khan and Brian Charles, and you would throw Curry Pierre into there as well.
I think that's a bonus that Anderson Phillip picked up against the in-form Shane Dorridge. Anderson Phillip didn't bowl particularly well in his first spell, but certainly in that spell, picking up that wicket of Dorridge. It's badly lined by Imran Khan, but as a wrist spinner, you can excuse him with a loose delivery. Imran Khan tends to be more in terms of he really bowls the bad ball. Every now and again he will, but he's much more accurate. His line is good, his length is good, and he's getting some turn, which was expected. So 138 now for 4, and you would think if the Red Force can dismiss McCaskey, this should be a very interesting interesting 60-odd runs to get, 65 runs to get. I would think Barbados, I'm not saying they won't get it, but it's going to be a good fight.
No, it would be a good fight indeed to come. It will be Rashawn Primus, and the heavy-set Primus. Yeah. He can really give it a whack as well, but he scored some runs also.
And he's settled down, I think. Before Roshan Primus used to come out and gave me the impression and that he wanted to hit every ball to the boundary. I think he's curbed that a little bit now, and he's much more mindful in terms of defense.
I think one thing that showed me that his mindset or approach to batting slightly changed has been the Super 50 matches that he played in, how he got some of them to come down extremely close for Barbados.
It's a good bit of fielding in the cover region.
Yeah, I think about one innings in particular, 130 not out, that he got versus Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in the Super 50.
He nearly single-handedly won the game.
Yes, indeed. That was a fantastic innings, and fantastic does not even begin to describe that particular innings.
I saw during the period I went across to the pavilion, I saw Roland Butcher. He is here. And taking in the game. He was full of praise for McCaskey. And he also spoke about Worrell in terms of his potential. Well, it's the end of the over from Carey Pear, 138 for 4, the Barbados Pride. He spoke about Worrell in terms of his potential and says that he's doing so well in domestic cricket. But also spoke about first class cricket, the limitations that the board has with first class cricket, meaning that they would love to play more games, but the timing of the whole scenario is so difficult. And because we were talking about them going to play a test series in Zimbabwe and in South Africa with no real red ball cricket behind them. And sometimes people don't take things like that into consideration, but it's so very true. It's really all about preparation. As Imran Khan, he starts a new over, his 10th, 1 for 20 so far. So in addition to taking the wicket, he's been pretty economical.
Yeah, he certainly has been. He's been bowling quite well, got into good rhythm so far. And he's also trusted the variations on that particular occasion. That was one of them. Kevin Wickham up to the task and pushing for 2. And they get back comfortably. So good running from the young man. Good fast feet. And at that age, you probably expect it, Colin.
Yeah, I think he settled. He was thinking of 1 when he first initially played it. And when he looked up, as he started to run, he looked up. He saw the... who's that out there? That's Tion Webster. Yeah, he saw that maybe the possibility existed for 2. So he threw in another gear and hustled and did well in the end. He's also looking comfortable. I liked... it's dropping just in front. I think it dropped just in front. It dropped just in front. Who am I to say he's looking comfortable? But he was, in fact, Wickham was looking really good at the moment. Let's have a look at this and see...
just pushing out at that one was Wickham. The hands going away from the body, just falling, dying, just short of first slip. Hand in your mouth type stuff there.
Yeah, I remember Wickham in the last game. He looked very composed, and I think here again, he's pleasing to the eye. Kevin Wickham, he's. When he plays the shot, very wristy. Well, there's a silly point now in position, so a slip on a silly point. That's good running, very good running. That's when you call early and there's no hesitation, the runs tend to come easily. But that's a good call. Excellent run.
This pair have run quite well since they've been at the crease. You really are saying that he's been looking good, and he has. And I want to take you even back to after this. Cuts that one for a single, does McCaskey. But even to his under-19 days in terms of the West Indies under-19, because he wasn't originally in that side, 142 for 4 now after 52 overs. Yeah, he came in as a replacement and didn't necessarily start the best, but then got 100 in the under-19 World Cup, and that is where you really saw the potential of Wickham. He came back home to Barbados. He scored some runs as well at the elite level. He was amongst the top 20 averages that we had for the season there, and then he got into what would have been the list A side in terms of playing with the West Indies Academy, and he played in Super 50. He got scores of 44, 52, 46, and these are against the top flight sides in terms of your Jamaica, your Barbados as well, and he's really been showing those signs, as you call, the potential. And there are a lot who are looking at him as possibly that middle order batter that goes through, but he also brings a bit of spin as well. Funny enough, some people call him the mystery spinner because some days he doesn't know what he's bowling, but no, he's really a young talent. and one that I would like to see go far in the cricket. He really got a chance to stick in and bat, as you mentioned, in the last encounter with Dulwich, and they really put on a partnership that looked relatively easy. And then I believe he was, I think, maybe caught that slip. Funny enough, I think similar to there, or maybe the slip was his second innings, but no, he really looked good, and he's looked easy and composed here again. So it'll be good on him if he could get another set of runs under his belt.
I'm a little disturbed though by the scores you're reading out for me. 40 and 650 and 40, and then he got the 40 against the Leeward Islands. So it appears that there's some sort of concentration problem, or maybe he just feels that he's so well set, he plays shots that are not there. But you look at him here, he got to 19, and as I say, very pleasing on the eye. He's been playing the ball around, and then all of a sudden he gets that delivery from Imran Khan. Could have so easily gone to the slip. So he's got to be wary of that, because there was a guy telling me about maybe 2 months ago, a former Trinidad and Tobago player. He said it's amazing that the guys nowadays, they get to 30 and the 40, and then you see something in the press, so and so makes 40, and they feel that is runs, that is that they've made it, rather than going on to 100, and it's so very true. You look at trial games, and you're looking at guys who make 30 and 40 and say, well, he's got to be in the side. But it's Brian Charles. He's replaced Carrie Pear from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And Charles, who's has got 1 for 33, picked up the first wicket to fall this morning, that of Shane Mosley. So he's back into the attack. I haven't seen him since before lunch. And it's going to be bowling to McCaskey. Troubled McCaskey with a couple of deliveries that spun into him. And McCaskey wasn't sure whether he should come forward or go back, and in the end was just flicking at the ball and survived. So Charles, very interesting field. Let's have there's a forward short leg, and there are 3 men out on the boundary on the onside in a backward square leg, deep backward square leg. There's a deep mid wicket right out on the rope, and then there's a long on and forward short leg, and then the orthodox mid wicket. That's one spinning into McCaskey. Good bit of fielding by Carrie Pear, who is at cover. Pushing at that one was McCaskey, trying to work it towards the long on. Got to be careful, because he don't want to force the issue with Brian Charles. That's it. Wait on it, which he did, and just punched it out to long on. So he picks up another single.
Yeah, Zachary McCaskey is at that stage where you can almost say he's been milking the bowling, almost just finding those ones, finding those twos, and just getting off strike. And as you mentioned, it's really been a good innings from him so far. Drives just Wickham.
Probably not going to go to the boundary. Oh, it does. That's excellent timing on the part of Wickham. That's a wonderful looking shot. Had the room outside the off stump, and he just literally timed it to the left of Carrie Pear, who had absolutely no chance, and it goes down to the boundary for 4. So what a good looking shot.
A good looking shot indeed. Didn't need to put too much behind it, and that tells you how well he timed that particular one. Given some air outside the off stump by Brian Charles, and well, Kevin Wickham accepted it with both hands. Boundary to close out the over. 147 now for 4.
So this partnership starting to build nicely. 34 runs between McCaskey and Wickham, and you felt that at 113 for 4 that the Red Force, they were sniffing at something, but certainly it's now nothing that they were sniffing at, because these two are carrying this Barbados Pride innings.
Yeah, they certainly are.
And getting it closer and closer to the 203.
Yeah, this is the partnership.
That's not a good delivery from Imran Khan, but he's got some cover at that deep backward square leg position in carry pair. So just a single for McCaskey, goes on to 85 now.
Yeah, it was this 6-wicket partnership, not necessarily the same two batters, but it was the 6-wicket partnership that would have saved Barbados and really restored the pride to their score in the previous encounter. And once again, we see a 6-wicket partnership here doing the job for them. I believe, like I mentioned, I think it was probably just shy of 92, 93 or so. That was partnership between Wickham and Dorridge. 34 now between Wickham and McCaskey.
That's 4 runs. 2 again. Imran Khan lining this one badly outside the leg stump and swept away. Very fine by Wickham. There's a deep backward square. And we saw McCaskey finding that fieldsman a couple of deliveries ago. This time, Wickham waited in it and then just paddled it more than anything else. Hit it very fine. And Caripe had no chance. So 4 more to the total. The 150 is now up 152 for 4.
Yeah, just a couple deliveries now. Probably make it maybe 3 or 4 that Imran Khan has gone down that leg side. He's probably just want to find back that length for him. Yeah, anywhere around there, or at least starting there, because you talk about that stock delivery, you know, that one delivery that is your go-to. This is where I plant my roses, and then from there I work my variations, or I do that push and pull, as they say. Yeah, he's found back that area that brought him a measure of success, and the area that also brought a measure of containment as well in the previous overs that he's delivered.
Yes, Imran Khan, just one delivery left for over number 11. Loud appeal goes up. He's gone. I thought he seemed to be playing right across the line, and not a good shot from Wickham. And again, he goes here with his total on what? Just about 27. So he got set and seemed to be just looking to go across the line of that delivery. And Imran Khan was completely sure that that ball was going on to hit the stumps. And umpire Chris Wright, agreed with him. And it's the end of a pretty useful innings from Kevin Wickham, but an innings that promised so much and just didn't carry on. Let's have a look at it, Joel.
Yeah, I said that Imran Khan found back that line and that length that has been working for him. Kevin Wickham opting to turn his bat face there. Probably could have been looking to go down the ground, but strikes his pad in front of all 3. And, well, he has to go back. He's the 5th down for the Barbados Pride. 152 now for 5. Imran Khan, he picks up his 2nd wicket of this match.
It's not a good shot, you have to think, for a man who's been there for a while and who was looking so good and should have been on that front foot and just pushing the delivery back up the track. But he opted to more or less stay in his crease, and for some reason was trying to hit it to square leg, or well, more to mid-wicket. And from the time you play across the line, you're in a lot of trouble if you miss.
Yeah, even going back wasn't necessarily his downfall. Is just closing that bat face, looking to find its way towards mid-wicket. So, you know, you always got to present that full face of the bat, more meat of it for the ball to hit. But it's been to his downfall here today. Gets a start, but doesn't carry on.
Especially, you're right, especially if you're going on the back foot, then offer the face of the bat, you know. But I thought he should have been on the front foot. But even if he wasn't, you go on the back foot, then present the full face of the bat. And it's a pity because it was a promising looking innings. It's the 3rd time I'm seeing him. He got 40 odd, I can't remember, 43 I think, in the game against the Leewards, and looked so good. And here again, he was looking good for 27, and then just plays that kind of shot. I wouldn't say it was a rash shot. I just say it's a bad case of poor judgment.
Yeah, judgment there comes into play. But I think about the 3 deliveries in terms of the string of deliveries that Imran Khan was able to bowl. So he talked about the one that was badly lying down the leg side that Wickham capitalised on. And then he bowled one just outside the off spin and said, yes, he's found back that area that's been working for him. He came a touch straighter, but just still around that off-stump line. And I said, yes, once again, he's in that area of containment. The 3rd delivery now, just a touch. And now even straighter, starting probably now maybe on middle on that particular occasion. So he found back what was working for him. He adjusted it. So in my mind, he found that stock area, that area of, okay, this is where I need to be. And then he made the adjustment ball after ball, picked up the wicket. And it really speaks about the experience of Imran Khan, how quickly he was able to go back to his stock delivery there.
Yeah, it is the experience of Imran Khan. Of course, they're not missing cricket because the players, they've opted for a refreshment break at this point in time. The new man coming in seems to be Primus, Roshan Primus, and this is going to be interesting. The approach Primus takes. He played with Comets locally, Joel, which a team which would have included Imran Khan. So he knows Imran Khan pretty well. And so he should, it's going to be interesting, his approach, because he is a no-nonsense type of batsman. He's not the kind of batsman that is going to push and prod and wait for the bad ball. He's going to, I'd be surprised if he doesn't go after the ball. Now, Carey Pear is back into the attack. So Brian Charles just had the one over before Pear is brought back. I'm not sure if Pear is back because of the man coming to the crease in Primus. Don't know if they think that he's more susceptible to left arm orthodox. McCaskey has slowed a while now because you look at that partnership of 39 and Wickham had 27 of the 39. So McCaskey hasn't been scoring as freely as he would have liked to. Well, he's going to get a single. So I think he's opted to take it one by one to get to that 100.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's been. I think I mentioned it probably maybe an over and a half or so ago in terms of how he's just been milking it and just going along and just rotating the strike, not taking any chances as he gets closer to that landmark. Just 13 away now.
Primus, a big, stocky individual, well built.
Well built and heavy set.
Yeah,
is Primus.
Well, runs for him, but just a single because there is protection out in the deep. So just a single. So he's off the mark. And Barbados push on to 154 for 5.
Yeah, the interesting fact about Primus is that he's into his 15th first-class game, but his very first for the Barbados Pride. The previous 14 were for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Red Force, yeah. He's, as I said, he was with the local team here, and so I suppose it was a easy transition. I think he was living in Trinidad at the time.
At one point, yeah. I believe he also played CPL for Trinidad at one point.
Yeah.
At one point, somebody back in the commentary box said they thought Primus was Trinidadian.
That's the Frenchman. It's the Frenchman saying that. The Frenchman. Yes, he was, and he's not the only one. I think in the circles they were thinking that he was actually born in Trinidad. Well, it's the end of the over from Carey Pear, 154 for 5. And I would think Imran Khan would continue because he's in the middle of a pretty good spell, 2 for 29. And it's going to be bowling to Primus, and this should be an interesting contest here. Question is, does Primus have the patience against Imran Khan to wait on the bad delivery?
Well, I will not be able to answer that question for you in terms of if he has the patience. All I can say is that I hope that he has the patience, because I do recall a couple innings that Primus has played in what will be our 3-day, or rather 4-day cricket. I'm lying. It's 3-day cricket. Where did I get 4-day cricket from? 3-day cricket at the elite level in Barbados, and he's played some innings. She usually come at almost a run a ball, but he's, for the most part, chosen the correct deliveries to go after.
Well, he swung this one, and that's a hefty blow. He's taken it from outside the line of the off stump, and that's gone for 6. Well. Yeah, he's really gone after Imran Khan. He's pulled that from outside the line of the off stump. Now, he didn't go straight with it like over extra cover. He actually backed himself to slog sweep that, and he hit it well.
That is the power
that
Primus packs on that particular occasion, trusting his skills and getting the maximum reward for it.
Well, gets the outside edge. He's going to get a couple of runs here.
What I can tell you is that we're pretty much in for a show.
Yeah.
At this point, a good battle of bat and ball, a good contest, and it'll be interesting to see how Imran Khan looks to adjust. I don't think he really should do much different, to be honest, because yes, Primus is that power player, but he's still also likely to make that mistake. So you might give away 1 or 2, maybe even 3, but there's going to be that miss hit, and that is your chance.
He's got a long on. He's got no deep mid-wicket. I was a little surprised at that. But Bravo continuing to try to apply a little pressure because he's got that forward short leg. And they slip. Primus correctly forward there. Waited for the picture to be taken. Because you could see him concentrating, reaching out to that delivery and getting right on top of it. Quicker delivery, but short. He got away with that one. You could see Imran Khan sending the quicker delivery down, but it may have not come out the hand the way he wanted, and it was short. And Primus was in position to pull it. Probably played the shot a little too early, and because of that, just hit the pad and ruled out on the onside. The end of the over, 162 for 5.
Yeah, I think in that particular scenario, Vikash Mohan is the one that is thanking his lucky stars that Primus did not get all of that. Vikash Mohan had to wear one earlier, but I don't think that it would have been as powerful as that particular occasion had Primus connected there. So I think he's really telling himself he came on the better end of the stick that particular occasion.
Well, it's going to be Carrie Pear. He's going to continue at 162 for 5. The left arm orthodox spinner. And McCaskey drives. Primus was thinking of the single, but McCaskey was not interested. He remains on 87.
I think the interesting nature of this dynamic now between McCaskey and Primus is that Primus is somebody who doesn't necessarily like to spend too much time at the other end. He likes to be in the thick of things. He likes to be in the action. And it'll be interesting, especially with McCaskey now, just, as I said, going along it quite slowly. It'll be interesting to see if that particular delivery carried.
I think it did, but
Mohan.
again, I don't think, Mohan is not there for that. That came off the bat quickly. By the time he got down, it had either struck the hand or went past him. Badly lined by Pear. For a guy who's at 87, you just can't put it there because he's just going to work that ball towards the deep backward square and pick up an easy single.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting opportunity here for the Red Force if they can starve Rashawn Primus of the strike for some time, because you know what type of shot will be coming. And that will present your opportunity there for the wicket. Zachary McCaskey, as he got him closer to that 100, as I said, just milking it, now looking for the singles. And if he could just, keep Zachary McCaskey on strike, even if just for 1 over, those 6 balls away from the strike, you just never know what Rashawn Primus would decide to do at the other end.
Well, he was looking for a single off the last ball. He pushed it and was started to take a couple steps down and was sent back by McCaskey. So he was certainly looking for that single. So there is the final delivery. That's actually to McCaskey.
Yeah, just that one that came off the inner portion of the bat, just flies past Mohan. But what's interesting to see is that usually say that in that position you need to be down.
Down, yeah.
And Mohan was actually up.
He was on his way.
On that particular occasion.
So it's Imran Khan again. Is going to come in for his 13th over. Makaski drives pleasantly. So 1 by 1, they're coming for Zachary Makaski.
Yeah, he's now just 11 runs away from that maiden first class 100. A landmark that will certainly make him smile.
Too short runs there for Primus. They're going to come back for the second. Yes, he's going to chance it. And there really wasn't a chance because it was a comfortable 2 in the end. Because Carriper, even though he is left-handed and the ball was going to his left, he had to run maybe about 20 meters or so. So it gave the batsman enough time to cross for 266 for 5. And it's these two now trying to build a partnership here. Primus on 11 from 11 deliveries faced. That's well played. Good delivery from Imran Khan. And you could see Primus just reaching for it. Imran Khan looking to get enough turn that it may clip the outside edge. No big shot there from Primus. Just waited on it and just turned it out towards mid-wicket. Is Imran Khan going to be bold enough and brave enough to give this ball some air? Nope, he's not. And more runs again for Primus. This time they're going to pick up 2 more. But Carriper had a much longer chase and did well in the end to limit the scoring just to 2.
Imran Khan just slightly adjusted from what we talked about earlier in terms of how he was going at Kevin Wickham. Obviously a different batter in Primus, a different proposition for him. But as soon as I say that, he goes just to something similar. So the end of the over there, 168 for 5. But I just felt that to Primus, he just opted to be a lot flatter to him there. Obviously expecting that. Should he, just give it a bit in terms of what he put towards Wickham there, where he wanted to just pitch just outside of off, then started on off, then came to mid and off. I think a similar approach there could have worked for him. But my time of talking beside you, Colin, has fortunately or unfortunately come to an end.
Well, maybe unfortunately, it may be fortunately for you, but unfortunately for me, Joel. But who knows? We may meet again.
There's a song that says on the other side. I do hope it's not on the other side.
So 168 for 5. As Carriper is going to continue operating from that Brian Lara Pavilion and the left arm orthodox spinner. And Makaski coming down the track. Not sure what happened there. May have come off the pad, but he was coming down the track and could have slightly lifted his head, took his eye off the ball, and the ball seemed to have, buys. So where did that pass? As I say hello to Marcus Daniel. Marcus, let's have a look.
Yeah, that was Primus.
Oh, a mistumping, wasn't it?
I think he was blinded by Primus. Not Primus, but Makaski.
Yeah, mistumping. So he gets a chance. He gets a life.
89, 11 runs short of that maiden first class 100. He's
down.
not into the 90s. You heard about the nervous 90s.
He's got nervous 80s as well. No, I think he's been batting well.
Yeah.
He's been picking them up by singles. But here he decided to use his feet. And we have just taken his eye off the ball. The ball beat him, went through to Joshua De Silva, who couldn't complete the stumping.
I think this is an interesting passage of play here with Russian Primus at the crease.
Well, he's a no-nonsense type of player, isn't he? He's going to either try to get after pair and company, or he's going to just prod and push it around. But he's not that type of player to just push it around.
34 runs the pride the trail by. And for some Primus is there for any length of time, you expect that 34 runs will be no more. A partnership of 17. And he has already hit a 6.
Well, he's just content to play that one out towards long on. They pick up an easy single.
And he would have played for the, in fact, made his first class debut for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Mr. Primus. And there's McCaskey opting for the safer option in playing that back to Carey Prey. At the end of the over, 170 for 5. And Barbados Pride in hot pursuit of the Red Force first innings total of 203. And they are short by 33 runs. And Carey Prey and Imran Khan, I think there may be a change. In fact, Khan is coming again.
No, Imran Khan, I think
again.
he would, I think he would.
Yeah, you'll want to keep him on because I think once he's on, chances may be presented to the Red Force with the attacking nature of Russian Primus. Big shoulders. He would have played 14 first class matches before today. All of which for the Red Force. He's now with his countrymen. McCann is bowling at him very, very smartly there. And not giving him much to get under. I think the first time he did that, he ended up over the boundary.
Too short from Imran Khan, and that would give the opportunity for Primus to just get onto that back foot and play it out to long on.
Yeah, and that's what you get when you have someone of the nature of Primus, an attacking player, and the spinners up to not get too full to them. McCaskey on 89 has been a wonderful innings by him. Kept the innings together for Barbados. It's a lovely drive, but really there by Bravo.
Yeah, half stopped and still did well. Had he missed it, it would have gone to the boundary for 4. So well done by skipper Bravo.
Back on the money there, Imran Khan.
A picture of concentration though is McCaskey, isn't he? His head well over the ball. You can look at the scoreboard and see that he's just 11 short of a maiden first class 100.
And throughout his innings, I can just recall us 2 opportunities, I think, where he lapsed in concentration. His delivery was a bit too close to cut off Anderson Phillip, and just a while ago he tried getting down the pitch to Carey Prey. I'm gonna miss thumping. And he's back on the money here. At the end of another can over, 171 for 5. And Barbados Pride 32 runs short of the total made by the Red Force in their first inning. And the game is basically in the balance here, Colin.
Yeah, well, you still have to think that the Barbadian team are ahead. And, you know, you look at 171 for 5, and they would be looking somewhere in the vicinity of 275 to 300, which would give them a lead of close to 100. And I think that would set up the game nicely for them. On the other hand, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they would want to get out these next 5 Barbadian wickets for maybe the addition of 50, 60 runs, where the lead may not be more than around 30, 40. And so that should be their aim, that when they go back to bat, that they don't have a huge lead to wipe off.
Yeah, I think this partnership is key.
Yeah.
19 runs already.
Primus is on 15, and it goes to show just how much of a shell McCaskey's gone into, and this is not a criticism. I just think he's recognized that he's now close to 100, and he's batting not as carefree as he was before. He's playing, much more within his limitations. He's trying to wait for the bad ball. He's trying to just pace the field, but he's not been able to do that. He's just been able to pick up the singles. There's Primus getting an easy single.
And we saw the same of Jason Mohammed yesterday. And when the Tion Webster came to the crease, and we saw Jason Mohammed slowing the progress of his runs. And eventually he got out caught at slip of the bowling of Holder.
Yeah, and the thing about it, the ball before, he refused the single.
Refused the single, yeah.
It's when Tion Webster was halfway up and had to go back and dive to get in. There's McCaskey.
Now into the 90s.
He's favoured that shot, and the Tobago bowlers have given him that. They've been pitching that ball just about middle and leg, and he's able to whip it towards backward square leg. They need to bowl that ball on the stumps. They need to bowl that ball middle and off. Let him come on the front foot. They go through for a quick single. That's good running. Excellent running on the part of Primus. As he played that off drive, he immediately called for the single.
Nice partnership developing.
Yeah.
22 runs now between Primus and McCaskey.
And Primus has 17 of those 22.
A lovely drive again by McCaskey. And in the middle of the bat.
The end of the over from Carrie Peer. At the end of it, Barbados Pride. They are 174 for 5. Remember that target of the TNT Red Force, 203.
And both teams still looking to find their best game with the bat. And then Barbados Pride, I'm hoping that they would have actually put that last innings that I've played in the last game behind them. McCaskey leading the way with the bat here for them in this match. And day 2 of this 4-2 clash. And Khan to continue from the media center end.
Yes, Imran Khan is going to continue. He's going to come in for his 15th over, 2 for 43. It's bowling to the big man, Roshan Primus.
And a long on, man in corner and deep backward square. And the mid off is up in the circle. And you get the feeling that once Khan gives that ball the air, Primus is going to have a heave.
There he goes.
That's a lovely drive.
Lovely. That is excellent because it was given some air, but he had the room. It was just outside the line of the off stump, and he drove it sweetly through extra cover. That's a good shot. He's a powerful man. When he hits that ball, it stays hit. Let's have a look, Marcus.
Yeah, of course. And just the idea of him going with the spin of the ball, nicely placed, and he picked the gap as well to perfection all along the carpet for beautiful looking runs there by Roshan Primus. He moves to 21 from 27 balls and has scored now 178 for 5. And this time he's working it out to a man in cow corner. A single taken.
Yes. Man out there at that deep mid-wicket position, for those of you who are not too sure where cow corner is. Certainly not down the main road.
Not down the main road.
And they're able to pick up an easy single. So it's 179 for 5. Still McCaskey playing well within himself, not taking any chances. He did take a chance a couple overs ago, coming down the pitch to carry pair. But other than that, he's been very sedate in his approach. This time he drives again. They're going to get a single because Bravo, his right hand got in the way. He wasn't able to stop it cleanly as McCaskey drove. So he's into the, he went into the 90s in the previous over. He goes on to 91 now. He's 9 away from a maiden first class 100.
The lead now down. The trail now by 23 runs. It was quicker and faster, but flatter. Still allowed Russian Primus to get back onto the back foot and worked it away to the man in deep mid wicket for a single and brings to an end the over. 185 for 5, the Barbados Pride. And they're 22 runs short of that first innings total of 203 and made by the Red Force and winning the toss and batting yesterday.
You just have to think, Marcus, that they need a breakthrough, and they need it quick. Because the longer this partnership goes on, if this partnership goes past the 203, it could be a long haul back for the Trinidad and Tobago team in this game.
And you see Darren Bravo, Captain Darren Bravo and Joshua De Silva having a mid-pitch discussion there. And I think it surrounds, where do we go from here? What can we do differently to get this breakthrough? This is a very important partnership and an important passage of play.
In my view, Roshan Primus has come out and he's had it too easy. He's just been able to knock the ball around, get the singles. You know, he is a big hitter of the ball. Stop him from the singles. Stop him getting the singles. And if you can stop him getting the singles, give him the opportunity, and he's going to, after a while, he may very well want to take on the bowlers and go beyond the boundary.
And that's
Loud appeal going up. Not out, says the umpire. May just been going down the leg side.
the delivery angling down the leg side here by Carripier. This is Primus. Look at the replay here. Primus playing back. This is just missing the leg.
Well,
you need a review
tight.
for that one.
Yeah, that was tight.
Very tight.
I tell you what.
Yeah, it could have been umpire's call.
I would love to see that again. I tell you, I tend to judge deliveries going down the leg side when you look at the wicket keeper.
Yes. That's an indication.
Joshua De Silva was more or less he was going to his left, but he never sort of went down the leg side.
And going back to what you said in terms of Russian Primus had things basically his way since he arrived at the crease. There's always this perception, not a perception, but captains.
Runs here, but just a single for McCaskey as it goes out towards the deep point position.
Yeah, captains oftentimes you have a big hitter, or a guy who has the potency to score big in terms of scoring big boundaries. You have a situation where you relax the field.
You see, the thing is, you need to cover the positions out deep. There's no doubt. A long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, deep backward square. But the other players, you have to decide if you're going to cut off those singles by he has to hurry. Loud appeal goes up, not out, says the umpire. Primus was in. A direct hit there from Anderson Phillip, and umpire Wright was in position, said that Primus made his ground. You could see him hustling at the end to try to get in. Let's have a look. He turned for the single. We're seeing Anderson Phillip run, get the ball, sends his return in. Let's have a look at Primus. Hustling, coming in, and he did make his ground. Good call by the umpire.
Well, that was poor.
The right call by umpire Wright.
It's poor running there by Primus, though. I mean, he ran straight into the crease with his bat lifted.
That's right.
Didn't ground his bat there. Well, that was a really good piece of fielding by Anderson Phillip. Powerful throw. Direct hit, and oftentimes you have a direct hit situation.
Yeah, just coming back to Primus, though, if you stifle him from just pushing and getting the singles, it may open him up to try and get the boundary, and that's when you have your other players in deep. So I would have taken out that forward short leg and just put him to cut a single at mid wicket, because you've got a long on, you've got a deep mid wicket, and then you've got a deep backward square. Stop him from getting the single, because if you can stop him, inevitably Primus is going to try and go over the top.
Good delivery there by Khan, finding the outside edge.
Bravo was getting very excited at cover, thinking maybe the ball had struck him. Did he get some sort of bat onto that? Not sure he did.
McCaskey
No,
on
no
92.
no appeal from any of the fieldsmen. Bravo got excited, but other than him, no one else seemed to be jumping for joy. Well, the forward short leg is coming out, and he's going almost to a gully. Yes, he's gone to a gully position,
I think it's a better position.
and Can's holds short, but
There's an area just in front, what do you want to call it, danger area, that the ball is popping a bit awkwardly. And with Can bowling his leg spinners, I think I'm loving a new position set there by Bravo. And loud
appeal
there.
goes up.
He's gone!
He's gone. Well. He's been given out by umpire Wright and McCaskey. His vigil comes to an end. He walks away extremely disappointed. That may have very well been the wrong one coming back at him. Imran Khan was absolutely certain. He was running down the pitch, hands up, appealing. And umpire Wright has upheld the decision, and it's the end of a really excellent innings from McCaskey.
It's a good piece of bowling here by Imran Khan,
Yeah,
and that indeed was the wrong one.
Hit him on the back foot.
A lovely piece of bowling there, and umpire Wright took ages before he put his finger up. That dreaded finger. Look at Joshua De Silva. He enjoyed that. Well, they can't take nothing away from McCaskey. That was the end of a wonderful innings of 92. He faced 195 balls, and in it he stroked 10 lovely boundaries. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, I can say, right back into this one.
Yeah, well, they're still up against it in terms of it's only 18 runs adrift. Barbados Pride. They still got 4 wickets intact, and one of those is Primus. He's the danger, but more importantly, from a Red Force perspective, Marcus Imran Khan has picked up his 3rd wicket.
And you mentioned it before you got off air in the first session, that why Imran Khan not on the ball, and thus far 3 for 50 into his 16th over. I mean, you can't beat experience at all, and he has delivered for the captain Darren Bravo. Big wicket there of McCaskey, the guy who looked like he was batting with a sheet of ply.
Yeah, he's 92. You know, it's interesting. You never, whatever you do, you can always look back and say, well, maybe he should have done it differently.
Yeah.
He had sort of gone into a shell when he got to the 80s, because he put on a partnership. He put on a partnership with Wickham of 39. Wickham got 27, so he only made 12. And now he's put on a partnership with Primus
33.
of 33, and of that, Primus has 26. So the last two partnerships, he's got 19 runs. You know, whereas the other end almost got to 50. So you're saying to yourself, well, maybe he should have pushed on. You know, look for the boundaries. But he was quite content just getting the singles and counting down to 100 one by one.
Let me see Hakeem Jordan, the new batter here for the Pride. He's going to face up to Imran Khan. 3 wickets to his name. Lovely drive there by Hakeem Jordan. And Khan.
Good bit of feeling. Is that Jis Mohammed out there? Yes, it is.
Mohammed.
But a good drive. Given some air by Imran Khan. And he went into the drive.
185 for 6. Hakeem hangs in the balance. It's sort of an identical approach here by the Pride, where we saw a batsman getting in and getting out. Not the case of McCaskey, though. That's T.N. Webster under the helmet. Is that? Or Mohan?
Yeah, that's Mohan. That's Mohan.
Go back to short leg.
He's gone to a forward short leg. A little bit more bonks from Imran Khan, pushing that through as well. The end of another successful over for Imran Khan. He's now picked up 3 for 50 from his 16 overs. And Barbados Pride, 185 for 6. They're still 18 runs away to get to the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force score. But more importantly, they've got 4 wickets intact.
And I suspect that we're going to see some entertainment now by Russian Primus.
You think he's going to go for it?
I think he's going to go for it.
Well,
he's now down with the bowlers.
He's still got what, 4 wickets to fall. So I think it might be a little too early for him to be looking to chance his hand.
Is it like Darren Bravo is going to bowl?
No, I
Oh.
don't think so. I don't. You sound shocked, Marcus. If Darren Bravo takes the ball, what's wrong with that?
We are not in the Barbados Academy though.
Oh, that's different. So we should tell him this is his home ground.
I need him to focus on getting some runs.
He's picked up 3 wickets for 63 runs in 18 overs.
Yeah.
I mean,
A
a lot of bowlers would like those statistics.
And I saw the wickets he got in that last game. Not the last game, but that's down at the Brian Lara.
Brian Lara, yeah, he was at the Brian Lara Academy.
Good swing.
He was getting some swing, wasn't he? It's good fielding by Pear to his own bowling. Carrie Pear he's been consistent without being spectacular.
Yeah, I think
Carrie
since
Pear.
he came on, he plugged that in.
Yeah.
And that's very important. Because I mentioned this morning, Captain Bravo is going to be looking at where he can get wickets and also try to drop the runs. And Carrie Pear has offered him that.
I think you got to stifle Primus. Don't let him get easy runs.
Yes.
If he gets easy runs, he's going to be happy. If you stifle him a little bit, I think he's gonna take a chance. He's gonna gamble and try to get after the bowling.
And he's very familiar with the bowlers here.
Oh, very
played
much.
with the Red Force team.
Yeah. Well, there he goes. And this one peels off a thickish outside edge. But he was looking to slam this one through extra cover. He gets a boundary, but inadvertently, because that ball, he was looking to hit it, to me, through the cover region. It flew off a thick outside edge and went down to a third man for 4.
Of course, not where he intended the ball to go, but I know he's going to take those 4 runs.
But again, Marcus, the point is here, he played three deliveries down, and the 4th one, he just went at it.
Yeah, I think he was offered that opportunity by the length and line of that ball until the off stump.
Well, he's on 30 from 37 deliveries. It's been a useful knock from Roshan Primus.
Poor bit of feeling there. Looks like Jason Mohammed takes his score now up to 190. So they Pride 13 runs short of the target of the Red Force. And they're going to get a lead. No doubt they will love a lead.
Yeah, but, there's a lead and there's a lead. In other words, if they lead by 30, that's not too bad. If the lead is close to 100, then that is really putting a tremendous amount of pressure on the Red Force batsmen. Yes, but if the Red Force somehow can restrict the lead to maybe if they can get Barbados Pride for around 240, they should be happy with that. The end of the over from Carrie Pear, he is concluded his 14th over, 1 for 26. So he's bowled well.
Yeah. And of course, at the start of today's play, the Pride, they would have wanted to bat all day. And looking at some of the scores around the region.
Well, Ghana's gone back to bat after dismissing Jamaica. Jamaica did well for coming from 24 for 6 to 115. Ghana batting again 23 for 1 after getting 278 in the first innings. And Leeward Islands declaring at 382 for 9 against the Windward Islands, and they have already lost 2 wickets for 39.
I mean, Ghana, they seem to have the recipe when it comes to this regional 4-day tournament. I mean, what would you put down to their success?
I think just preparation, hard work. I think they prepare themselves very well for the tournament. I follow a lot of the information that comes out of Ghana, and their preparation to me seems to be the most important thing. And they're well led.
Yeah.
Leon Johnson, you may say what you want about Leon Johnson as a player, and you may say that, he probably doesn't score enough runs for the ability he has, even though he got a big 100 in this game.
Brilliant knock.
But he leads the side well. I think the players respect him as a leader, and that is important.
Very, very important.
You never, in terms of downplay, Marcus, the value of a captain. You know, a captaincy on the field and leading your players and motivating your players is just as important as someone making 100.
Yeah, I wish someone can tell Manchester United that and Maguire.
Manchester United, who is that? Manchester United? Oh, is that a football team? Oh, I'm sorry, Marcus. I'm now catching you. There's a lovely shot from Hakeem Jordan. That is really well played. He was on the front foot and he was driving that straight back on the onside. It beat the man at mid-on because he's a little bit wide. It went straight. And a really good shot from Jordan to get off the mark.
A lovely shot indeed by Hakeem Jordan. I think the key here for the execution of that shot, he got very close to the pitch of the ball and he timed it perfectly and then gets himself 4 runs. And that has now brought the trailing target down to 8 runs. Hakeem Jordan.
Marcus, I understand, just going back quickly, we'll talk about it after this ball from Imran Khan. Well left. It was very close to the off stump. Yeah, I understand after that game against Liverpool, 7-Up offered a sponsorship to Manchester United. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know. That's what I was made to understand.
And then they took it back against Bournemouth.
Well, that's a spank through the offside by Jordan. That's going to run away for 4. So he's come out to play his shots as well. Hakeem Jordan. And 2 really good shots against Imran Khan. And I think that's the right approach from Hakeem Jordan. Do not allow Imran Khan to get on top of you. And there's another wonderful drive. It was hit in the air, but away from the man at that short cover. It was powerfully hit and goes down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and that's the important thing about bowlers who can bat. You know, I often tell the guys that I coach and I play with, you need to be two-dimensional. You know, just not just focus on your batting or your bowling. Try to do both. And the end of the over there, 66 overs completed in this innings of the Pride. They are 199 for 6, and 1 short of 200.
Time for a little bit of a change now at
yeah,
this,
I believe so.
Maybe Brian Charles to come back at this,
or even Anderson
just for
Phillip.
a couple overs.
Even Anderson Phillip.
Yep, that may not be a bad move either. Bringing Anderson Phillip into
pace.
the attack just for an over or 2 and see what happens. Because I think the Imran Khan has bowled 15 overs now.
Yeah, 17 overs.
17 overs now. So it may be the opportunity just to pull him out of the attack for a couple overs. Try Anderson Phillip with his pace and nothing is wrong with that to give it a try.
Yeah, and as I said, this innings of the Pride that have taken a similar shape as the Red Forces innings. And we saw yesterday, just around this time, and Captain Dorwich, he opted to bring back McAllister, who basically wrapped up the innings of the Red Force team. And Russian Primus, who is itching to get after Carrie Pear here. The field is well spread by Darren Bravo. And got 4 persons on the outskirts. Single taken there, and that single brings up the 200 for the Barbados Pride, and that makes them now 3 runs off the target of the Red Force. And Primus takes his score now to 33. A decent hand, and one of which the Captain Dorwich will be very thankful for.
Oh, yes, Kappa.
And Hakeem Jordan looks very competent with the bat. And the field is in this time around for Jordan.
None.
A quick single taken off that misfield by Captain Bravo. I want to see if Captain Bravo will continue with Imran Khan at this media center end. I think a change in bowling can bring about some success. As I think
Maybe worth an attempt to just maybe bring Anderson Phillip, a change of pace, get them, because they're accustomed, especially Primus. He's been facing the spinner in Carrie Pear and Imran Khan, and also Akeem Jordan. So it may just be a worthwhile venture to just try Anderson Phillip with a change of pace. It's the end of the over from Carripier. So he's completed over number 15. At the end of it, the Barbados Pride are just 2 runs now behind the Red Force total of 203. Big difference is the Pride, they've only lost 6 wickets.
Yes, indeed.
And Imran Khan is going to return into the attack. Maybe Darren Bravo just giving him one more over to see what happens. But I think he may have to just change up things a little bit. I know he's depending on Imran Khan to break this partnership as well. And he very well can. The man has that ability. But if he doesn't, maybe a little change up might just change up things to unsettle the batsmen.
Just about 17 minutes before the tea interval. And the fans across the Caribbean stand, they haven't moved. They've been here since, they've been here yesterday as well. And they've come again to support, I believe, the Red Force.
That's too short from Imran Khan. Runs here, they're just going to get the single.
It's good to see that we have spectators coming in to see these 4D matches.
Yeah, Marcus, maybe all 72 of them.
72 of them, yes.
No, it's good. You know, it's a pity that you know you couldn't get a couple hundred people coming to support the game, but that's the unfortunate issue now with first class cricket. Don't think people are, because West Indies cricket on the whole, especially the red ball format, is not doing well. I think there's a lack of interest in the West Indies Championships, which is such a pity.
That's one aspect as well.
I think the guys need the support.
Yeah. After this delivery, I remember a couple of years ago we used to have cricket at Shaw Park in Tobago.
Yes, that's right.
But I think the West Indies Cricket Board and the requirements for a first class venue would have ruled out Shaw Park. But at Shaw Park, when you have the Trinidad and Tobago team, that's the end of the over by Khan, 203 for 6. And the Pride, in fact, the scores are leveled. So anything now will be a bonus or an advantage to Barbados Pride. So over the years with matches at the Shaw Park Recreation Ground, a number of persons, for all 4 days, matches well attended.
That's right.
Whether it's 4 days or 50 overs. And I believe that matches of this nature, should be taken into the communities and the bigger venues for the international matches. And you can imagine this game at a venue such as Clarkwood. It may not have the requirement in terms of size, but when you go into the communities, you have more people coming out and supporting.
Well, they did. I remember coming across the Shaw Park to see witness one of the Trinidad games. I also remember going up to Clark Road.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it rained for about for half of the day, and the match couldn't play for about 2 days. The drainage was so poor. If and I have nothing against that. I think it's good. Take some of the games, especially these games, to the communities, but don't forget, you're talking first class cricket, so you got to have some sort of first class venue. And I'm not for 1 minute saying they should have seating for 10,000 people, but certain amenities have to be right.
Yeah, and you see, once you have these matches playing, and there's a requirement in terms of the standard of the playing venues, of course, will be upgraded. A couple of years ago as well, we in Tobago hosted the Under-17 regional championships. And by us hosting those matches, they would have did a lot of work on the recreation grounds.
Right.
So we had side screens in, We had extra covers coming in as well. You know, the grounds were maintained.
I remember actually going to when in those days when West Indies, Cricket West Indies, were moving the games around to various venues, and there was a game carded for St. Thomas, the USVI. It's well played by Jordan. He's looking pretty solid, isn't he? Yeah, there was a game played in the USVI, and playing for Trinidad was a gentleman by the name of BC Lara. Now they go through for a quick single, but they get it comfortably in there. That's good running.
Excellent running between Primus and Jordan there.
Yeah, and it was a small venue. It was just a stand, a dressing room. There must have been about maybe 2 or 3 stands. The people were literally on the boundary rope around the ground. You know, if you were chasing a ball, you had to stop a few meters before you got to the rope, or else you would crash into the crowd. I mean, it was a phenomenal crowd.
Yeah.
I think there's, it's don't know if he got pad onto it. It's going to stop, and they're going to come back for 3. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. Leg buys.
Yeah.
So he tried to clip it and came off the pad. So 3 more to the total. That goes on now to 208 for 6.
You saw that qualifying match with Nepal?
No, I didn't.
The crowd was crazy. I'm going to find out pity and show you.
Yeah, but that one in St. Thomas, USVI, I mean, there must have been about 4,000 people. And the ground literally could not. I mean, I saw an ant by the gate trying to get in. Couldn't get in. He was, crushed to death. But it was that. But it was that good.
Yeah.
I should say.
But and I think that's what you want in terms of this level of cricket. I mean, first class is just before international games. But in terms of getting the buy-in of the communities, I mean, you'll hardly find people leaving the streets and coming to the Queen's Park Oval. But if you have it in a community ground, and you advertise it in a particular way, I'm not saying any community ground, but because there are certain things, there's certain requirements you have to meet.
Of course.
And we love the games in Shaw Park, and just having the games and seeing the likes of Darren Bravo and all these players who have had international experience playing in front of you, it motivates our youngsters to play the game as well.
Yeah, well, no, that's a really good point. And as I say, Marcus, you know, the authorities need to start to look to upgrade the facility. Find out from Cricket West Indies, what does it take to host a first-class game? What do we need to do?
Yeah, and look at the blueprint in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Most of their grounds are basically banks.
That's right. That's right. So, you know, it's a very good point. I agree. Take the games out to the communities, you know, and you spread it around.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to play all
that's
3 or all 4. That's
a
a loud
appeal again.
Not out, says the umpire. That looked very, very close.
I think that was a similar delivery to what he gave to McCaskey.
Yes,
looking at TV play here. Imran Khan.
He was pushing out at it, though, which may have saved him. Let's see.
Oh, inside edge. He got an inside edge, yeah.
Luckily, had he not got that inside edge, he would have been under real problems.
Sometimes you don't give the umpires all the credits, but that's a really good decision.
Very good decision.
Umpire, right.
Yeah, as I was saying, Marcus, you know, I'm not for 1 minute saying, okay, give Shaw Park 5 games off. But give them one wrong.
Totally
agree.
And
take another one to the Oval, take another one to Lara.
Yeah.
You know, and spread it around.
Totally agree. I mean, we have been staffed for regional cricket in Tobago. I remember 2 years ago, in fact, not just before COVID, but 5 years ago, in fact, Bangladesh, I think they were touring Trinidad, they touring the Caribbean, and they had a match in Trinidad, and they came to Tobago to have like a practice. And we played against them at Shaw Park.
Okay.
I played in that game as well. I got 27.
I was about to ask you, did you score any runs?
I played against Shakib. And
Shakib can't be. He's not a big bowler. Marcus, come on. Shakib?
Yes, Shakib.
Don't tell me he got you out.
No, he didn't get me out.
Oh, okay.
And it was a really good experience. playing against an international team.
Yeah, no, it has to be, and I agree with you, because when you think of it, not only playing against them, but just looking at
Yes,
the international players and that type of thing.
Yeah, and one of the things I look forward to coming to Queen's Park Oval, or even the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, to watch international matches is coming before the game starts and just see the players going through their paces.
Yeah.
I love to see that.
That's a good bit of fielding at slip, just diving away to his right, trying to.
And just about 7 minutes before the tea interval.
Amir Jangu is the man at slip, so it's good to see him on the field.
Yeah. That's a lovely shot there by Akeem Jordan. I mentioned before, he looks really good
6.
with the bat, you know.
Yeah,
That's a
I
lovely
tell you what,
shot.
he's a much better player than I thought he was. He plays very straight, very upright, and he looks good.
And let's look at the replay here again. And giving that one to me, and here was Akeem
was a
Jordan.
really good shot.
Lovely flow. That's like having a net with some throwdowns. Lovely flow of the bat there by Akeem Jordan.
So the end of the over from Imran Khan, an over in which cost him 7 runs. He's now won 19 overs, 3 for 68. And the Pride, they now lead by 12 runs.
Yeah, and we spoke about Imran
This
Khan.
partnership is getting a little bit dangerous because they've now put on 30 runs.
And we spoke about Imran Khan being given an over too many.
Well, thing is, I think Bravo has the confidence in Imran Khan that he can create problems. I thought maybe Brian Charles or mix it up a little bit.
And partnerships of 69, 33, 39, 33, and now 30.
Single for Primus. He looks very comfortable since he's come to the crease. He's on 37.
And the pitch isn't one that has any devils in it in terms of.
There is some turn, but
Yes.
but very slow. You know, the turn is very slow, so it gives the batsman enough time to adjust.
Faster one there by Carrie Pierre.
I must say, Akeem Jordan looks very, very competent with the bat.
And let us not forget he's a fast bowler.
Yeah, well, could very well be turn himself into an all-rounder because he's looking really good. That's going to run away. I think that's going to hit the boundary ropes just about now. That's 4 runs. That's a good shot. Was short outside the off stump from Carrie Pierre. And Akeem Jordan. And if the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, they're not careful, Marcus, this game can run away from them.
A lovely shot.
The lead has already gone up to 17, and 34 runs have been put on by this pair. Akeem Jordan has come in and he's scored 21 off of 23 deliveries. So if they're not careful, all of a sudden this lead can get to 50. And then after that, Barbados Pride can milk the next 40, 50 runs, and Trinidad and Tobago would be facing a first innings deficit of nearly 90. They've got to be very careful. I think they need to tighten things up.
Yeah, and this is where the skill of the captain, Darren Bravo, comes in here. Field placing as well.
The good thing is that there's just about 4 minutes to go to the tea interval. So we may get in 1, possibly 2 overs. So
220 for 6. McCaskey, the standout there in this innings of the Pride with 92. It looks like the physio.
Well, Primus is not sure what the problem is with Primus. But he's having a chat with the physio.
The umpires may look at taking tea.
Yeah, may as well. Because by the time whatever is being done to Primus. Well, the umpire Gustav has taken a little bit of a stroll to ask what's happening, and he's right.
Well, I must commend the teams for getting through the overs. There hasn't been a lag in any way. Well, in fact, the spinners in operation, and the Pride, they are scoring at 3.10 runs per over, and the Red Force operated just under 2.5 yesterday. 17 runs the lead for the Pride. What's going to be the final total? And there's a discussion there with the senior players of the Red Force team, and Captain Bravo having a discussion with the umpire. Can is going to continue.
Yeah, well, I suppose Bravo must be looking at the clock. He's asked the umpires just how much time left, and he'd probably say, listen, just got maybe one over. We may as well let Imran Khan bowl it out rather than maybe going to a new bowler and go back in at tea time, assess things, and decide the plan of action coming back out. But one thing is for sure, the Red Force, they need to get a handle on the run scoring. Because if this lead gets up to anywhere close to 80, 90, 100, Red Force could be very much in trouble.
Yes, indeed.
Because you want to really dismiss Barbados for around 240, 250, and wipe off that lead and then bat yourself into a position which would put them under pressure. I just think Primus has things too comfortable. He's just working the ball around nicely, and no sort of, pressure is being applied to Primus.
I think that's his
and
presence.
To Jordan, yeah.
That's his presence at the crease.
Yeah, he's a big man, isn't he?
Yeah. But Jordan has looked the part. Doesn't look like a number 7 batter at all. Very comfortable on the front foot, and when offered some flight by Khan or the spinners, he would have obliged by hitting down the ground or through the covers. Yeah, he goes again.
That's good feeling. Excellent there at that mid-wicket position. Looks like Brian Charles. It is Brian Charles. Dive into his right to stop it.
Stopped a certain boundary.
Single for Jordan. Well, he's coming and he's looked really, another one who's coming and has looked very comfortable, coming at number 8.
Yeah, he's up to 22 now. 22 easy runs. I think this over should bring this session to a close. Imran Khan into his 20th over. Figures of 3 for 70. And 1 a maiden. And 2 legal deliveries. And this his 20th over. And in fact 1.
Well, Primus has survived until tea, so too has Hakeem Jordan. Not only have they survived, they certainly come together and they have put on a partnership worth 37 runs, 37 really good looking runs, because at 185 for 6, Trinidad and Tobago would have been sniffing something. They would have felt, well, maybe we can get this Barbados team for around 225, 250, 230. But it's they've gone on from that 185 for 6 to 222 for 6. And just quickly running through the scorecard, McCaskey, he went El Belria Khan for 92. Mosley, Court Bravo, Bowl Charles, 25. Roshan Worrell, Bowl Khan 4. Jonathan Driggs, Court Bravo, Bowl Pair 2. Shane Dorridge, LBW Phillip 3. And Kevin Wickham, he went LBW Khan for 27. So really and truly, the big scorer there has been McCaskey with his 92. Roshan Primus is not out on 38. He's been very valuable down the order together with Akeem Jordan, who is on 22. So a good session of play between lunch and tea, Marcus. You had to think at one stage the Red Force were getting back into this game. But this pair in particular, they're slowly taking it away from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, commendation to the Barbados Pride. They have been able to string partnerships together and keep partnerships. I felt with the wicket of Dorwich by Anderson Phillip, the Red Force were basically back on level pegging with the Barbados Pride, but with a lead of 19 runs at tea, advantage back to the Barbados Pride. An interesting session just after tea coming up.
Should be a very, very interesting session. But as we said, Barbados Pride, they lead at the moment by 19 runs. They still have 4 wickets intact. Should be a very interesting session after tea. So we'll be back to bring you live coverage again on the period of play after tea from the Queen's Park Oval in this 4th round encounter between Barbados Pride and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Welcome to the final session of play here at the Queen's Park Oval. If you're just joining us, we're returning from tea with the Barbados Pride 222 for 6. They went into the luncheon interval at 108 for 3. So they lost 3 wickets in that session. And at that stage, it was the pair of Zachary McCaskey and Shane Dowrich at the crease. Since then, Dowrich has departed, Wickham has departed, and at the crease now Rashawn Primus and Akeem Jordan. The pair going along quite well. Jordan on 22 and Primus on 38. So 114 runs were put on between lunch and tea by the Barbados Pride, losing 3 wickets. Imran Khan, he picked up 2, and Anderson Phillip, he picked up 1. Imran Khan, he bowled straight through. He bowled 16 overs in that session between lunch and tea. Anderson Phillip just bowled 3 Carpier, bowled 11, and Brian Charles just bowled the 1. So in similar fashion to just after lunch, it'll be Anderson Phillip to start things for the Red Force just after tea. As once again I say good afternoon to Marcus Daniel.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joel. And just before the tea break, we felt that Anderson Phillip could have been given an over or 2, just to change the mode of deliveries to the batters. We felt that the batters got comfortable, and Jordan and Primus, and they have since put on 30 valuable runs for the Pride, and they have taken that lead up to 17. A very important session coming up for both teams, more so the Red Force, and they want to ensure that this lead doesn't go in excess of 50 runs. Now the way Jordan looked for his I think 20 odd runs, he looks like a man on a mission. A bowler, a fast bowler by trade, but it looks like he is very competent with the bat. Looks like he spends a lot of time in the nets batting as well. He has a very competent partner at the other end, Russian Primus.
Yeah, I can definitely guarantee you that Akeem Jordan prides himself on batting. He often finds himself in little quabbles and squabbles with the lower order in terms of who is the better batter, and coming out at the end of the argument, you would always hear him repeat that it is him that is the better batter within the lower order. But he's gotten a couple runs so far in the first class tournament. I believe 20 was his highest score so far for this season. But beyond that, he stepped on batted time in scenarios that he needed to. And this is another chance for him to maybe prove to those below him while he's batting above them. I forgot to mention, though, the mainstay for the Barbados Pride in that session in the morning and then also after lunch as well was Zachary McCaskey. And he certainly played well for his 92, falling 8 short of what would have been a landmark for him, something that he's dreamt of so often as a young man. But yeah, just falling 8 short to the bowling of Imran Khan.
And of course, yesterday we spoke about the opportunities presented to some players, with Craig Brathwaite not being wrong. And Anderson Phillip once again operating from the members in, where he got some success in that post-lunch session. And operating with 2 slips and a gully. Lead 17. So Zachary McCasey would have taken that opportunity to open the inning. Would have batted well for 92. Mainstay of the innings thus far for the Pride.
Worked away into the leg side for the first runs after tea by Akeem Jordan, and indeed they come back now for 2. Imran Khan probably a little tired after that spell of 16 that he bowled after lunch. He's no longer a young man, you would have to say.
Yes, indeed. But I mean, he responded to be called upon by the captain to get some breakthroughs and some timely ones, I must say. He got rid of the dangerous Mackenzie. I felt that he bowled probably 2 overs more than he should have. And Anderson Phillip now from the members and looking to see if we can get make further inroads for the Red Force into this batting lineup of the Pride. Loving the areas in which he have started this third spell.
Yeah, starting in a similar fashion to how we started after lunch. I know we questioned how come they opted to go back to Anderson Phillip, but he's definitely adjusted based on what he bowled in the couple overs that he was given at the end of the day. He bowled 4 overs at the end of yesterday. Then he came and bowled 5 overs at the start of today. And those 9 overs, nothing in there really looked threatening. He was short and wide. However, when he came back, he looked a different bowler, and the end that he's bowled from changed as well. Tucked away, and they're going to be looking for 2 again to Imran Khan. As we mentioned, not the youngest going around. And obviously after that spell, that very good spell that he was asked to bowl by his skipper in Bravo, probably a few tired legs are out there. The sun has been beating down all day here at the Queen's Park Oval. We've been blessed with beautiful weather, beautiful sunshine, and the crowd on hand has certainly enjoyed it as well. They've been vocal at various times throughout the day, and they're probably hoping that they can see the backs of the Barbados Pride by the end of sunset today.
Yeah, and of course a better batting performance from the Red Force and batters. And good delivery there by Anderson. The ball dying a bit, and as I mentioned yesterday, the bonks in the pitch isn't there. I think as the fast bowlers, they have to really bend their back to get the bonks that they want out of the pitch. And that's the second one I see died just in front of Joshua De Silva.
Yeah, I was just going to raise the point that those same 2 deliveries that you mentioned in terms of dying, whether or not we see a couple keeping low as we go on throughout this innings. I mentioned the fact that Dowrich went back to one that looked, like he could have been coming forward, but probably not getting the bonks that he expected also.
Pull him! Magnificent stuff here from Anderson Phillip. And there was that inward movement again. And he would have undone the defense there of Akeem Jordan. I think that was too good to handle there by Jordan. Anderson Phillip, as he would have done to Shane Dowrich, have done the same here. This time hitting the timbers of Akeem Jordan. Good breakthrough there by the Red Force and Anderson Phillip. A timely breakthrough in Barbados Pride. Now 226 for 7.
Yeah. Akeem Jordan just beaten all ends up there on that particular occasion. Ball getting between the bat and the pad, just snaking back in with that angle. And well, Anderson Phillip, he picks up his 2nd wicket of this innings. The Barbados Pride 226 now for 7. Akeem Jordan goes for 26 off of 36 deliveries.
And there was that length again, that in-between length, and allowing the ball to move. And that's his strength. Anderson Phillip would have loved to see him started that way yesterday with the new ball. And as I mentioned, and as I have been mentioning in terms of him returning from injury and trusting his body to go through the paces, and he seemed very settled here now. I'm not too sure if the stats guy for the Red Force team would have shown him his pitch map, would have adjusted his length and line into the success of the Red Force team. And this is what you want to see, consistency from our fast bowlers. And this game hangs in the balance. And lead of 17 or
a lead of 23 runs
23
now.
runs.
At the moment, the new batter to the crease is Shem Holder, but that was the end of the over. The final delivery from Anderson Phillip. So on strike we were Sean Primus. He's 38 from 55 at the moment.
And surprise, Cantor continue. And a long single taken there. Anderson Phillip fields.
Yeah, you do expect that the field will come in now at this point. Just 3 wickets now for the Red Force to wrap things up. Shem Holder spent some time at the crease also with Shane Dowrich, but under different circumstances, that against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. A different test and a different task here for him now. Wrapped on the pad, but height probably in question there also, probably just sliding down the leg side on that occasion. Vikash Mohan, he's not moved from that short leg position all day.
A half appeal there.
Yeah, you would back the likes of Imran Khan to probably wrap things up here for the Red Force. He's obviously looking to bowl the majority of his deliveries now at those to come.
And I mentioned earlier, I believe that Brian Charles would have had a big part to play today. He has only bowled 13 overs, Anderson Phillip 14, and 17 overs to Carey Pay. Imran Khan into his 21st. So they have shared the workload. It is Khan with 21 overs to his name. And they're showing that age is just a number.
Well, to be fair, he would be accustomed to workloads of this nature.
Well played by Holder.
So the end of that Imran Khan over, just one run from it. 227 for 7 now. The Barbados Pride.
And it represents a lead of 24. And I think they would be very comfortable if they get that lead to just over 50. It means that the Red Force team will be under a bit of pressure. Firstly, trying to see off today's play, and then work their way to erase that lead and give the Pride something to chase, a good target in which to chase.
You say that they might be comfortable, but I know looking at this score, Barbados Pride, having thought about the amount of runs that they could pile on today, we'll look at 227 for 7 and say that they're slightly short of where they want to be, or not necessarily short, but they're over in terms of the wickets that they've lost today. I'm pretty sure that a 50-run lead, yes, would obviously propose, or rather present a challenge in terms of the Red Force batters having to get past that before they can put runs on the board. It's Phillip now to continue from that member's end. Rashawn Primus is in behind it, and he's looked good for his 39 thus far. But you look at the prospect of batting last on this surface, the fact that it's still been turning, and rather turning more as we get throughout the days. Tomorrow, day 3, you tell yourself that if Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are able to put on anything upwards of 150, it could pose a challenge, which means that with a 50-run lead, they just need to get to 200. And I think that the Pride will certainly need to add just a bit more than that 50 if they really are to set up things for themselves. Here, as I mentioned, in terms of the runs, they'll be happy that they've got to 227, but the wickets column, I think that is the concern for them. And when you think about it, the lead being just about 24 now.
Yeah.
If the Red Force to wrap things up quite quickly, that lead probably only might be 35-40.
Yeah. I think it all depends on Russian Primus. And just him being familiar with the Trinidad and Tobago players. And the set batter out there at this time, 39 from 59 balls. And we know that he can hit the big shots.
No, he certainly can. And Shem Alexis Holder, we'll be hoping that he can stay out there with him. As I mentioned, Shem had quite a lovely partnership with Shane Dowrich in round number 3. In fact, just falling short of what would have been his first class half century as well, Shem Holder.
It's a good drive by Primus. Direct hit there by likes to be Captain Bravo.
Yeah, the bullet arm. Bravo, the squeal almost, because I wasn't too sure what it was that he exclaimed. So I'll call it a squeal for now.
There's always a good feeling when he hits a direct hit.
Certainly, but safely in was Primus, and with it, just one more to that lead now. 25, half of what Marcus is saying would be a good lead.
The Primus and Jordan, they put on 41, that last partnership. And they've had some partnerships in the innings. The best being 69 for the opening partnership. That's Mackenzie and Mosley. And second best, Mackenzie and Wickham. They have put on 39. And in fact, no, 41 between Primus and Jordan. Right behind that one is that's Holder. And Anderson Phillip looking to breach the defense once again there.
Yeah, he's opting to go full and straight, and as we mentioned, by far better from him in terms of the lines and lengths that he's really hit after that luncheon interval. He's really not bowled a bad delivery, would have to say. As I mentioned, he was short and wide, but since lunch, he's really been spot on. And this is good stuff from him, rewarding his captain for putting the faith in him.
Another good delivery, fantastic stuff here from Anderson Phillip.
He's certainly working up ahead of steam at 228 for 7 Barbados Pride. You can see at the top of that scorecard, Zachary McCaskey. He was the standout performer today. 92 of 196 deliveries. It truly was a beautiful knock, and some would say deserving of 100. Unfortunately, just falling those 8 short, undone by the leg spin of Imran Khan, who continues to operate from this end. He's staked his claim down here because he has not let go of the ball since lunch.
And now into his 22nd over, and rightly so. He got the big breakthroughs, and he got the wickets when the Red Force needed wickets. And he would love to get the remaining 3 wickets in quick time. He will have to work a better delivery than that. Too easy there for Primus. It is set batter. He moves into the 40s now.
I think in a way they've actually offered Primus the single. If you think about the prospect of bowling 5 deliveries to Shem Holder, presents probably an easier task than having to look at the heavy set Rashawn Primus. So Khan will be hoping that he could keep Shem on strike now. Quite close to the pad there as you see De Silva asking a question of umpire Chris Wright, to which he says, "No, Joshua." So this could be a very interesting over here. The skill of Khan. It's the bat of Holder. The bat of Holder surviving.
Jim Holder, saw him yesterday with ball in hand, 5 wickets, a maiden 5-wicket haul, bowling his off spins.
That will certainly give him some confidence. You always want to do well with the skill that you are preferred with, or the skill that you're picked for. And picking up those 5, I mentioned the fact that he got some runs also, got into the 40s. So he's been coming along in this season. Tempting him there was Imran Khan, but up to the task is Shem Holder. Another dot delivery, just 1 left now in Khan's 22nd over. Bravo now just asking the field to get a bit tighter. He brings himself a little bit closer, and the cover is asking the man and Gooley to mid on to just drop back closer to the boundary. Anderson Phillip also takes a couple steps back, so maybe looking at the prospect of giving Shem the singles so that they can have Anderson Phillip bowl at him from the next end.
It's all down to tactics here by the Red Force captain. A loud appeal, is that gone? Yes, the umpire nods the umpire right. I think that came off the inside edge, then onto the pad. And a catch taken there by the guy who has been there all day. That's Vikas Mohan. And yet another wicket there to Imran Khan. His 14 innings. And it's now 229 for 8, the Barbados Pride. And the Red Force, they have started this post-tea session brightly. And 2 wickets and not too many runs.
A good start indeed by the Red Force after the tea session. I talked about the fact that he would have preferred to be bowling at Shem Alexis Holder. That one just pitching around middle and leg and coming off the inside edge of the bat, and a beautiful catch by Mohan. He's been waiting all day for something. It took some skill and he held on to it to the delight of Imran Khan, and to the delight of those in the stands with the flags bearing the colours of Trinidad and Tobago. So 229 now for 8. The new batter to the crease, Jamel Warrican.
Imran Khan 4 for 72 from 22 overs. Really an exciting and successful spell thus far. Employed late by Captain Darren Bravo.
Yeah, certainly from that end today, he went with the 5 overs of Phillip, then 6 overs of Webster before introducing Imran Khan for 3 before lunch, and he actually picked up a wicket just before lunch as well into that first spell of his. Came back after lunch, picked up 1 before lunch, picked up 2 after lunch, now another to have returns of 4 for 72 for him.
Yeah. And this innings of the Pride taking a similar shape to what we witnessed yesterday from the Red Force team. The only difference is that the Barbados Pride, they are 229, and Red Force made 203. Anderson Phillip to continue from the members' end. Russian Primus on strike. How is he going to play going forward here now?
The field spread for Primus, and he takes his single on offer.
Yeah. Is it risky, or has some faith in Warwican?
Well, I'd have to say he has faith in Warwican. He's going to hope that Warwican can stand up and bat there. I was going to say that Warwican has gone to the highest level, but he's gone to the highest level as a left-arm spinner.
Yes.
And not particularly as, the best lower-order batter that there is going around. But no, I do believe that still in this scenario, he's put that faith in Warwican and asked him to stand up at the other end and probably just rotate the strike. We'll see, though.
Yeah, we'll see
how it pays off for him. Quite often, blind faith is not necessarily the best thing to have. Anderson Phillip now to bowl to Jamel Warrican. He's into a good spell, a good trot. And Warrican,
he's good.
well, this is the faith rewarded for him there. He finds the boundary off his first delivery, and Primus probably knew that was what was going to be the result. 4 runs to that total, now taking that lead now up to 31 for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they come in. They're going to take them anyhow. And Warwican off the mark immediately. Just to see on the replay there, short of a good length and playing away from his body inside edge. Very fortunate not to play it onto his stump, but he's going to take those 4 runs. And the Pride definitely will take those 4 runs as the lead now stretched to make it 31 runs.
The good thing about this scorebook, as Warwican would tell you, is that it doesn't tell you how the runs came. He settles again.
Oh, quick delivery there by Anderson Phillip. Letting Warwican know that I'm a fast bowler, Signal 1 for the over by umpire Gustav. I think if you follow the blueprint of fast bowlers, you expect that this next delivery will be at the toes of Warwican.
Well, to be fair, if I were a fast bowler, which I am indeed not, I would be going short again just for the entertainment of it. And Anderson Phillip probably thought like me on that particular occasion, the ball not getting up though. You see, I had my sights set on something just around that eye line almost. I want to get even higher than the badge, as they would say.
But I think he needs to get the field set if he's attempting to go short to Warwican. Maybe we need to get the short leg in. But he has had success in pitching the delivery just in between length. I think he could maintain that style of bowling.
Well, this now is the delivery that we're going stump to stump, wicket to wicket, as much pace as I have in my right arm.
Oh, good one there. And equal to the task, Warwican.
Warwican offering the pose there. And it's funny how the lower order batters usually stand and pose to let you know that they've done their job. A picture or 2 could have been taken there. And I promise you the post under it would have been runs as the caption.
Yes, and Warwican. Has a name of a warrior.
So the final delivery of this Anderson Phillip over. And there's a single on offer, and Warwican accepts it. So 235 now for 8. 77 overs have been bowled, which tells us that we're 3 overs away from the possibility of the new ball being taken here in this innings. And the question is here, Marcus, with the new ball possibly on offer, would you accept it?
I think I may try at least for a few more overs with Imran Khan, given that he has been the bowler getting the wickets with this current ball. So we try for a few more overs, and if not, I'm going to try with Anderson Phillip. But it's interesting that they took that single of that final delivery. I'm guessing that they're going to be taking runs offer on offer. And Warwican took the single there.
Well, Imran Khan will enjoy the prospect of bowling to his spin counterpart in Jamel Warwican.
Flighted delivery by Khan and negotiated by Warwican. And the field set to Warwican, suggests that they're going to try to squeeze the singles. And he has a go at that one. But he doesn't get the amount of bats he was looking to get on that delivery. But that should encourage Imran Khan and Trinidad and Tobago fielders. Oh, that was another close one there. Vikesh Mohan is very interested in that one, but nowhere near his hand to pull off a catch.
I was about to tell you, you said very close, but he would needed 3 Vikesh Mohans to get even near to that one. Warwican would let you know he turned that one around the corner of that particular occasion for a comfortable single to bring Rashawn Primus now into strike, and with it, the field spreads. And Primus pulls out the sweep and sweeps well. Oh, that was a lovely shot by Rashawn Primus, picking the gap on that leg side and collecting 4 runs for his efforts.
And there was a Primus finger shot out of the blue. And the ball pitching on there. And the Primus, he pulled out the sweep shot and he picked the gap beautifully. Look at that shot. Russian Primus moves up now to 46 with that boundary.
Yeah, quite a quality shot there by Primus, and because of that, they've now reinforced the leg side field even more. Man has gone back to deep square leg, and deep mid wicket has now gone back from that position of what was a short mid wicket at that point. So fielders all along the ring on the leg side, or on the boundary that is, and Primus can't get it past Bravo to short cover. Final delivery now, and Bravo will opt to leave the field spread. So a single on offer here if Primus wants it. And he can't get it past Bravo again. So the end of that over, 5 runs from it, 240 for 8.
And Russian Primus and Warwican developing a nice partnership here again. And Primus on 46. And 4 away from what would be his 4th first-class half century. Has a higher score of 65. And what a timely knock here for Primus and the Pride.
Certainly indeed. 46 vital and valuable runs to the cause of the Barbados Pride at a time where they really needed a partnership to happen. He was part of the partnership that helped them get over the line in terms of getting past that first inning score of 203. It will be Anderson Phillip to continue from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's picked up 2 for 67 from his 16 overs. He'll be hoping to bag another, especially given that the conversation was surrounding the possibility of the spinners being the ones to pick up majority of the wickets today. Anderson Phillip has put up his hand after lunch and done the job.
And looking for a quick single and completed there. A shot at the stump there by Captain Bravo. And on this occasion, he misses his stumps. Anderson Phillip 2 for 67 and 16 overs.
I find it so interesting, this game of cricket, whereby when it's not necessarily needed, you hit the stump and you celebrate, because you know that is your target practice. And the one chance that you need to hit the stump, you just miss it by a millimeter. You have to put your hands on your head and say, oh.
Yes, when the pressure is on, oftentimes you miss. It's a lovely drive. Half stop there. It looks like Amir Django in cover. Couldn't prevent Russian Primus from getting a single.
Yeah, that one was struck firmly to Django at short cover. He got a hand to it. Nice to see Django out there on the field, especially after that nasty blow that he took yesterday. At one point, we were wondering if any real damage was done, but thankfully not. He's diving around the field, so that's a good sign.
Really happy to see him on the field, and know that he was disappointed in the way he got out as well, having returned from nursing that injury. Played right across the line to a full delivery from Holder. There's a leg before. I think just about now the opening batters for the Red Force team will be thinking about their innings again. A second turn at the crease, but first they need to dislodge the 2 wickets of the Pride.
2 slips in a gully waiting, a man at point, cover mid-off, mid-on. And Warren Khan is back attempting to punch this one through the offside. Instead, it trickles along the ground and out towards the skipper.
And you can see the slow nature of the pitch. You know, most times it is a zip. The ball is taking its time to get to the batters. 1 and 2 of the deliveries from coming from the media center end. Bounce awkwardly. T.N. Webster was operating from this end. And negotiated nicely there by Warwick Khan. And he'll be telling himself that I'm not here just to give you my wicket. Lead now 39 runs. So 11 away from that figure of 50.
Yeah, Barbados Pride were hoping that they get to that and more, especially if Rashawn Primus is still at the crease. To my mind, he has to be that batter that comes not out in this innings. Has a go at that one. It does Warwican. No connection. And with no connection means no run. So 1 delivery now left in this Anderson Phillip over. 2 runs from it so far. A single to Warwican and a single to Primus in this over. That one a short delivery from Anderson Phillip. And eyed up and thought he could get all of it there. Was Warwican. You have to call that an almighty swing, an almighty heave. That one. The man now goes back just a bit in Jason Mohammed. The field spreads a bit. Warwican just says, please hold on. As the fielders are still making their way out to the boundary, offering that easy single to him. Played away nicely into the offside. So the single was offered, the single accepted. 243 for 8 after 79 overs.
I think that's the end of Anderson's spell in this post-tea session. Who's Bravo's going to turn to? We have the likes of Brian Charles and Carrie Prayer from that members end. Never operated from there before. And Anderson makes his way down to the fine leg area. In fact, that's long off. And he got the Important breakthrough after lunch, after tea, sorry. And Imran Khan going to continue here for the Red Force into his 24th over, marathon spell.
Goes aerial and gets it into some vacant space. I don't think it will have the legs to get to the boundary. There's 2 more now
And
to Warwick-Can.
These are very important ones here. It's going to hurt the Red Force.
Yeah, it's just these nagging runs that you get at the end from the tail enders.
Bravo, this making some adjustments to the field. Warwick-Can, just some byplay there by Warwick-Can. He took a step outside the off stump just to put off Imran Khan. This is what you get with these so-called tail-enders. Very adventurous. And this time, he stays the conventional way. Long stride.
You can see a big smile through the helmet of Warwick-Can there. It's all fun and games out there for him at the moment. Looks to open up that leg side again. Imran Khan equal to the task. And bowling much of a flatter, quicker delivery there. Warwick-Can though jamming the bat down in time. Collects another single and brings Primus back into strike. He's on 47, just 3 away from the half century at the first class level.
And Warwick-Can moves up to 11.
Primus looks to go expansive, but doesn't get a hold of it.
I think he tried to hit the true cover. And just opened his shoulders there. Yes, and look at him rehearsing that shot. But just wasn't to the pitch of that delivery. It was a bit slower from Imran Khan. And given the slow nature of the pitch, you need to get very close to the delivery to execute a shot like that.
Wrapped on the pad, but that one definitely going down the leg side to complete another over. 24 bowled by Imran Khan. 247 for 8 now. And with it, 80 overs have been bowled, which means that a new ball is now available for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And are you going to take the... Well, you being John Bravo, good idea to take the new ball?
Well, definitely not. Definitely not a consideration at this stage, because the question becomes who bowls that new ball for them at the moment. You see Tion Webster coming back.
Yeah. I knew that that was the end of Anderson's spell, but I felt that either Brian Charles or Carrie Pierre would have actually taken up the attack from the members. But let's see what Tion Webster can present here for the Red Force. They are in search of wickets. I'm not too sure that Tion Webster would have been the best choice to get those the remaining wickets, yeah?
It's interesting because when you say that, I also think the batters say that as well, in terms of the concentration level drops a little bit because you become a little bit easier with the prospect of facing Tion Webster. So you let down your guard just a touch. You play the ill-advised stroke, or you tell yourself you can get on top of it probably a bit more, and then all of a sudden that's where you find the wickets falling, just when the bowler that you don't expect to take the wicket is brought into the attack.
Well, the Red Force will certainly hope that's the case in this occasion. Tion Webster 9 overs for 16 runs. He has been tight. He has been a lone bowler without a wicket. Carrie Pierce 17 overs, 1 for 35. Imran Khan 24 overs, 4 for 81. Anderson Phillip 2 for 70 from 17 overs. And Brian Charles 13 overs, 1 for 38.
Well,
so
this
lovely drive there by Russian Primus, and I think that brings up his 50, his third, in fact his fourth at this level, and he raises his bat and to the acknowledgement of his teammates in that member stand. A well-played half-century by Russian Primus, and a timely one.
Yeah, beautiful drive there by Primus. For somebody who spent so much time at the crease, it wasn't too hard to put away a delivery like that from Tion Webster. It was a full toss. He just needed to pick the gap and get it to the left of the man that's that long off, and he did just that. Goes again this time though, finds the man sweeping on the cover boundary, so just a single, but certainly a well-played knock by Rashawn Primus, and a well-timed knock as well. I was mentioning off comms the fact that the innings that he played against the Red Force in the Super 50 got eyes looking at him, because he's had eyes on him across the CPL and other shorter format tournaments, where that Super 50 knock of 130 not out really got people talking about the talent that is Rashawn Primus. And now to come now at the first class level in the longer format and show good skills as well, it's certainly a good look for him. I mentioned the fact also that he spent some time also in Australia as well, playing a bit of cricket, so he's certainly getting around his Primus, and like I said, certain eyes now are looking at him because he's starting to give you the performances that you kind of expect of him, because he's not new to cricket, is Primus.
Very familiar with the Red Force players, having joined the team in the 2015-2016 season. He made his debut at the first class level with the Red Force team, and back here for the Barbados Pride. Really good knock here, 53 from 70. Untroubled. And he's joined a partnership again with Warwican. Still would have wanted to see either the likes of Pierre or Brian Charles coming into the attack here, but they have opted for Tion Webster.
Yeah, I see the
taken
third umpire coming out, and it appears as they just will do exactly what we were questioning. They're going to take the new ball now and place it into the hands of Tion Webster.
And does that now affect the leg spin of Imran Khan? He can bowl a new ball as well.
Well, he certainly can, and I'm pretty sure he's been asked to.
But that's a strange decision, though.
You know, it's so interesting that when teams opt to take the new ball, sometimes it backfires in the sense that with that ball no harder, it flies off of the bat. It's a little better in terms of those edges, and batters just find a way of getting out a couple more runs a lot quicker than it would have been with the older ball. But we'll see if that is the case here for the Red Force. At some stage when Tion Webster was bowling before lunch, the ball was just getting a bit of movement for him as well. Obviously with the older ball, it wasn't moving as much. With the new ball in hand, it'll be interesting to see if he's able to get anything going for him here today, or rather here this afternoon.
A partnership of 23 runs between Warwican and Primus. And Primus have found good partners in Casey. They would have put on 33, and then 41 with Akeem Jordan. But on 3 with Chaim Holder, now 23 with Warwican. Warwican shaping up nicely behind that one to bring to an end that Tion Webster's over, and they scored 252 for 8. And the Barbados Pride, they are now leading by some 49 runs, just short of that 50-run mark. What's going to be their final total? That all depends on the two batters at the crease and the Red Force bowlers.
Well, Anderson Phillip looks to be the one to pair Tion Webster with that new ball. He's going to switch ends. Interesting that he's been successful from. He's been asked to bowl from the other end. You know, just interesting the ploy there by Darren Bravo. However, since lunch, Anderson has really been bowling quite well. He's bowled a lot straighter, he's bowled a lot fuller, and reaped the rewards for it, picking up 2 for 70 so far.
Yeah, I'd love to see Carey Pierre or even Brian Charles with the older ball before, a new ball would have been taken up here by the Red Force team. But can Anderson and Phillip wrap up this innings of the Pride with a new ball in hand? And you mentioned earlier, with the harder ball, run scoring can become easier, but they can also get wickets. And Captain Barrow just having a word with his leading fast bowler Anderson Phillip. I think they're having a conversation with the current field set, 2 slips, a gully. A man out there at point, a cover.
Well, Anderson certainly has been bowling much better than when he started yesterday evening with that new ball. A second new ball in his hand. What will he do with it this afternoon?
Go on! That's a brilliant way to start with a new ball. Anderson Phillip, this time he got the outside edge of Rashawn Primus. And he has been darting the deliveries back into the batters, but this time, here was Rashawn Primus driving at the delivery just outside the off stump. And he found the edge and just for the silver. He's not going to drop those.
Well, here I guess is the difference between that older ball and the new ball. Just a bit of movement there for Anderson Phillip away from the bat of Rashawn Primus. Just playing at a wide one was Primus. Probably a lapse in concentration. And an easy catch accepted by Joshua De Silva. So a brilliant innings by Rashawn Primus comes to an end. He got to 50 and didn't add much more after that. The 9th wicket goes down for the Barbados Pride. 252 for 9.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip, he has rebounded nicely. And after having, I want to say, a warm-up yesterday afternoon. And the start of play today, a post-lunch session, he has bowled really well. And he started brightly in this post-tea session as well. This is the Anderson Phillip I saw at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy a couple of years back. And good pace, and utilized that stock delivery he has, the inward movement. Well, that last delivery, just outside the off stump, and he found the outside edge of Russian Primus. He made a well played 53 of 70 deliveries, and that knock included 4 fours and 1 6. The final pair at the crease here, and the Red Force team will want to get rid of this pair as soon as possible.
So the new ball doing the trick in the hands of Anderson Phillip. Rashawn Primus probably just guilty of pushing at a wide one on that particular occasion. But he's got to go back. And now it's Jerry McAllister, who, if you've been watching this first class tournament and following the Barbados Pride, well, it is either hit or miss when it comes to him.
So fast bowler to fast bowler. Yes. And then Bravo has reinforced the slip area. Oh, smash down the ground there. Not off the middle of the bat, and Darren Bravo gives chase here.
Well, it should have been a comfortable 2. But instead it's just a single, but I did see it. McAllister, well, there's no playing forward when it comes to him. There's no waiting. It is a case of swing, and whatever comes off after that, he will accept.
Yeah, I like McAllister. Yeah.
You mentioned that you consider yourself as a batter. Is this the type of batter
I like
that you consider yourself to be?
McAllister, I mean, in the cool afternoon, I think he wants the ball in hand, not the bat in hand at this time. Anderson Phillip up against the Warwican. Let's see what Warwican can do in this time. This one is hit high, and it'll drop just over Imran Khan at mid-on. They're looking for 2 runs here. They got them easily. And so the intent is clear here by the final pair, Warwican and McAllister. They're going to take what runs they can get.
Well, to be fair, with neither of them being recognized batters at this stage, it's no longer a case of holding on and turning the strike over to what will be the experienced partner, Rashawn Primus. And as such, the license to swing has been given to them.
52 runs, the lead. Well played there by Warwican. And he'll be telling himself he's a senior guy out there now.
Well, based on matches,
With matches.
most definitely he would be. McAllister made his debut over in Antigua as well. So quite a few boys from the Barbados Pride made their debut in this first class tournament. And he's been having a wonderful tournament as a bowler. He would like to think that some of the sixes that he's hit meant he's having a wonderful tournament as well as a batter.
Yeah, let's see how he goes against Anderson this time. I suspect this one will be very short. Pulled his length back there, Anderson. And McAllister swinging for the hills.
And McAllister better be careful. He might pull something there. He's got some overs to bowl this evening.
And that one fan waving the Trinidad and Tobago flag. I think he's ready to see the Red Force batters at the crease once again. And of course he will be hoping that the batters will be putting up something much better than they did in the first innings.
So the final delivery of this Anderson Phillip over, he's been successful already in it. Will it be two? Well, it ends with Warwican turning down a single and telling McAllister, no thank you, I am the senior man here, I will take strike. 256 for 9.
Interesting stuff there. And of course, as you mentioned, two of the frontline batters, and they are known or selected for their bowling and want to get the runs on offer. You know, it's good to have a 20 not out or a 20 with an asterisk by your name.
I'm not too sure how I would feel with Warwican putting his hand up at me, batting just one above me and asking me to just hold off at this point.
And the helmets have been called for. And it looks like Khan is going to take up the attack from the members' end. This should be interesting. And Khan now into his 25th over. One away from yet another 5-wicket haul for the Red Force. 4 for 81. A solitary maiden in that spell. Up against Warwican, the senior batter out there now.
Faces now to Imran Khan.
Bravo!
A misfield means that they will get 1 and in fact probably get 4. So what looked to be a regulation stop has now turned into a lovely shot off the bat of Jamel Warwican, and it runs away into that cover boundary. Bravo can't believe it. Neither can Imran Khan.
A lovely shot there by Warwican.
Just a lapse in concentration there, you would have to say, from Bravo. This time works it out towards long off and once again denies McAllister the chance of taking strike.
Imran Khan would have taken 5 wickets in an innings at 25 times. 25 times, yes. And his 111 matches played at the first class level.
He's certainly been a faithful servant of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side. And played his trade for many years and has done it well. Also, it would be nice to see him pick up another 5-wicket haul at this level.
Well played by Warwican. He's watching the ball. That's for certain there.
Well, the mid-off and mid-on come into play now. Or in fact, Bravo's asking the mid-on to just drop back onto the boundary at long on. Where he can sweeps And it doesn't find the gap, though. Anderson Phillip does the work coming around at square leg. So the end of the over, 5 runs from it, 261 for 9.
The Barbados Pride. They are eking out whatever runs available for them out there and stretching that lead further. And the Red Force, they will want to wrap up this innings and get to batting. Just about, it's now 5 minutes to 4 in Trinidad and Tobago. And the lead now up to 58. Anderson Phillip to continue. And Warwick on 19 with 29 balls. And he's on strike to Anderson now.
Yeah, I think from a Barbados party perspective, what is even better for them, not just the fact that they've gotten past that 203, but in fact picked up 2 batting points, having reached 250 in this innings. Points being very crucial when you look at the situation of the table. Oh, goes aerial. Not getting a lot of bat onto it, but enough to pick up 2. And this knock from Warwican now takes him into the 20s. 21 from 30. That lead now 60 runs for the Barbados Pride. So I talked about the fact that if they could get it past that 50, get even closer to maybe a 75, 100, all of a sudden you find yourself maybe 100 for 2. Truly, in fact, you're none for 2.
Yes. I think these runs are hurting the Red Force. And I think at the start of the day's play with the Pride at 40 without loss, they progressed to 69 without loss. The Red Force would have felt that they may have been in the field all day, but they were able to pull things back. And the 263 represents a good bowling performance. It's just that the Red Force batters, winning the toss and batting yesterday, and didn't put their hands up. And they were skittled for 203, and have now found themselves facing the targets, in fact, a lead of 60. A deficit of 60 they need to wipe off.
Oh, that's another almighty heave. That one does Warwican. I know that Colin Murray didn't know that I heard him, but he's in the back of our commentary position just begging for this final wicket to fall. Him and everybody else who are supporting the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side.
Him and the 72 fans in the Caribbean stand today. And they're blasting this soca music.
Oh, a bit of movement there off the surface from Anderson Phillip. Obviously, we expect a little bit of that with the new ball.
I think it's anticipated that the innings basically got to come into a close, and seeing the ground staff, they have already lined themselves with the tools to do the necessary dressing of the pitch in between innings, but they need to get this wicket first.
Yeah, the funny thing about it is that those ground staff too will be supporting the Red Force from 2 perspectives. One, a job perspective, and a love for country perspective. They would want this innings to end. Anderson Phillip trotting in again. And this one is aerial again. It flies over that slip cordon, and they will put another dagger in the heart of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force supporters. The lead extends now to 64. 267 now for 9. The Barbados Pride. Colin Murray steps in and probably hoping that he can take the wicket himself, but Warwican just having a swing at that one. Comes off the outer edge of the bat, and I talked about the fact that with the new ball you tend to get stuff like that happening. They've picked up the wicket, but a couple of runs have come, as well as I say hello again to Colin Murray.
Yeah, hello, Joel. I need to ask you a question, but I'll do it after this ball. So, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've taken a new ball, and they've bowled Imran Khan. Can you? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that would work because you've got Anderson Phillip and you've given him the new ball. That's fine. You give Tion Webster the new ball. You bowled him, I think, 1 or 2 deliveries. You brought Anderson at one end, got the wicket, and then you give the new ball to Imran Khan. I'm sorry, it's not. It's not. I'm missing something. So I'm hoping you could explain it for me. Didn't you have a Tion Webster who bowls medium pace, can move the ball about, and wouldn't it be logical that you give him the new ball?
Well, Colin,
I'm not understanding it.
if you just glance to your right, you will see that the ball is now in the hands of Tion Webster.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I didn't want to glance to my right because I thought Imran Khan would have been bowling again. Sometimes these things just don't make sense to me. I heard you all discussing about the new ball, whether it should be. I thought they were right. I thought they should take the new ball, but you can't take the new ball and give it to Imran Khan, especially after you gave Tion Webster one ball. What do you have Tion Webster in the team for? He's a medium pacer. You take the new ball. You have Anderson Phillip at one end, but then give him the ball to bowl. Now, he may very well bowl here and get clobbered all over the place, but to me, that's irrelevant, because you've already done the damage by giving the new ball to Imran Khan. But here's Webster. But I just don't like the body language of the Red Force team. They're not. The body language to me is all wrong. It's as if they're just waiting for things to happen. They're bowling and things, and well, that's going to fly over the head of the slip cordon. No, nothing's wrong with that. He's taken he tried to hit it, over long off, over long on, got the outside edge, peeled over the slip region. You can't do very much about that, but surely, there doesn't seem to be a real eagerness in the Red Force body language.
Yeah, McAllister having another heave at that one, batting in the expected fashion. And I guess, as you mentioned, you don't have a problem taking new ball. And it's true, you give yourself that option of another wicket-taking scenario, and Anderson Phillip used it well and picked up the wicket in that first over. But it just felt that they could have probably taken the same wicket or both wickets with that older ball. And for me, I look at these scenarios whereby, you have just that little flurry of runs that happen with the guys swinging. And so I count maybe about 16 to 20 runs so far since then. And they wouldn't have come as easily with the old ball. Probably might have had to work a little harder, maybe.
Yeah. I think we'll go into it after this delivery. Yeah, I just think that Anderson Phillip needed that new ball to get that little bit extra, and so I wasn't thinking of the spinners. I thought from an Anderson Phillip perspective, he needed the new ball, and so said, so done. He took the wicket. I think the extra space and bonks beat Primus, and that's what you wanted. But now you're bowling to number 10 and number 11, and they've already added some 19 runs. And that's what McAllister is going to do all day long. He's just going to swing, bowl on the stumps. That's the cardinal rule. You miss, I hit. But he's bowling outside the line of the off stump, Webster, when he should really. The rule is when you're bowling to 10 and 11, you bowl at the stumps. And unfortunately, Webster is delivering just outside the line of that off stump, and he's slightly moving it. He's moving it away as well from McAllister, so he doesn't have a hope in hell to hit it. He's going to get the edge 9 out of 10 times. Right, there it is, straight into the hands of the slip fieldsman, and Webster has done the business, just back of a length. McAllister stood there, left the bat there because he couldn't swing at it because it wasn't there to play that type of shot. Gets the outside edge, and the catch was taken at slip. Who took that catch? Was it Django? It appears to be Django who took the catch. And there is McAllister not getting in line. and just hanging the bat, and it took the edge and went through to be taken by McAllister. So finally, the Barbados innings comes to an end, 271. Warrican, he has remained not out on a 25, but the 5 for McAllister off the bowling of Webster, and 271. That's a healthy lead of 68. I would have thought that the Red Force, before they went out this morning, they would have talked about trying to dismiss Barbados around the 230 mark, 230, 240, with a lead of about 30, 35. I think they've got just about 30 too much of a lead. And when I say too much, it's just a psychological thing. You want to get in there, you want to wipe off whatever lead they have without losing a wicket. But 68, the way the openers have been batting for the Red Force, you have to think that that lead of 68, the Red Force may very well lose a couple of wickets before they're able to wipe it off. But the Red Force will have to aim for somewhere in the vicinity of 300 to 325 to give the Pride a target of, say, 240, 250 on the fourth day. Not that the pitch is going to deteriorate that much on the fourth day. I think it's still going to be a good pitch. May get a little bit more spin. You may get a little bit varying bounce. Some of it may keep low. But it's a situation where the Red Force now, they've got to bat well enough to get to 300, because if they don't, they're going to find themselves in a lot of trouble. And this is why I'm saying the lead of 68 is a very healthy one.
Oh, certainly, and especially when you look at the partnerships very quickly. Let's run down this Barbados scorecard. So 271 all out. They were led by the man that started the innings in Zachary McCaskey. He got 92 off of 197 deliveries. He spent a lot of time at the crease, and he certainly was the man that set up this total for them. Shane Mosley, 25. Rashawn Worrell, the debutant, he got 4. Jonathan Drakes, he went for just 2. Shane Dorrich, the captain, 3. Kevin Wickham looked good, showed promise, but got just 27. Rashawn Primus, he was the man that stood up at the end and really helped them to get past that first innings total. He got to 53, another half century at the first class level. Akeem Jordan got 26. Shem Holder did not trouble the scores. Jamel Warkan, he was a not-out batsman on 25, and Jeremy McAllister, he went for 5. So 271 all out. As Colin mentioned, a lead of 68, and we think about how the partnerships have gone at the top as we round down that bowling card very quickly. The pick of the bowlers, Imran Khan, he picked up 4 for 86. Anderson Phillip, though, he was spectacular today after lunch. He picked up 3 for 80, and a wicket apiece for Brian Charles, Tion Webster, and Kyrie Pierre. So the wickets were shared around for the 5 bowlers used by Bravo and the Red Force. But you look at that lead, Colin, you look at the partnerships that the Red Force have had. Partnership of 6, 6, 7, 1, 38, 2. And then in this match, 19 for 1, 42 for 2, 76 for 3. It certainly presents a challenge, and they will certainly have to stand up and bat well this evening, negotiate roughly maybe about 15 to 17 overs that we'll get before the end of play, and then come back tomorrow and really look to pile on the runs, as you would say.
I think they've got to firstly wipe off that deficit without losing a wicket. But if they do, you can't afford to lose more than 1 wicket. So I think you made mention that something about naught for 2, or if you were thinking of a lead of 100. Well, it's less than 100, which is good, but I still think it's about 30 too much, and not that just 30 too much in terms of a psychological advantage that the Barbados Pride have. When before they came out, and you looked at what the score at one stage was 102 for 2. Then they went to 152 for 5. At that point in time, you had to think, well, if they add another 80 runs for the last 5 wickets and be dismissed for around 232, then you're talking a lead of 30, which, before you blink, that can be wiped off. 68 is going to take a little bit more time. So they would want to close this afternoon, wiping off the lead and maybe just losing 1 wicket. Anything other than that, if they lose 3-4 wickets, well, this game could be over by tomorrow.
Well, it certainly can. But The only guys that will decide that are out there
Yeah.
warming up at the moment.
I think, and I think the Barbados psychologically now they would be on top, and they would come out here in the second innings all firing up. I see Akeem Jordan, for example. I think he's going to come out in this second innings, and he's going to operate from the Willie Rodriguez and the Jerry Gomez Media Center, and he's going to, I think he's going to give it all, because he knows he's maybe has about 6-7 overs to bowl, so he's going to give it all. I would expect McAllister from the other end, two different types of bowlers, but McAllister is going to be really tearing in, trying to bowl as fast as he can. Whether he's going to be accurate enough, that's going to be a different situation. But he's going to really throw really attack the Red Force batsmen. Let's look at some other scores, Joel.
Yeah, some scores around the region in that match with the Guyana Harpy Eagles and Jamaica Scorpions. Well, in reply to 278, Jamaica Scorpions were bowled out for 115. That was pretty much of a recovery for them after what they were at one
24 for
stage.
6.
Yep, well, Guyana Harpy Eagles opting not to enforce the follow on, batting again. They're 86 for 4, and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes 382 for 9 declared. Kareem Agor, he got 100 in that match. Well done to the young man, his maiden first class 100. And in reply, Windward Islands playing some lovely cricket, 148 for 2.
I would be interested to know. I'm wondering if it's Hodge and Athenaeus, because they were at one stage, I think they were 26 for 2. So it means that there's a partnership now between, I would think, Hodge, who would have come in at 3, and Athenaeus at 4. I tell you, I have a lot of time for Athenaeus. I think he's going to be a good cricketer, but it all depends on himself, how hard he works at his game, and building up his fitness levels and all of that. But I think he's a super little player.
No, he certainly is, and he's in fact on 80 not out.
Yeah.
Calvin Hodge is on 56 and not out. At the moment.
Athenaeus, I think he's got 100 and 250s so far this season. One of those 50s he got out at 97. So, I was very, very disappointed that he was not given an opportunity in South Africa to play in one of the tests. And then we come back to just 2 test matches and that kind of thing, and we don't want to speak about that again. But surely, he's one of the young batsmen that you've got to look at, to throw him in at the deep end, just see what he's worth, and who knows, he may fail as well as he may very well come good. But he's having I saw him here at the Oval last year against Guyana, and he got 68, and I thought this youngster has real potential, and I'm happy that potential this year has turned into some really good scores.
Yeah, he's certainly up there as the leading run scorer right now in the first class championship. And it will be interesting to see where he ends up and if he can carry through that form, because I do believe he'll be one selected, or rather he has to be one selected for that Headley Week series.
Oh, for sure.
That is going to be in Antigua, and probably the prospect of him getting a chance in that series versus India, because that's the next set of tests that the West Indies will be playing.
Again, Joel, that's the other problem and the other drawback, because years ago you would have seen that the West Indies would have played South Africa. They would have come here for a series, say in March or April. Now you don't have that, because you have this T20 cricket all over the world, and players not playing regularly test cricket. I think Rabada made the point about South Africa. He says, it's really terrible that they don't have a test series coming up until the end of the year. And, if you want to promote red ball cricket and want to promote young men, because not everybody can be a T20 star, not everybody can go out there and play ODI cricket. So you got to try and also promote the 5-day game. And people keep saying that cricket is dead, test cricket is dead in the Caribbean. It's dead because it's not promoted properly. The team is not doing well, and somehow you got to try to work on those things, promote the players, get how do you get more cricket for these young men who are not white ball specialists that can go out there in a T20 game and just bash the ball all over the field. There are players who will be able to work the ball around and build an innings, and that's what you want to see, because that's the only way West Indies can get back. I'm not even saying top of the ladder, but can get back in a frame of mind that they can compete with the best, because right now we can't compete with the Australians and the Indians and to a lesser extent the English of this world, because their test level it's gone from 8 to 9.5. We've gone from 7 to 5, and that's the sad part about it. Anyway, the roller is making its way off the field and all the players have come on, so we're going to look to see how this Red Force team will fare. And I'm not sure if Django has come out to open. Let's see. Is it? I know Mohan is there. Has Django come with him? Yes. But interestingly enough, Django has gone to the non-strikers end. And I know if you remember the first innings, Akeem Jordan opened the bowling against Django. But this time they've a little bit of a switch. And Django has probably said to Mohan, or Mohan could have said to Django, I'll take first strike.
Well, it certainly will be an interesting contest here. Akeem Jordan did not pick up a wicket in the first innings.
Very
but he
unlucky.
bowled well.
Yeah.
He bowled what you would call some good balls. And there had the ball going away, holding its line as well. And he'll be hungry for success here before he left to go off to the test over in South Africa. Didn't get a chance to play in it, as you know, but before he left, he was amongst the leading wicket takers.
That's right.
In the tournament. I believe he was just probably around second at that time at the end of round number 2.
Yeah, he picked up 12 wickets in the first 2 games, so he was certainly among the wickets. He was together with McAllister. And we haven't spoken very much about McAllister, but he's picked up a lot of wickets in the regional tournament. And yes, he's played 1 game more. Let's see. Yeah, he's played 1 game more than the man bowling now. That's well played from Mohan. Nice, pleasant shot. Just getting right over the ball. Very attacking feel, isn't it? 2 slips, 2 gullies maybe. Or maybe a first slip, a second slip, fourth slip, straightish gully. Then there's a cover, more of a point, and a mid-off. So 6 men on the offside and 3 on the on.
Oh, that is the luxury that being on top affords. You can apply that pressure quite early. Search for those early wickets, because you definitely know what they can do to the psyche of the team. Red Force trailing by 68 runs here in their second innings.
And that's what they want. They need to get a couple early wickets, and a couple early wickets will certainly change. If the Red Force are able to go in this evening, say 50 for 1, they would feel pretty comfortable. But if they were to lose a couple wickets, say 50 for 3, then you'd have to say that their backs would be really against the wall. Well, they've started off with a single, Mohan.
Jordan in true fashion, just bring that ball in as we expect to the right-handers. He's usually someone that aims for those pads and aims to get between the bat and the pad of players who like to go for those booming drives quite early in their innings.
Well, 3 slips and a gully for Django, similar type feel. Jordan coming round the wicket. Well, that's a good shot from Django. He would feel good about that. Picks up 2 runs.
Yeah,
He spent most of the day in the field, he spent all the day in the field, so he seems to be all right.
Yeah, I saw him diving around. I made the comment that, it looks as if the elbow is really doing quite well. But those 2 runs would do Django well for sure. He went for a duck in the first innings.
He played he came back out and played an atrocious shot. Well, he's gone. Another atrocious shot because this was wide of the off stump and Django was just having a go at it outside the line of the off stump and gets the outside edge and Dorich takes the catch and just what the Red Force did not want has happened. They've lost an early wicket. Amir Django goes back to the pavilion. A wide delivery from Jordan going further away from him, flashed at it, got the outside edge and a comfortable catch, and he's gone for 2. And not a very good match for Django. Let's have a look at it, Joel.
Akeem Jordan didn't have to work too hard for the wicket on this particular occasion. It was full and it was wide, inviting the drive, yes, but it could have easily been left alone by Django. Instead, it takes the edge and an easy catch accepted by skipper Shane Dorich. The pressure is piling on here. 3 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, not the start that they were looking for. Well, Jordan went wicketless in the first innings. He's picked up a wicket in his first over.
Probably one of his worst deliveries.
Quite possibly, indeed. It almost was a nothing delivery, you would have to say. One of those balls that you just let go out of your hand. You say, oh, crap, didn't mean to do that. But on this particular occasion, it picks up the wicket. And it's funny, because in the first innings, he bowled some gems, some absolute crackers, some beauties. And he missed the edge. The edges fell short of the slip, and quite possibly the worst delivery that he's put down today in this match has picked up the edge. But that is the game of cricket.
That's right.
For you, and he will accept them regardless of how they come.
Yeah, I mean, it's Django. He seemed to have come out and said to himself he's going to be positive. But you've got to be positive. But in being positive, you've also got to be sensible. You've got to decide which deliveries you're going to attack, which deliveries you're going to leave. And unfortunately, he just a wide delivery that he decided he's going to go after. And then you've got 3 slips and a gully. Just didn't make sense. So Django back in the pavilion for 2. And it brings skipper Bravo out in the first over. And that's not what the Red Force would have wanted. And you have to say that it's been not a good start from Jordan. I mean, when you think back to the first innings, his first over was a gem. He was taking that ball up to the batsman, just moving it away from the left-hander. Remember the first 5 overs, I think he bowled to Django. There was not a run. He couldn't score a run. But even that delivery to Bravo going down the leg side, just wondering if he's maybe trying to bowl a little bit quicker than he would have anticipated. But it brings McAllister from that Branlar Pavilion end. McAllister now with 15 wickets in the tournament. And certainly bowling extremely well. Holder has what? He has started the game with 9. So 9 and 5. He's up to 14. McAllister on to 15. Jordan with 13. Easily the 3 leading wicket takers for Barbados. But here's McAllister.
Starts a lot better than he did in the first innings. And that's good to see from him, because I believe that if he can get it on target and really back up Akeem Jordan here, they can really pile on the pressure. They really don't want to let go of their advantage from the other end. Akeem Jordan, yes, picked up the wicket, but he's not bowled his best deliveries just yet. So if McAllister can come and follow up that over, even if he doesn't get the wicket in it, just keep it tight. Then certainly when Jordan gets it spot on, it could be a few problems here for the Red Force very early.
Well, Bravo is going to take strike for the first time from McAllister. I'm not getting it right, but It's interesting because the Red Force again suffering from a poor opening stance, and they decided to leave out Kamil Puran, who's been having a really good domestic season, Joel. And, yes, Django, and it's easy in hindsight to say, well, maybe they shouldn't have opened with Django. But Django's been batting well, but he's been batting well in the middle order. So the question begs now, you've taken him from his comfort zone of batting in the middle, getting runs. You've brought in a seasoned opener, but yet you don't play him. So it's a very interesting situation from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force selectors. But McAllister coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Bravo. Interestingly, I think he's trying to get that ball into the body of Bravo.
Certainly, I was going to make mention to the fact that Rashawn Primus at one point was extremely wide at that fine leg position. If you remember that the catch was taken down there by Rashawn Worrell, and they've asked Primus just to come a bit more to his left, kind of similar to the position that Rashawn Worrell would have been in for that catch in the first innings.
And there's a leg gully in place and a forward short leg. So I really think it's going to be bodyline music from McAllister. Hasn't got it right yet to Bravo. But when you look at it, if you're going to have a forward short leg, if you're going to have a leg gully and then a man out, tells me that you're going to be looking to angle that into the body of Bravo and hoping that he may fend it off to forward short leg or flick it into the hands of the leg gully fieldsman. So much depends on skipper Bravo now to have a good knock if the Red Force are going to put up any sort of challenge in total to set the Barbados Pride challenging victory target.
Yeah, it's been interesting that McAllister's really trying to put everything behind it, but getting no response from the surface.
Yeah, it's a really good batting surface, and no devils in it. There is a little bit of turn. You're going to get a little bit of movement with the new ball, but other than that, if you just settle down and bat, you're going to make runs. I mean, you look at Zachary
McCaskey.
Yeah, Zachary McCaskey, and 92, and he looked comfortable. Primus coming in at number 7. Then you had Kevin Wickham. He looked comfortable until he was out at 27. So it's a surface that you can score runs on, but you've got to be patient at the end of the over from McAllister, and just one run coming from it. And a few bad deliveries. I don't think Dorrit would be happy with it because it's obvious what the plan is. But McAllister didn't execute it well there.
No, I think that plan could, funny enough, still be executed with him coming over the wicket, because in a way, when you come around the wicket, your natural angle will always take it on that trajectory of down the leg side. Coming over the wicket, you still have that option of pushing it across because he still has those slips as well. Even though that plan is to go relatively short and into the body line, it probably even presents even more uncomfortable task for Bravo coming over the wicket there.
I get the impression from McAllister that he's looking to bring it into Bravo. Let's have a look at Jordan. Yeah, he's looking to bring it into Bravo. So his line has got to be outside that off stump, coming into the body of Bravo, but he hasn't got it right. And you're right, maybe he should come over the wicket and still angle it into the body. You at that point in time, you can come straight. It's not a matter of trying to angle it into him. So he should, they may consider that. It's going to pick up a run here. Not sure got any bat on to that. Let's wait on the signal from umpire Gustav. No, leg buys. So just one more to the total. 5 now for 1. Mohan on 2. Django already back in the pavilion. Caught Dorrit off Jordan for 2. It's 5 for 1. Good sunny conditions still at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been 2 good days. well played by Bravo. When you know come in, it's always nice when a bowler is going to bowl just wide of the off stump and you get the pace and the bounce of the pitch. They always tell you when a new batsman comes in, bowl at the stumps. Make him play, make him play. That's what you teach a youngster.
You say that, and then Django plays the shot that he played. And funny enough, in the first innings, Bravo played probably one or two quite uppishly as well to the right of Mosley, who was once again at cover.
Well, that's well left again. I think Jordan's got to get a little closer to that off stump, make him play. Yeah, I mean, that's the rule. The thing is, you have some of you look at some openers in world cricket. I think Geoff Boycott, going back a few years, was a master of it. And when he came into commentary, he talked about corridor of uncertainty. But he was a master of leaving those balls. You just sometimes think, oh no, he's going to be bowled. Because it was a fraction outside the off stump. And they said, and people kept saying, well, he's lucky. But he knew exactly where his off stump was. And he knew exactly what he should play at and what he shouldn't play at. And that's the quality of a good opener. Because you've got to remember, you've gone in there at number one. The ball is swinging. There's a lot of movement, And, the less amount of deliveries you play in, say, your first couple of overs that you face, it's the better for you. That's well played by Bravo. Picture of concentration, and he's got to be against Akeem Jordan. So the end of the over from Jordan. His second over has now been completed, 1-4-3. And the Red Force, they're 5-for-1 in their second innings.
I really like that final delivery from Jordan, not just because it was straighter, as you were asking for, but fuller. I really do believe that a batter like Bravo, who just loves that drive, they tend not to put away that favourite shot because they always tell themselves that they can bank on it to score runs. I think back to when he got out in the 90s in that second innings versus Guyana, and it was also on that same type of a drive. I believe the bowler at that stage was Permaul that would have taken the wicket, and it's just, you tell yourself that yes, this is his pet shot, his favourite shot, and it is a shot that he tells himself that 9 times out of 10 he's going to pick the gap, he's going to get the runs, but ever so often it offers you that chance. I think back to that first innings where it was an uppish one just past Mosley as well. It just feed that strength. You might have to give away a boundary or two, but when I look at my lead and I see 63, I would subtract 8 for Bravo and walk back for 8.
That's right. Yeah, no, you're quite right. Put it there. Tempt him, because you're right, he loves to play the shot, and sooner or later he's going to go after it, and if he doesn't pick the right one, he can very well get an edge. Yes, you may go through extra cover a couple occasions, but you can say basically his strength could also be his weakness. McAllister short again, too short and too wide.
I just think that they're going to have to ask McAllister to do what he did just before lunch yesterday. So he started like this in the morning session, and they let him bowl for 5 overs bowling this, and that was a waste of the new ball. Then he came back, and I believe his first wicket was the edge that was taken off of Mohan, and that was a little better. But then after lunch, what he bowled Josh with the silver, he really got stuck in there, and I think that now is what he needs to bowl here. That one dying entirely.
Was it a slower delivery? It appeared to be.
I've never seen McAllister bowl a slower delivery.
But Mohan seemed to be there long before the ball. Let's have a look at it again, because I got that impression.
It just died.
Yeah,
just died out to the surface there. And that is going to be an interesting proposition.
That's
hence why I mentioned that even if Trinidad and Tobago were first got a lead of 150, the type of scenario that you could play into with that type of variable bunks coming into the head of the Barbados Pride batters, because that was a similar scenario to what was happening when they played against Jamaica in round number 2. Jamaica only set them probably like 70 something
Yeah, and they
for
lost
victory, and they lost
yes,
4, 5,
four,
or
five
6
wickets,
wickets,
yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
You know, Shane Dowrich is who had to come and stand up and bat them through in the end. And I really questioned then, you know, had Jamaica Scorpions batted just a tad bit better, maybe it could have been a lot closer of an encounter. And I think maybe something similar here, and hence why that 68 lead is so important for the Barbados Pride, because I really do believe that they'll be slightly disappointed with the fact that they did not get past 300.
Yeah.
Especially given how you probably expect the service might begin to play as we head into day 3 and into day 4. You certainly don't want to be chasing anything north too far, in my mind, especially with the inexperienced batting lineup of Barbados Pride and how we've seen them collapse time and time again. And I may not say time and time again, but across at least 3 or 4 innings, we've seen them collapse. I don't think that they really want to be batting higher of 150 on a 4th day wicket here.
I think if you before the day started, if you said to the Red Force, look, you need to get them out for around 235, so a lead of about 30 or 35, and then you go in, wipe off that this afternoon, and by the end of the afternoon, you yourself, if you can have a lead of about 30, go into the 3rd day, bat, and at least make somewhere in the vicinity of 220 or thereabouts, and you give Barbados that to make on the last day, because this pitch, as I say, it's not going to deteriorate badly, but there are some balls going to keep low, and the spinners may get a little bit more turn. It's going to be slow turn, but they're going to get a little more turn than they're getting now. So 220 can be difficult. You're talking 150. I still think 150 should be gettable. Even latter half of the 3rd day into the 4th day, 150 should be gettable. I think 200 and beyond is going to take a little bit more batting.
No, certainly. 150, and I'm not saying that's the ideal.
Yeah.
But I mean, in
you
this scenario, north of that, you begin to ask
you.
questions. And the funny thing about it is that the delivery that keeps low may not be delivery that actually takes the wicket, but it makes something stick in the batter's head.
Yeah, that's another psychological thing where they think, this pitch is keeping low now. Yeah. Mohan looks, I've seen him once or twice. Young Mohan came through the ranks at under 17 level. Looks a nice, compact little player. Did very well in the trials and did well in a North-South game. I think I mentioned that, and unfortunately the injury. But this is his chance, and really he's a very compact little player. Loves to just open the face. That's his favorite place to score on, somewhere backward of point. He tends to just open the face of the bat. But it's the end of the over from McAllister. So he's completed his 2nd over, none for 1. And the Red Force, they're 5 for 1.
You talk about Mohan, and my first chance to see him live was here yesterday, and I liked what I saw from him. Obviously the nerves, because it's still his debut match. Obviously split the webbing on day 1 of round 1, so it's still his debut, so a couple nerves are wrong, and he was fishing and fiddling at a bit from McAllister outside the off stump. Once he kind of got through that period and stayed at the crease for a little bit, you saw him really get into the flow of things that you mentioned. Backward of square, he started to score a couple of runs. He really punched the ball well through the covers, but then ended up kind of just giving it away, just once again feeling outside that off stump to McAllister.
So Jordan starts a new over, and the first ball again, not where he would want to pitch it. He'd want to just get a little closer to that off stump, make Bravo play, and even take it up to him. Let him go for the drive. The man at a cover, I wouldn't say that's mid-off, he's more of a extra cover. He's in a catching position, so they're looking for that drive, the uppish drive from Darren Bravo. So he's got to be careful once that ball is pitched up. I think the better shot, if he gets on that front foot, is to hit it straight. Maybe look through to get it through mid-off. But I think you made the point. He loves to play the cover drive.
Certainly.
One of the left-handers' favorite shots.
I don't think that if you're a left-hander, you can't go through the covers quite elegantly.
Yeah.
I don't think you could call yourself a true left-hand batter. Probably asking the ball to do a bit too much on that occasion there, Jordan.
Yeah, he's not getting the kind of movement we saw in the first innings, did we? I mean, in the first innings, the ball, he was getting that ball to talk. Now, he is getting some movement, but not as much as he was getting in the first innings. There was one he pitched maybe just about, I would think, middle and off, and it cut away and beat the off stump.
And funny enough, maybe
Django
that
was
is what
batting.
he's searching for.
Yeah.
Here now, it's like a case of, you know, you bowl something before. You almost tell yourself it could happen every delivery.
So the Red Force batsmen just surviving here at the moment, and not in any difficulty, let me make that quite clear, because they're just playing everything at merit. But I think they realize that, it's now 20 to 5, and we've got, just check, we've got 10 overs remaining in the day's play. So with those 10 overs, they would want to just see off the day. Maybe in the 10 overs get maybe another 20 runs or thereabouts. But more importantly, not to lose a wicket. And Bravo looking to pull that one. I thought for one moment he didn't get connection, but missed it. So short delivery there from Jordan. You have to think that bowling that to Bravo, he got away with one.
Quite possibly. I guess you can almost call it maybe uncharacteristic here from Jordan in terms of his start. And it's only because we've grown to know that he has such good control over the ball. That's a word that we always associate with Akeem Jordan. Control.
So the end of a maiden over from Akeem Jordan. Another very, an over where maybe he might be a little disappointed. Some of the deliveries, one outside the line of the leg stump, couple too wide of the off stump. He would want to get Bravo playing at as many deliveries as possible. So he would be slightly disappointed with the over. The only good thing about it is that it ended up to be a maiden over.
You say that, and I was thinking the exact same thing, because somebody might look, and say, well, he bowled a maiden. How is it, that you called it uncharacteristic? But that's just because of the high standard that he's set and what we've seen him bowl in the first innings.
So McAllister is going to continue. I would think these two may go for another 2 overs, and if there's nothing happening, they may very well switch to spin. Mohan looking to cut a delivery that never really got on top of it. They've come off the bottom part of the bat. But not a good delivery from McAllister. Should have been put away by Mohan. Yeah, I would think maybe just another 3 overs or so. Joel, he's going to persist with McAllister and Jordan. And if nothing is happening, very well may go to Warwickon and Holder and just try and put some pressure. Men around the bat. A forward short leg, a silly point, and put some pressure with the spinners on these batsmen.
Feeling for that one there.
Yeah. Was a show.
Mohan. But I do agree that I guess the proposition that you're faced with, especially when it comes down to the latter stages of the evening, I believe they started with 12 overs to go before the end of play. The sun setting here in the beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. But yeah, you are faced with that scenario where you kind of just want to chop and change, especially when you tell yourself, okay, it's not working just yet. I could bring him back tomorrow morning. But in the evening session, a team still trailing by 63 runs. It's really about picking up those wickets. Can Jar McAllister do it here now? Single to Mohan, getting on top of that delivery there. No, brings Bravo into strike. McAllister was just a little offline to Bravo earlier, coming around the wicket. It will be interesting to see if he opts to stay over the wicket to Bravo here, if he will go back around.
Just some scores in the Euro 2024 qualification, Joel. England, they're leading Italy by 2-0. That's the big match today.
Italy has not had the best
No,
of times, you would have to
they've
say,
been
at the
really
international
struggling.
level.
Yeah. And Portugal is leading 1-0. Denmark, they're leading also 1-0.
Bravo comfortably behind that, but a lot fuller there on that particular occasion from McAllister. And I really do think he has to opt for that short ball here now as that alternate, the surprise almost, because they're certainly setting up for the short ball. And funny enough, I think that was the undoing of De Silva setting up for the short ball. McAllister just going full on straight on that particular occasion.
They've taken out the leg gully. Little surprise at that. And they've put a forward short leg. Well, the forward short leg was always there. There wasn't a mid-off, or I think, no, there wasn't a man at point. That was quick. Yeah, there wasn't a man at point, so they've taken the leg gully out and they've put him towards a point, which I'm not too sure on that. I would have preferred him to stay at leg gully, attack Bravo, and as you rightly said, even if he bowls short and Bravo cuts it for 4, that's okay. But they've tried to plug that gap there at point. But in doing so, they've sacrificed by moving. They've moved the man at leg gully.
I think they're asking McAllister to bowl to a different length here now.
And a different line. A loud appeal goes up, and the umpire right says not out. There's no signal coming from him. So it gives you the impression that Bravo may have got a little nick onto that. So he's off the mark with that single. So it's now 7 for 1. Let's have a look, Joel, because a loud appeal went up.
Yeah, a lot fuller on that occasion, McAllister. And since the change in the field, he's really gone much fuller. I'm not too sure if there really was bat on that. I don't have Snicko as my option, so I hope that nobody on the commentary stream is hoping that I would confirm whether or not there was bat there. What I can tell you is that the umpire in Chris Wright decided that there was bat, and we will go with Chris because Chris is right.
Yep, and he is he's closer than we are. But it did seem to be 2 songs, but as you rightly said, we'll have to go with Mr. Right.
I don't think he's wrong.
No? Okay. I can live with that. So Akeem Jordan has now come over the wicket. This is very interesting. He's come over the wicket, and the very first delivery, you could see him taking that ball across the body of Darren Bravo, who immediately picks up the line and allows it to go through. But this is very interesting. I like to see this, Joel, because the bowler is thinking. He was round the wicket. He decides, okay, let me try a different ploy. Let me go over the wicket and try to take it across his body and see what he's going to do. And Bravo picked up that one early.
I was waiting to see what he would say when he came over the wicket, because I knew that your face would light up at that particular instance.
I think he's also, I get the impression he's bowling slightly quicker than he did in the first innings, and maybe that is the reason that the ball is not swinging as much. It's nice now because the sun has left us, so may get a little bit of movement. So the Trinidad and Tobago team, these 2 batsmen, trying to play out the afternoon. We are in the 7th over, and only 7 runs have been scored thus far. And when you think of it, you look at Bravo, he's had 1 not out from 22 deliveries. That's very much unlike Darren Bravo.
I think he's employing what we like to call that situational awareness here now, with the understanding that it's really more so about the wickets column. And it's just as soon as we say that, he now takes that 1 and doubles it. And he's now on to 2. But Yeah, obviously someone with the experience of Darren Bravo will know that tomorrow is what they say, you come back for your runs type of a scenario. And to sure it'll be nice to just chip away at the lead here this afternoon, but at the same time it is really just about preserving those wickets. That one already is too much
That's right.
for them at this stage, and he will know that another one, all of a sudden things will look certainly different tomorrow in terms of the approach that they will have to take. It'll just be interesting to see whether or not Vikash Mohan too can adopt a similar principle and ensure that he is there when the umpire flicks his bails at the end of the day. Just pushing at one there is Mohan. Just one delivery left now in this Akeem Jordan over. Another 8 deliveries remaining in the day's play after this. And I just got a little glance at Shane Dorrich telling McAllister to hold. So there will be a change from the next end. We were wondering how long he would keep McAllister going. Edged and gone.
So Mohan just pushing at that delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he was pushing at it very hard indeed. Flew out a thick outside edge and goes taking low down at gully. A very good catch, but again we see another batsman just pushing at that delivery wide of the off stump, and it's the end of Mohan. So he goes for 3. And the Red Force now struggling at 8 for 2.
Yeah, Mohan on the delivery before this, just pushing out off the back foot, but this time on the front foot. And once again, those hands just going away from the body, and a brilliant catch being taken at gully by Zachary McCaskey. He's having a fantastic day, 70 or rather 92, and now a brilliant catch. 2 wickets now for Jordan, 8 for 2 at Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
8 for 2, and let's see, the man coming out, Brian Charles. So they've opted to go with a night watchman with 7 overs left, and the Barbados fast bowlers, they're on a rampage at this point in time. Not too sure with 7 overs to go if that is the right ploy. But time will tell, I suppose. I would have thought that with the fast bowlers on and 8 for 2, well, I suppose it works sometimes it doesn't work. You put in a night watchman, he lasts until the next day, and you said, hey, great. If he goes early, you say the plan backfired. So it's just a matter of waiting to see what happens.
Well, as we wait and see, one thing that we can see is that the chief destroyer in Shem Holder, he will replace McAllister from that member's end.
So the Red Force opening problems continue. They've not been able to find 2 openers that are able to give them a good start.
Yeah, you certainly have problems if you get to round 4 and you don't have a partnership that's been over 40 runs yet.
Yeah.
And by your opening pair, you've been exposing your batting order within the morning session every single time, probably even before the water break every time.
Well, Darren Bravo had an almighty go at that. No, that went straight into the hands of Jordan at first slip. Well, did that spin all that much? Look, Bravo. Jordan is standing up there having a word with Bravo. But where did that come from?
Yeah, I talked about the fact that a Bravo would always have a go outside that off stump, driving at it.
Well, he's going to get a boundary here. Not sure if he got bat onto it, but it's going to run into the boundary. So, yes, he did get some bat onto that. Again, it seemed to have kept a little bit low. So all of a sudden, Bravo seemed to have shifted gears, isn't he? He was very watchful to the fast bowlers, but off of Holder, he started to play his shots.
Everything happening here.
And Primus is being dropped. The sun is back out with us, but Primus goes about halfway back to the boundary at mid-off.
That one popping into the air, and Kevin Wickham probably hoping that he was at silly mid-off instead. But yeah, everything happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. You just get the feeling that there's still something left in this evening session.
That's another good delivery.
Yeah, Shem Holder getting the ball to even turn with that new ball. And hence why, I mentioned that even just above that 150 could be an interesting prospect.
Yeah, well, it means that the Red Force, they've got to get to 218 or 220, and that looks a little tough now. And they've got to get a couple partnerships going.
Yeah, partnerships will be the word of the day tomorrow. But the word of the day for today is survive.
Yeah. Well, the end of the over from Holder, so it means that the night watchman, Brian Charles, will take strike from Akeem Holder. Or Akeem Jordan, sorry.
Quite often in this innings we've been renaming people.
Yeah.
Somebody was Jason Holder at some point.
No, that was... let me try and remember. Yes, there was a Jason Mohammed was batting, and Shem Holder was bowling, so they became Jason Holder. That makes sense, doesn't it?
It does, but that was not the explanation you gave the first time around.
Well, I know.
And this is how we catch you in the lies.
Yeah. You know, they say when you lie, you must always remember your first lie.
You gave a story about somebody in the stands saying Jason and something else being Holder, probably a cup holder. I don't know, but Akeem Jordan
is the man.
Yes,
well, it's
indeed.
2 for 4 at the moment from his 4 overs, and I would think they would have wanted a forward short leg or someone close to the bat with Brian Charles taking strike.
2 for 4 sounds like a drink special.
Yes.
A lovely one indeed.
A Friday afternoon drink special, and it's what? Today's Thursday. Have I got that right? Yeah, Thursday. Yeah, we've got to wait.
Close enough.
We got to wait. We got to wait till tomorrow. Yeah, you don't get that again though. 2 for 4. It's those were the days. I think even before my time, 2 for 4.
You may get a 2 for 10 now.
Well. Charles is not, certainly he's not a rabbit. He's not a bad player to come in as a night watchman. You look at, he hasn't lit this year's tournament on fire. From 3 innings, he's got 6 runs. So I think he's a little trifle better player than that. He's just had a pretty rough time with the bat in this tournament. And he's going to get, maybe he's going to pick up a couple runs here. Yes, he picks up 2 runs. A ball coming off the inner part of the bat. But found its way towards a backward square leg. So he was able to pick up 2 runs. So Brian Charles is off the mark.
More importantly, he survived another Jordan.
That's right.
But certainly interesting times here. And when you send on a night watchman, obviously you have the expectation that they'll be there to the end of the evening, and it just presents that problem. If the night watchman were to fall, do you send another night watchman?
Yeah. That's always been the argument, and the argument I remember years ago was being said to me that if your best batsman, you can't send your best batsman and he can't survive the afternoon, how do you expect your night watchman to survive it? But I mean, it's the Australians, they have stopped using a night watchman. They send their regular number, whatever, number 4 to bat. But suppose it's... the thing is, your better batsman is really on a hide into nothing, is it? Cannot score freely in terms of he's got to be careful. He's not going to get a 50 in the time allotted, so it's just him trying to defend and keep his wicket intact. But it's interesting, if the white night watchman does go, do you send another one? And what happens if he gets out? So it's a stage where you've got to say, okay, at some time you've got to send your better batsman. It's not a good delivery from Jordan. He would have wanted to be more on the off stump. That's not a bad over from Brian Charles in terms of him negotiating Akeem Jordan. But it's going to be Holder. I think he's going to continue. I've got that right. And it's going to be bowling to Bravo. This is going to be another interesting matchup. How is Bravo? You see, Bravo is a good player against spin. And we all know that. And I just think he hates to be tied down by a spinner.
My suggestion here is feed him.
Yes.
Feed him and he will eat.
That's right.
Whether or not he will go and be gluttonous now is the question. But I do believe that this is a lovely little contest that we're about to witness here. 6 overs left in day's play. Possibly 3 overs coming from the hand of Shem Holder here before we get to the end. How will Bravo go about it? I just think maybe starting probably around middle and off, getting that ball to turn away, get Bravo thinking about beating the man at cover, beating Rashawn Primus at that wideish mid-off.
Thinking of the run. Yes, it's true that it's just going to get a single. Well, Bravo is thinking of the second, but it's not on.
And this now is where it gets even more interesting, because at one stage it's set off, then the midfield let them come through for the one, and Bravo's like, I need to get back down to the end, because you just remember that he's the night watchman that is batting and not your traditional number 4 at the crease right now. So Brian Charles is being asked to navigate and negotiate these rough waters.
Well, again, they've always said that your night watchman should be facing as many deliveries as possible, because he's also trying to protect the other batsman at the crease. So it's a situation where if there are 36 balls left in the day's play, you would want the night watchman to face more than half of those. There's some turn there for Holder.
Yeah, he's certainly gotten some purchase out of this surface, especially after tee yesterday. And funny enough, coming from around the wicket, as well as where he really got that turn and that bite out of the surface. He's here bowling over the wicket to Brian Charles. And he's up to the task. You always question how much pressure do guys under the helmet add to things.
Well, he gets a single, and means that Bravo's got just one delivery left. No, that's the end of the over, it seems. Oh, no, they're changing over. One delivery left for Bravo to face Charles, as Dorridge had a word with Holder. $16 for 2. So Bravo standing up tall to that one. The end of the over from Holder. At the end of it, the red force is 16 for 2.
Yeah, things winding down here on day 2 as we take a look at action around at the other venues in this West Indies Championship. Guyana Harpy Eagles now 126 for 4. So they're piling on the runs. It will be a task for the Jamaica Scorpions once they come back to bat. Their batting has failed, you would have to say, relatively often in this championship. The Windward Islands, in pursuit of that 382 set by the Leeward Islands, well, they're making good yards there. 205 for 2.
It's been I would think Athenaeus and Hodge would still be there. So Athenaeus must be close to 100 if he hasn't got it already.
Well, unless somebody's retired hurt, I would have to tend to side with you there as well, Colin. It wasn't necessarily gold that you struck with that comment.
Well, apparently, sorry, I was getting a signal in the back of the booth saying that he's on 104, 104. So I missed your comment. Maybe it's just as well.
My little cheeky jab as Warwican has been introduced now.
I think this will suit Brian Charles better. I think he's a little bit more comfortable with the spin than he is with the pace of Jordan or McAllister.
On the flip side of it, I guess Warwican would like to think that given his experience and skill, he might be able to just prize out one more. Shane Dodge is now applying just a bit more pressure. Man comes into leg slip, and they now employ a second slip as well. Heads down the leg side with that one, a good take by Shane Dorridge. He's done well with the gloves throughout this match. 16 for 2. The Red Force still trailing by 52 runs. And things just winding down here at the Queen's Park Oval. You're probably right there with that comment, Colin, in terms of Brian Charles just feeling a little more at home and settled versus Warwican. He easily comes forward, and just one more delivery now left in this Warwican over.
Again, you're bowling to a night watchman from Warwican's perspective. Give it some air. Toss it up. Yeah, just float it up in the air. Let him go after it if it's anything. But he negotiates that over nicely. A maiden over from Warwican. And just 4 overs left in the day's play. And you would think 2 would come from Holder and 2 from Warwican. Don't think they're going to look to bring back on the faster men. Even though the light is still good. It's just what? Just about 5 past 5. And the light is still very good. But Bravo is going to continue.
Kamari Boyce, he's going to make his way onto the field now, replacing, I think, Zachary McCaskey.
Yes, and Boyce has been positioned at long off. There's a long off and a long on. So I would hate to think, and I'm going to say it, however, I would hate to think that Bravo would get caught at long off or long on. But stranger things have happened in this game.
If it were to happen, Colin.
I mean, I think I would leave. I'm telling you. You would look to your right and you would see just a chair. Because, you know, it's... I mean, 4 overs to go, 3 overs to go, you're back against the wall and you get caught long off or long on. I just... No, it's not going to happen. As a matter of fact, if I was Dorrit, I would bring in the long off and the long on to mid off and mid on. And let Tellholder give it some air. And who knows? He may very well look to go over the top and could put it straight into mid off or mid on's hands.
Yeah, we've seen it happen before. As I mentioned, that dismissal from Permaul when he was on 95. Permaul just gave it, as you said, that little bit of air. Bravo backing his skills, and of course on 95 you have to tell yourself that you would pick the gap, literally just the wide mid off, and a man at almost like, I guess, a whitish cover as well. The only two guys in the offside on that particular occasion. Bravo just needed to pick the gap, and 9 out of 10 days, and I say that like if they're 10 days in a week, but 9 out of 10 days Bravo would find that gap.
Yeah.
Loud appeal there by Shem Holder, but the umpire, that is right, Mr. Wright, he says no, not this time.
So Bravo's come to have a chat with Charles just to put Holder off a little bit and to make him wait. Charles looks pretty confident there with that push more than a drive. So it's been tough going for the Red Force in this, the second innings. Hakeem Jordan picking up the 2 wickets to fall. That of Jangu, who failed again, just got to 2. And Mohan, he got to 3 before both were dismissed by Hakeem Jordan. That's well played from Brian Charles. That had a little bit more turn. So there is the match summary. 203, 271. Barbados in reply to the 203. And the Red Force in the second innings, 17 for 2.
Yeah, effectively minus 51.
Yeah.
For 2, but Brian Charles doing the job that's been asked of him. Faced 20 deliveries now, and looking set and steady, and exactly what the Red Force would need from him here, just to shut up shop and get them home.
Yeah, this is exactly what he's been sent to do, and so far it has worked for them, and nothing is wrong with that, because you're obviously trying to protect Jason Mohammed and Joshua Da Silva and Jed Gooley from coming in this afternoon to face any deliveries. But it's still, 3 overs left? So it can happen.
McCaskey now back onto the field, and he has brought the helmet with him, so he's going to stand in the face of Darren Bravo. Not that I think that applies too much pressure to someone of his experience and his caliber. But nonetheless, just have him there. You just never know.
Runs for Bravo. It's probably, is it going to go into the boundary? Yes, it will go into the boundary ropes. Has enough on it. But not a good delivery from Warwick, and angling, seemed to be just angling away from the left-hander. And all Bravo had to do was to find the gap. And since there's no one there, it was easy pickings for him.
Yeah, quite an empty field. That opting for the variation there was Warwick, but it was too short. And with no one in front or even behind point, it was always going to run away.
Well, immediately, Joel, they've plugged that gap. So if he's going to bowl there, then Dorich is obviously saying to him, well, I need to put a man at backward point. And they goes directly to him.
Comfortable stuff, you would have to say, here for Darren Bravo. Just 2.3 overs now left in the day's play.
Loud appeal going up. They're putting umpire Gustav under real pressure. And Darren Bravo is indicating that may have just flicked his pad on the way through.
As soon as I said easy going, there was a loud appeal. And yeah, just coming off with the pad, you can see the deflection there.
quicker delivery from Warwickon, really pushing that one through. Had some bounce as well. And Bravo doing the correct thing and allowing it to go through.
I nearly thought that that was the shot that we were talking about there from Bravo. His eyes lit up on that occasion, but thankfully,
good sense prevailed
for him and those in the stands watching, those at home, and for us. He opted to go with the safer option, pat it down in front of him. He navigates another over, 21 for 2 at the end of 13. You should have seen how my eyes opened up there. Colin, I saw it in the air and I saw Bravo going to the trigger movement. I said, oh no.
Well, I think he's going to wait for tomorrow if he's going to play those kind of shots. But I think even tomorrow he's got to be very careful. So much depends on Darren Bravo to get a big score here if the Red Force are to... And it's not a matter of surviving the game, but presenting a challenge in total to Barbados.
Yeah, there's still a lot of life left in this game, but it will take application. And that is something that we have just not seen so far in this game from many of the Red Force batters. Some have gotten starts and looked promising and applied themselves, the likes of Tion Webster. He was applying himself for some time, but application is the word that's been missing from their innings. So as long as they survive this evening, get through this evening, then the word application becomes the operative word for them tomorrow and over an extended period as well as what will be required.
Well, this is a very interesting field here because they've got a slip, a leg gully, a forward short leg. So 3 men right around the bat on the leg side and catching in a catching position.
Going for the jugular here.
Yeah.
You would have to say.
And then of course, Joel, there's that silly point as well and slip. So 1, 2, 3, 5 men around the bat.
They're searching for at least one more before the end of the day's play. Can they take one more with them? Shamholder picked up 5 in the first innings.
Oh, that's straight through McAllister, is it? Yes, and it's not going to get into the boundary. They're going to turn for the second whirl, giving chase. And Charles picks up 2 more runs.
You would have to say quite lapsed there on the part of Jerry McAllister. Yes, he is a big lad and will take some time to get down, but they would expect a lot better of him. Yes, they have a lead, but they don't want to throw it away with things like that.
Oh, that's a good delivery. One that may have just went with the drifting away from the right-hander, and he pushed at it. Bravo goes down to have another word with him. Not sure what Bravo can be telling him. Is it just a time-wasting tactic? But there's a 1 over left after this, and I think it's going to be bowled because the light is not that bad. Well negotiated by Charles. So that is what, 13.5 overs now. So we've got 1 left and then 1 over after this. So 1 delivery and then 1 over. You'd really want him to get a single here now. He missed it outside the line of the off stump, but I was saying you would have wanted him, Joel, to get a single to take Bravo away from the strike for the final over, but it's going to be Warwickon against Bravo with the final over of the day's play.
You would like to think that you can bank on Bravo to be there at the end of the day's play. Just 6 deliveries now for him to face. Obviously, the skipper, he knows a lot of weight is on his shoulders, and you talked about the fact that he needs to get a big score, and that big score certainly can't just be 100, but one of those 150s, 160s, 170s is what's required from here. This time in the game. But obviously after these 6 deliveries from Jamel Warkan.
Runs for Bravo, and it's probably going to be 4 of them. Yes, it is. So 2 short from Warwican, and not only was it short, it was just outside the line of the off stump. So all Bravo had to do was to rock back and find the gap, which he did.
Yeah, well, some would have opted to maybe just pat that one into the offside. Bravo realizes and capitalizes on it as he did in the previous over as well, taking good advantage of the space made available to him in that offside. Colin Murray's counting down the deliveries. We're now at 4.
I just sat here, Joel. I'm not even counting. I'm just sitting, watching the cricket. What gave you the impression I'm counting down the deliveries?
Make that 3.
Well, there's a leg slip going in. So that's good. I think that's a good idea. Put some more pressure on Bravo. Let him look at that huge gap in the cover region. And that's how much now? Thank you.
2.
Appreciate it.
In another language, dos.
Dos. Yes, I know what that language is. Runs again for Bravo. This time they've put the man right. That's Warren right back out, but he's not going to get that either. That's hit a little straighter this time. The one before, he hit it squarer. This time they put the man right back out, and they put him on that boundary rope. But I would say more of a backward point. This one was hit more towards a squarish cover point. Good shot.
Certainly, Rashawn Worrell could have saved his legs on that particular occasion. There was no stopping that. Bravo just capitalizing again on a delivery that was short and dragged down by Warwican. He's still here to get runs. Is Bravo just 1 delivery now?
May have come off the pad of Bravo, did it? But no, they're not running. So I think it's the end of the over. It's the end of the day's play. And the night watchman has done his job in Brian Charles. He came out there at the fall of Mohan's wicket when it was 8 for 2. And he survived. He's not out on 5. Bravo is there with him. Bravo is on 20. And the Red Force, they're 31 for 2. They still trail, however, by 37 runs.
Yeah, obviously, when you look at that wickets column, the Red Force will not be happy with the fact that they've lost 2 wickets. However, Darren Bravo has somewhat steadied the ship, and Brian Charles has come out there and done the job that the Red Force have asked of him as the night watchman. So 31 for 2, still trailing by 37 runs. Obviously, when you look at the scenario and how the game is shaping up, tomorrow will definitely be a very important day, not just for the Red Force, but for the Red Force batters. They must show up to the Queen's Park Oval tomorrow and put together that word you mentioned earlier, which was partnerships, and really apply themselves for extended periods across the day if they're going to set up themselves for a potential victory in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting one. I think let's have a look at the scorecard, Joel.
Yeah, Vikash Mohan, he went for 3. The first to go, though, was Amir Jangu playing at a wide one from Akeem Jordan. Akeem Jordan responsible for both wickets. Vikash Mohan also just playing, I guess, away from body, just slightly pushing at a delivery from Akeem Jordan. Darren Bravo, though, he's been there and he stayed out there. 20 not out, and Brian Charles 5 not out. The wicket taker, as I mentioned, Akeem Jordan, he's picked up 2 for 6. He's been good, even though he didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings. He's got the 2 here. Jeremy McAllister was just a little wayward today. Shem Holder, he's been steady again, hasn't picked up a wicket just yet. And Jamel Warwican, the other bowler for the Barbados prize. So at the end of a day number 2, round number 4, Colin, how do you see this game?
Yeah, it's going to be the important period. They play tomorrow until lunch. I was going to say the first hour, but I would think just until lunch. If the Red Force can bat out to the lunch period, maybe add another 80 runs or so for the loss of just one wicket, you'd have to say they're very much in the game, even though the lead at that time would maybe just be about 40. But Darren Bravo is going to be the important figure. He's got to get 100. There's no doubt about it. And I think you made the point, a big 100. But he's got to be supported by the likes of Jason Mohammed, Joshua De Silva, Jed Gooley. They've got to also bat well. And they've got to get to somewhere in the vicinity of 250, 275 if they're going to give the Barbados Pride something to chase, or maybe on the fourth day, somewhere in the vicinity of 200 and a little more. So that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. The sun is still with us here, and it's been another very absorbing day's play. And we hope you've enjoyed the commentary. On behalf of Marcus Daniel, Joel Manning, I am Colin Murray saying goodbye until tomorrow, when we will be back here for the third day in this absorbing fixture between the Barbados Pride and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Until tomorrow, it's goodbye from the Queen's Park Oval.